The Thief. The Black Dagger Brotherhood, Book 16. By J. R. Ward. 1. Miami, Florida. Solamort, a.k.a. Marisol Maria Rafaela Carvalho, opened the sliding door, pulling the glass panel out of the way. Even though it was past midnight and into January, the ocean air that greeted her was 70 degrees and humid, a sweet kiss as opposed to a frigid slap. After a year of living in Miami, however, she was no longer pleasantly surprised. The kinder climate had become, like the slow pace, the palm trees, the beaches, and the tides, simply part of life. Exotic was a function of rarity, and so, as with beauty, was in the eye of the beholder. Now, the snow-covered pines of Caldwell, New York, would be captivating and unusual. Shaking her head, she tried to stick to the present. The terrace for this fifth-floor condo she shared with her grandmother was nothing more than a shelf with a railing. The sort of outdoor space added not for the functional utility and enjoyment of the owners, but so Ocean Terrace could be included in the sales description of the building's 30 units. And come to think of it, the ocean part was also a fudge, as it was Biscayne Bay, not the Atlantic, she was overlooking. Still, water was water, and when you couldn't sleep, it was more interesting than staring at your ceiling. She'd kitted out the two-bedroom, two-bath place about 3 years ago, buying setups from Rooms to Go because they were priced right and someone else had done the thinking about throw pillows and color combinations. And then for her luxury ocean terrace, she'd hit target and scored 2 yellow and white lawn chairs and a coffee table. The former worked fine. The latter had a translucent plastic top with what had turned out to be annoying waves in its surface. Nothing sat flush on it. On that note, she parked herself in the chair on the left. Full moon tonight. As her voice drifted off, she stared across the nocturnal vista. Directly in front of her, there were a number of short houses, old ones built in the 40s, and then a series of crappy t-shirt shops, bodegas, and cantinas between her and the beach. To say that she and her vovo lived in Miami was similar to the terrace false advertising thing. They were actually on the northern knife edge of the city limits, well away from the mansions and nightlife, although she was willing to bet that in about 10 years this down-market neighborhood was going to get a glitzy overhaul. Fine with her. She'd have a great return on her cash investment and, oh, who was she kidding? They weren't going to be here for more than another year. She had another bolt hole in California and one in Toronto. After they cycled through those, it was going to be somewhere else. For her, there were few requirements for establishing a home base. Cash purchase, Catholic church within blocks, and a good Latino market close by. As a breeze rolled up and played through her newly blonde hair, she sat forward because it was hard to stay still. The repositioning didn't last, and not just because the top railing now blocked the view of the bay. Easing back, she tapped the heel of her flip-flop, the metronome of restless energy only bearable because it was her own foot doing the up and down, and, at least theoretically, she could stop it. To say that memory was a lane you could walk along, a path to follow, a linear progression you embarked on from start to finish, was way off base. After this past year, she had decided it was more like a piano keyboard, and the musical notes her mind played in the form of moving picture images were a pick-and-choose determined more by the sheet music of her morning than the well-founded logic of her decision to leave Caldwell. For example, if she were rational about things, she would be focusing on what it had been like to come home one night and have those attackers abduct her as her grandmother roused and started to come down the stairs. Then she would recall her trip up north in the trunk of a car. If she were smart, her brain would be projecting a slideshow about her taking a lit flare and stabbing it into the eye socket of the man who yanked her out of the back of that sedan. She would picture herself getting shot in the leg as she had tried to run away through the forest and then remember the cell with the bars in the underground level of that torture camp. She would visualize with precise detail the thug with the two-toned face who had stripped her and tried to rape her until she had twisted his nuts and beat his head in with a heavy chain. And finally, she would see herself dragging a dead man across the floor to try to use his fingerprint to open the way out. And when that didn't work, she would retrace her steps as she returned to the basement and pulled that two-toned attempted rapist's arm through the bars of a cell so she could take a kitchen knife and cut the hand off at the wrist. How about recalling the successful use of that still-warm thumb on the keypad to open the steel door? Or bursting out of that hellhole wearing nothing but a parka and the blood of the 2 human beings she had killed? But nah, those were not the notes her cerebral Steinway played. As tunes went, the one that her brain kept on repeat was altogether different and far more destructive. Even though it was certainly sexier. Stop it. She rubbed her eyes. Just stop. Above the landlocked bay, over the breakwater rim of North Beach. The moon was a great silver plate, its illumination hazy and tickled by wisps of clouds. Asael's eyes had been like that, silver with a deep purple rim. And she guessed they still were, assuming he was alive, although with the kind of life he was leading? Drug lords were in risk pools over and above the generic ones like cancer and heart disease. Not that she had judged him for his choice of business. Come on. Her profession as a burglar was how she'd ended up in that trunk. Such odd, hypnotizing eyes he'd had. Like nothing she had ever seen, and no, that was not romanticizing on her part. As with his strange name and the accent that she couldn't quite place, was it German? French? Romanian? And the mystery that surrounded him, he had been what other men had never come close to, irresistible. With hair so black, she'd assumed it had been dyed, and a widow's peak on that high, autocratic forehead, and his powerful body and sex drive, she had often felt that he was a figment from some other world. A deadly presence. A gorgeous predator. An animal in human skin. Between one blink and the next. She saw him the night he had come to rescue her from that camp, but not as he had approached her with open arms and a calm voice, just as she had run out of that steel door, all wounded and disorientated. No, she remembered him a short time later, when he had somehow met her at a rest stop some 20 miles down the highway. She had never understood how it was possible that he had stayed behind as his cousins had driven off with her, and yet Asael had caught up with them as if he could fly. And then there was what he looked like. His mouth had been covered with blood as if he had bitten someone. And those silver and purple eyes had shone brighter than this moon in the southern sky, with the light in them so unholy it had seemed the stuff of exorcism. Yet she had not been afraid of him, and she had also known at that moment that Ben Lois, her captor, had not lived. Asael had somehow killed her kidnapper and in all likelihood his brother, Eduardo. It was the way of the business they had all been in, and the way of the life she had been determined to leave after she had healed. After all, when you were held by madmen and prayed to God to see your grandmother again, and that actually happened, only a fool didn't keep their end of the bargain. Hello, Miami? Sola pushed her fingertips into her forehead and tried to get her brain off the well-worn path it seemed determined to process and reprocess, even though it was a year later. For God's sakes. She couldn't believe she was so fixated on a sound decision that she had made with her own survival at the forefront. Nights were still the worst. During the day, when she was busy with such high-level endeavors as grocery shopping, and going to mass with her vovo, and constantly looking out from under the brim of a baseball cap to see if they were being followed, she managed better. But with the darkness came the haunting, the ghost of a man she never should have slept with tormenting her. She had long been aware that she had a death wish. Her attraction to Asael was confirmation of that, and then some. Hell, she didn't even know his last name. For all the spying on him that she had been hired to do, and then that which she had done on her own, she knew almost nothing about him. He had a glass house on the Hudson that was owned by a real estate trust. His two closest associates were his twin cousins, and both were as mute as brick walls when it came to his personal details. He'd had no wife or children. At least not around him, but who knew? A man like that certainly had plenty of options for companionship. Shifting to the side, she took her old iPhone out and looked at its black screen. When she woke the thing up, there was a picture of the beach from back right after she had arrived here. No texts, no missed calls, no voicemails. For a long while, she had had these regular hang-ups from a restricted number. The intermittent calls were the only reason she'd kept the phone. Who else would be reaching her on it except for Asael? Who else had the number? It wasn't the phone she'd used with Ben Lois or any of her shadowy business. And the account was under an alias. He was the only one who had the digits. She really should have left the thing up north and canceled the service. Clean cut was best. The safest. The issue seemed to have resolved itself, however. Assuming Asael had been the one calling, he'd stopped, and maybe it wasn't because he'd found his grave. He had probably moved on, which was what people did when they got left behind. The whole pining away for a lifetime thing only happened in Victorian novels, and then usually on the woman's side. Yeah, no Mr. Havisham going on up north. No way. Another memory took her back in time, and it was one she hated. Even after Ben Lois had ordered her off the trail, she had followed Asael out to an estate, to what had appeared to be a caretaker's cottage. He hadn't gone there for a business transaction. No, it was for a dark-haired woman with a body and a half, and he'd taken her down onto a sofa like he'd done it before. Just as he'd started to have sex with her, he had looked directly at the window Sola had been watching him through as if he were putting on the show for her. At that point, she had decided to pull out of the surveilling and had resolved never to see him again. Fate had had different ideas, however, and had turned her silver-eyed drug dealer into a savior. The sad thing was, under different circumstances, she might have stayed with him in that glass house of his. But in the end, her little deal with God had superseded that kind of fantasy. Getting to her feet, she lingered at the rail for a while longer, wondering exactly what she hoped she would find in the view. Then she turned away, shut herself back in the condo, and kicked off her flip-flops. On silent, bare feet, she whispered through the living room area and went into the kitchen. Her grandmother's standards were such that not only could you eat off the floor, you could toss a salad in any of the drawers, roll your bread dough out inside the cupboards, and use the shelving to cut your steak on. The toolkit was under the sink, and she got out a full-sized hammer. The iPhone went into a double Ziploc bag setup on her way to the door, and she disengaged the alarm before exiting into the corridor. The fire stairwell was down on the right, and as she strode over to it, she listened out of habit but not necessity. The people in the building were elderly, and what little she saw of them confirmed she had chosen the right unit. This was the land of snowbirds who didn't have the money to fly up and back for the spring and summer, so the building never emptied out. There would always be nosy witnesses, even if those eyes and ears were not quite as sharp as they had once been. And her fellow residents represented a complication that people coming after her would think twice about. Plus, as always, she had a compact 9 with a laser sight on her. Just in case. The stairwell was cooler but no drier than the great outdoors, and she didn't go far. She put the phone in its little plastic bag coffin on the concrete floor underneath the coiled fireman's hose and checked one last time that there had been no calls. Then she drove the hammer down once. Twice. 3 times. That was all it took to destroy the phone. As she went back to the condo, she turned the loose pieces over in her hands, the 2 baggies keeping things together. Tomorrow morning, she would go online from a secured computer and cancel the service, her last tie, flimsy though it was, cut forever. The idea that she would never know what happened to Assail was almost as bad as the reality that she would never see him again. Letting herself in once more, she resolved to go to bed but was drawn back to the view of the water and the moon. She missed the man she shouldn't have ever had, as if he were a piece of her soul, left behind. But that was the way of it. Destiny was such a thief. 2. The Black Dagger Brotherhood Training Center. Caldwell, New York. Doc Jane checked her watch and resumed her pacing. As she went back and forth in the concrete corridor outside her main exam room, she was very aware of her own heartbeat, which was a little odd considering she was, for all intents and purposes, not alive. In the back of her head, she heard Bill Murray saying, "Have you or your family ever seen a spook, specter, or ghost?" Pretty much every time she looked in the mirror, Dr. Venkman. Thanks. On that note, she headed down a couple of doors and stopped. Staring ahead without seeing anything, she found that she couldn't breathe right and decided that, of all the parts of her job as a trauma surgeon, what was about to happen next was something that she had never gotten good at. No matter how much training, experience, or continuing education she had, proficiency in this most vital part of her calling had not come. And she hoped it never did. "Assail, I have failed you," she thought. "I am so sorry. I did everything I could." A clanking sound brought her head around. Down at the far end of the training center's long, main corridor, past all kinds of class dash, break, and interrogation rooms, the reinforced steel vault panel that separated the subterranean facility from its multi-level parking area opened wide. Rage, one of the Brotherhood's newest fathers, came in and stood off to the side. The 2 dark-haired males who entered after him were, from what she understood, an anomaly in the vampire species. Identical twins did not happen that often, and few of them made it to adulthood. Eric and Avail had proven to be the exception to a lot of rules, however. For example, she wasn't sure they were any more living than she was. For all the emotion they had ever shown, they might as well have been cyborgs. Such dead eyes, they had stares with all the luminosity of matte paint. Then again, they had probably seen a lot. Done a lot. And that translated, from what she had learned about war, into people who dissociated from the world around them, trusting no one. Not even themselves. Rage indicated the way toward her, even though her presence was a self-explanatory destination. And as the twins walked forward, John Matthew entered as well, adding a caboose to the train. Where was Vishouse, she wondered. He and Rage were supposed to be on transport with them? Taking out her phone, she did a quick check. No texts or calls from her mate, and for a moment she considered reaching out to him. Shaking her head, she put the cell away and refocused on her job. She had to get through this conversation first before she did anything personal. As the twins approached, proximity didn't increase the warm and fuzzies of those males in the slightest. The closer they got, the bigger they became, until they were stopping in front of her and reminding her that immortality was so not a bad thing. They were killers, these two, and though they had extended a professional courtesy exemption to the Brotherhood's household by virtue of shared interest, she was glad she was a ghost, especially given what she had to tell them. "Thank you for coming," she said. "The one on the left, the one that up, there was that mole behind the ear, so he had to be Eric, not a Valinot at once. And that was it from the both of them. No greeting, no nervousness, no anger, no sadness, even though they knew exactly why she'd asked them here. In all their robotic stoicism, with their black hair and their platinum eyes and their powerful builds, the cold as ices were like a matched set of Glocks, deadly and emotionless. She had no idea how this was going to go. "Will you excuse us?" she said to Rage and John Matthew. The brother shook his head. "We're not leaving you. I appreciate your concern, Rage, but patient confidentiality is an issue here. If you don't mind, maybe you could wait down by the office." She pointed over there even though they knew perfectly well where it was. This really needs to be a private conversation. She knew better than to order any of the Brotherhood or the fighters off the kind of duty Rage and John Matthew felt they were doing here. To them, she was vicious as Shellen, and as such, her advanced degrees and recent karate training didn't mean diddly, even though the twins and their kin had proven loyal to the king and they had never shown any untoward behavior around her. They were still unattached males near a bonded brother's female. So she was going to be guarded like she was in a wet t-shirt and a pair of stripper heels. It was ridiculous, but going Gloria Steinem on the situation was just going to delay things. Putting the very real privacy concern on the table, however, was going to get the job done. And it did. "We'll just be right there," Rage muttered. "Right over there. Like no distance at all." "Thank you." When they were out of earshot, she said to the twins, "Would you like to talk in my?" "Here's good," Eric said in his thick, old country accent. "How is he?" "Not very well, and I don't think we're gaining any traction with the sales recovery." She crossed her arms over her chest and then dropped them because she didn't want to come across as hiding anything or being defensive. "His neurological functions are compromised and they are not improving. I've spoken with Havers and shared with him all of the scans as well as video of the behaviors and affects, including the change that happened about a week ago. With the onset of the catatonic state, he is less of a danger to himself and others, but that is a far distance from responsive." "Is it time to put him down?" Doc Jane blinked. When she'd made the transition from human surgeon to vampire healer, there had been all kinds of things to get used to. There was new anatomy to learn, new drug reactions and side effects to be aware of, a completely different circulatory system, as well as hormonal and pregnancy issues she had never seen before. She'd also had to adjust to the race's end-of-life decisions. In the human world, sustaining life was the imperative even when there was no quality to it. Assisted suicide remained an ethical decision to be debated, with only 7 states allowing it within prescribed parameters. With vampires, it was a matter of course. When a loved one was suffering, and there was no chance of that improving, terminal aid was rendered. Still, they were not talking about a cherished pet that had come to the end of its life cycle here. She chose her words with care, wanting to be honest without advocating for any specific outcome. "Based on everything I have seen and all the tests we have run, I do not believe there is going to be a resumption of normalcy. We have done everything we can to support his systems in his cocaine withdrawal, but after the psychosis hit, we've lost him and we can't seem to get him back." In every way that counted, she was uncomfortable leaving this decision in the hands of a sales cousins. It would be easier to trust whatever choice was made if they were upset, troubled by conscience, worried over whether they were doing the right thing. With their dispositions, she had a concern that they would throw out her patient like a broken toaster. And yet, according to the vampire standard of care, she was duty-bound to offer them, as next of kin, the option to terminate a sales life now that the course of his care had reached this point of no return. Havers, the race's healer, had been the one to bring the issue up to her, and her instinct had been to fight it, but that was a holdover from her human days. She did, however, continue to find it a potential contradiction to the spiritual lexicon of the species. In the vampire version of the afterlife, there was a belief that you couldn't enter the fade, or what they considered heaven, if you committed suicide. That being said, if you were lingering, and especially if you were incapable of deciding for yourself, your closest family could ease your suffering in a way that apparently got you around that provision, a loved one loophole, as it were. The reconciliation was evidently in the free will. If you pulled the trigger, that was suicide. If someone you loved said enough's enough, that was destiny. Yet it was a slippery slope, especially if your next of kin was maybe angry about what you'd done to them over the holidays, or pissed off that you'd borrowed money and hadn't paid back the loan, or morally deficient, which was what she worried about here. Still, Eric and Avail had seemed to stick by their cousin, coming to see Avail regularly, receiving her updates, calling her back immediately. That had to mean something, right? Besides, in her heart, she knew that Avail had suffered enough. He had walked in here to detox from his drug addiction, and months later, after a roller coaster of self-harm, hallucinations, screaming paranoia, and violent outbursts, he had been reduced to nothing more than a pulse and some respiration. "I'm very sorry." She looked back and forth between the mirror images of face and body. "I wish I had better news." "I want to see him," Eric said. "Of course." She reached for the door and hesitated. "He's still restrained. And I had towel, you remember that we needed to shave his head. It was for his own well-being." As she opened things wide for them, she searched their expressions, praying she saw something that eased her own conscience, that assured her this very serious decision was in the right hands, that their hearts were somehow involved. The twins stared straight ahead, only their eyes moving around, their heads staying static. They did not blink, twitch, breathe. Doc Jane glanced at her patient and felt a crushing sorrow. Even though her mind told her she had done everything she could, her heart regarded this outcome as a failure she was responsible for. "I am so very sorry." After a long moment, Eric said in a flat tone, "We will do what is necessary." 3. West Point, New York. From behind the wheel of the rental car, Vittoria Benlois was impatient. So long all this travel. So long to come to this northern state in America. Such an inefficiency to transfer her physicality from where she had been to where she needed to be. At least the transition was over. Up ahead, her destination appeared as an island rising up from the vast midst of the sea, the great house sitting upon its rise, a showy declaration of wealth that, due to its age, was venerable as opposed to ostentatious. Her brother Ricardo would have had his manse no other way. Having come from little, he had sought validation through a persistent illusion of false aristocracy and old money. No new house for him. No flashy cars. No Eurotrash ostentation. Which she believed was what the Americans called it. Even in his legitimate business, the one that had been but a shell for his true revenue streams, he'd had to have an art gallery. Not a construction business, no. Not garbage removal or cement mixing. It had to be the art. Contemporary sculpture and painting, from what she understood, and she could guess why the exception to his preference for the aged. It was so much easier to launder money with the sale of modern offerings, as their value was more subjective than that of old masters and impressionists, which had more provable prices. The drive into Ricardo's property was a left-hand turn off this road by the big river, and she traveled up the gradual, plowed lane, taking note of the snow-covered lawn, the short stone wall holding back the tree line, the looming grand house. The mansion was larger than it appeared from down below, and as she closed in and parked by its front entry's walkway, she felt the modernist sculptures around the manse sit in judgment and disapproval of her. It was her brother in her head, her family in her conscience, her traditions in her soul. This was quite unseemly of her, after all. This whole thing. An unmarried woman out in the world seeking vengeance. Yes, it was true, the Benlois family had never been well off. Not until Ricardo had come along, at any rate. But that did not mean that there were not rules, standards, expectations, all of which were for the women, of course. The men were allowed to be who they were, do what they wished, carry on as they would. Not so for a sister, a daughter. But at least their parents were dead, and she did not care what anyone else in her family thought. More to the point, this was her chance. She had waited all of her life for this. 35 miserable years of fighting for her right to get an education, to not take a husband, to be what she wanted to be, not what others decreed for her. She turned off the engine and got out. Cold, so very cold. She was going to hate being here. the loss of her native Colombia's warmth and humidity a thing to mourn. Looking around, she noted that the snow had been shoveled up to the grand and glossy door and also around to the back, all the way to the detached garage-like structure. One might be tempted to see such as a sign her brother remained alive, but she knew better. She had not heard from him in nearly a year, and clearly, this property was held in a trust whereby its upkeep was managed as if its owner were still alive. Money, however, was running short, and that was why she had come. For the first few months after Ricardo and Eduardo had not been in touch, she had wondered, worried, gotten concerned about her brothers. But as more and more time passed and disgruntled suppliers had come to her with their inquiries about the business, she started to develop a plan. If Ricardo could run a drug trade back and forth across the ocean, why could not she? And then the reality of expenses had come home to roost. Her brother had expected her to look after his various real estate holdings in South America. Given that she had failed at her true calling of becoming a wife and a mother, and all that upkeep was costly. The accounts were dwindling. No, both of her brothers were dead, and she had to do what was necessary to survive no matter the risks. Taking a key out of her Chanel bag, she approached the ornate, old door and slid the slender, notched length into its home. A turn, a tumble, and she was. An alarm began to sound the moment the seal was breached, and she left the portal wide as she followed the noise through rooms that were dark and stuffy, navigating by virtue of the exterior lights. She found the security panel in the professional-grade kitchen, by a hardy door that she guessed opened to the outside. The code she entered was going to work, and it did. Their mother's birth date, month, day, and year. 8 numbers unknown to anybody but the 3 siblings. That strict, hard-driving, fervently Catholic woman had had no patience for sentiment. But Ricardo had brought her a flower on the same day each year, and uncharacteristically, she had never thrown it out. That this was the code to his mansion was a clear tie to his hardscrabble youth. A measure of how far he had come. A defiance against the disapproval they had all grown up under. Childhood had been a struggle, a test of endurance, for the 3 siblings. Then again, their mother had had to raise them all on her own, without the benefit of a husband, a steady job, a roof over their heads. Not a lot of room for extravagances or indulgence in that reality, and then there had been all the rosaries, Hail Marys, and confessions. But that was over now. With the alarm silent, Vittoria's return to the front entrance was more leisurely, and she took time to measure and add up the value of the antique chairs and Persian rugs, the ornate tables, and the paintings of the ancestors of others. It was impossible not to draw comparisons with how Ricardo had always seen her. As with this art and these antiques, her role in his life had been to stick where she was put, without question or objection. Her virtue was part of his illusion, a saintly sister to add another layer of curtain to hide the truth of his origin. Her footfalls slowed, and she stopped before a bronze statue that had to be a Degas. There was only one artist who could have composed and completed such a winsome, light though it was heavy object of beauty. Perhaps Ricardo had thought of it as the daughter he had never had, Vittoria mused. Certainly a far better bet than a living, breathing offspring. Onward, onward, to the open front door. For a moment, she just stood there, and it was then that she realized she was waiting for a butler to appear and take her bags from the boot of the rental. As much as she derided Ricardo for his airs, she, too, had succumbed to the habits of luxury. It was, indeed, far better to be of means than not. She was going to need people. She could not do this alone. Fortunately, money talked, did it not? Planting her hands on her hips, she regarded the undisturbed snow cover of the vast, descending lawn. It was as if Ricardo had permanently disallowed all manner of deer and rodent from marring the pristine winter landscape. She would not have put it past him. Image had been so important. With a lift of her chin, she regarded the sky, measuring the bright, full moon. "I will avenge you, brothers," she said to the heavens. "I will find out who killed you and take care of things as you would have wished." Her smile was slow and did not last. In fact, Ricardo would not have wished this at all. He would have hated this whole thing. But that was his problem, not hers, and given that he was dead, he had no more problems, did he? Yes, she would find out exactly what had happened to her siblings, and when she was done addressing the wrongs, she was going to step into Ricardo's handmade shoes. Her future was bright as the moonlight. She was finally free. 4. The Commodore. Downtown Caldwell. As Vis' house took form on the terrace of his penthouse, the cold wind howling at the high altitude was to his back, pushing him, pushing him toward the glass doors. And yet he hesitated, his purpose for coming one that made him feel as though his marrow had turned toxic and was melting through his bones and flesh. Liar. Like the hateful secret he was embarking on, the interior of his sex den was dark. Like the haunting of his conscience, his moonlit reflection was a ghost of himself in all that glass. Leather on his legs, leather on his shoulders, dark hair and a goatee, gloved right hand. Cheat. The last thing he wanted to do was look at himself, so he willed the black candles inside to light up, not one by one, but all at once. The installumination was soft. What was revealed was not. His rough-honed sex rack, the one he had used for years, was a stained and studded piece of hardware sitting smack center in the open living area, supplanting all manner of table and chair arrangements that would have been far more appropriate, far more vanilla. On the black walls there was not art, but straps and chains. On the section of shelving there were instruments. On the black floors there was nothing on the bare wood. Clean up, you know. Whore. This was not a home. This was a factory for sexual satisfaction and expression. He'd even gotten rid of the bed he'd had for a while. The place was also a relic. He had not visited it for how long now? Back when he and Jane had first gotten together they had sometimes come here for a little play. But compared to what he had been like before her, that had been lightweight stuff. Turned out when he cared about the person, he wanted different things from them. They hadn't been back for Jesus, a while. Then again, they hadn't been together sexually or otherwise, in Jesus, a while. As he went to the closest sliding door, his head hurt, but not from the concussion he'd gotten during the great warehouse battle. No, that brain damage had cleared itself up nicely, along with the bruising and other minor injuries he'd sustained as the Brotherhood and the band of bastards had fought the lessening society side by side. Turned out those fuckers with the hair-lipped leader were handy. They were also now roommates at the BDB mansion. Am I really going to do this? Pressing his thumbprint onto his new, discreetly mounted reader, he heard the metallic shift of the lock turning free, and then he willed the door to slide open. Stepping inside, he left things wide, the winter gust barging in and ruffling the flames on all those wicks. No longer at peace, now the illumination trembled, sure as if his anxiety and unhappiness had become manifest and taken on properties outside of his heart and soul. The walls crawled now. The shadows thrown by his table spasmed. There were things moving across the floor. Shit, maybe that was just his conscience talking. But he had a remedy for that. The kitchen was a stretch of never used and never gonna be. Nothing in the sink, the drawers, the cupboards. Which was not to say he wasn't prepared to be a good host. For Grey Goose bottles were lined up on the counter, each of them facing label out like bills put to right in a wallet. They were not for his guests to drink. They were for him so he could get through this. As he regarded these labels, he focused on the flying birds, soaring high above their little snowy, two-dimensional mountain scenes. For a male who spoke as many languages as he did, and knew more obscure facts about the world than a Jeopardy champion, you'd figure he would be less surprised by this turn of events. Then again, he hadn't expected to ever be mated. So how could he have foreseen this resumption of his old life, his old ways? His former coping mechanism rearing up to address an itch he could no longer stand and couldn't seem to scratch any other way. Liar. Cheat. Whore. From out of nowhere, he saw himself up in the sanctuary, walking through his Mamon's private quarters, proceeding out to the resting place of the chosen who had had the arrest and passed unto the fade. He recalled reading the scribe virgin's departing missive, the symbols in the old language floating in the air as if they were mounted on an invisible flag, disappearing as soon as he had read them. He had hated that sacred female for so long that it had become a habit, and now that she was gone, there was the strangest void in him. He couldn't say he mourned her, however, really. The only time they had gotten along had been right after she had turned Jane into an immortal. And even after that gift, their relationship hadn't stayed improved. There was something missing from his life, nonetheless. Two somethings missing, actually. Jane was also gone, and not just when she chose to be in ghost form as opposed to corporeal. It was hard to recall the last time he had felt truly connected to his Shellin. When they had spent a day sleeping together, for example, or had truly talked or had The image of the stone corridor of the Black Dagger Brotherhood's tomb came to his mind, and he remembered Jane coming to check Ecker's vitals when the bastard had been in their custody. Yes, it was then, when the pair of them had spoken about how neither of them wanted young. He'd felt such relief that they were both on the same page, that there was going to be no conflict on that subject. Now, it seemed ironic that they had bonded over a shared decision not to do what so many mated pairs built their entire lives around. Young required a shared, common commitment, a joint connection, a partnership. Yet he and Jane had dropped the prospect of all that entanglement like a hot potato and promptly resumed their separate, parallel, no-overlap existences. He was out in the field, fighting the war and engaging in the king's business, while she treated a boatload of patients with astonishing competence and compassion. And never the twain shall meet. Freedom and autonomy were something he had valued in his mating, and his metido the point where he had assumed those interrelated aspects were mission-critical for him to find any future with any one person. But all of that non-constraint, which had seemed so important, had proven to be a double-edged sword. The flip side of the independence coin was neglect, distance, disintegration. No young to worry about, yay, had turned into where are you, where are we, at least in his mind. Somehow, with his mom dying, and the great massacre at that warehouse, and the addition of the band of bastards into the household, and almost every single brother he had suddenly having young in the midst of that thick swill of change and confusion. He had lost the thread that had tied him to Jane, and on her side, she was too busy to notice. Neither of them was bad or wrong. Well, at least not until tonight. At least not until right now. He had agonized about whether or not to check his old email account, to sift through what had turned out to be hundreds of missives and pleadings for his attention, to choose one and reach out. And meet here, this evening. Liarkeet war. The reality was, though, that his brain was clamoring under his skull. His demons were screaming at him, and there seemed like no end in sight to the torture. Fuck, if he didn't purge the chaos, he was going to end up in a sales lunatic's shoes. Psychosis was an old friend, after all. In fact, for him, madness was like a next-door neighbor who disregarded property lines now and again, not just trespassing on the land, but moving into the house and wrecking the place. He had to do something or the pressure inside was going to consume him, and the fact that he didn't even think to talk to Jane about what was going on with him. It was hard to know if that was a symptom or the disease itself. Hell, maybe it was more practical than that. Her priorities were many, her time was few, and in the grand scheme of things, as this hateful war ground to its bloody conclusion, whatever that looked like, everyone was better off with her treating her patients rather than trying to save him from himself. Division of labor and all that shit. So yes, he would do what he knew he could to bring himself back to earth. And then when his feet were not just touching the ground, but firmly on it, he could resume life next to her. What was his other option? As he waited for the 100th time for a different course of action to come to him, he was dimly aware that he was seeking an answer out of the very thing that was broken. He was looking for his fucked-up brain to provide a path out of this infidelity, even though his mind was the very thing that was unreliable. Nothing like trying to survey a landscape with a broken compass, a flashlight with no batteries in it, and night goggles with busted lenses. The scent of a sexually aroused female bloomed in the penthouse, and he did not turn around. He knew who had arrived and was standing in that doorway that he had left open. Knew precisely what she was wearing because he had informed her what he was going to see on her body. Knew that she would be, at this very moment, getting onto her hands and knees and entering on all fours. Knew she would wait until he gave her an order. This house reached out and took the first of the vodka bottles. He opened it like a pro, but then he had had plenty of experience. Liarkeet hor. He drank from the neck until his stomach burned as much as the center of his chest did. And then he turned around. 5. Wait, what are we doing here? Doc Jane thought as the sales cousins turned away from her and walked off down the training center's corridor. What was the decision? John Matthew and Rage were right on the pair's exit, decamping from their leans by the office's glass door and falling into a long stride that brought them past her. Rage paused as the other fighter continued on. What did they say? Before she could weigh the privacy issues, she replied, that they were going to do what was necessary. So they're re-ending things? They were really not clear. She put a hand through her short blonde hair. I'll follow up with them later. It hadn't felt right to press them, and besides, she was uneasy with this whole thing anyway. Tomorrow at nightfall she'd call them and see if she could get some clarity. It wasn't like they had access to a sale without her, so she didn't need to worry about them going homegrown with a lights-out solution. Rage frowned and put his hands on his black leather-clad hips. Well, if you need them escorted in here again, just let us know. I will, and thanks. As the brother went to stride off, she caught his arm. Hey, Rage? Wasn't Vishouse supposed to be with you? Yeah, he was. But he called in and John Matthew took his shift. Well, that's fine. He's probably at the pit. You know, you guys should take some time off. Hollywood smiled, his Bahama blue eyes glowing. All you do is work. Both of you. That's not true. I can't remember the last meal I saw you guys at. He shrugged and took out a Tootsie Pop. When he looked at it, he cursed. Orange. I don't like orange. Then again, I got it out in the dark. That's Swatha said. Doc Jane laughed. Really? Michael Scott is my hero, what can I say? Rage gave her shoulder a reassuring squeeze, and then he caught up quick to the twins and John Matthew. Doc Jane checked her phone again, and when she saw that there was still just a lot of nothing on the screen, she mentally ran through her patient status list. Assail was exactly where he had been. Luch's was in the pool doing PT with Alina. No other beds were in use, and she wasn't due for Ramp and Lyric's regular checkup for another 2 hours. She thought about texting Vishouse and asking where he was, but an awkward, unpleasant sensation stopped her, and it took her a minute to figure out what it was. Intrusion. She felt as though it would be an intrusion to reach out to him, and the more she considered the tightness in her chest, the clearer things became. When had this started, she wondered. When had she begun to believe she was bothering her mate if she shot him a text? That was wrong, she thought. All wrong. Turning around, she headed for the office, opening the way in and going past the desk and the filing cabinets. The supply closet was off to the side, and she entered the shallow space, shuffling by all the stacks of legal pads, the boxes of pens, and the reams of printer paper. At the hidden access door in the back, she entered a code, stepped through into the tunnel, and immediately chided herself for a lack of efficiency. Letting herself fade to ghost would have obviated all the opening and closing, but the longer she got used to being in her skin, so to speak, the more she fell into the habits and necessaries of regular mortals, even though they no longer applied. Also, she kinda wanted to walk to clear her head. The subterranean tunnel that linked the training center to the mansion where the Brotherhood household stayed and the pit, which was Vishouse and Butch's crash pad, was a straight shot of underground, the fluorescent lights on the ceiling like a landing strip that had gotten confused about gravity. As she walked along, she took her stethoscope from around her neck and put it into one of the square pockets of her white coat. Her scrubs were clean and blue, her Crocs red, her socks thick and from bean. What season was it, she wondered. Winter now. It was January. When was the last time she had gone outside? Okay, that was not that long ago. In the last couple of weeks, she and Manny, her medical partner in all things whether it was surgery, general medicine, or administration, had responded to a number of emergencies out in the field downtown. But in situations like that, you couldn't really enjoy the season or even note whether it was hot or cold. Those trips were the same as going out of town for business. You might have been in New York City, but it wasn't to see a show or visit a museum or grab a gourmet meal. No, during those times, she had been desperately trying to save someone's life. Peyton's, Rage SSO, many others. The wounds that the brothers, the fighters, and the trainees got while engaging with the lessening society could easily be life-threatening, and these vampires were not arm's-length patients to her. They were her family. If she failed any one of them, she would never forgive herself. The tunnel's exit up to the mansion was marked by a short set of steps, and she kept going, passing them by. God, the farther she went, the more a curdling sense of dread took root in her stomach, although that didn't make any sense. She was going home, to see the male she loved. Why would that bother her? Maybe it was the assail situation. Maybe the ringing warning at the base of her neck was just generalized anxiety squirting out during a moment alone. An emotion coloring outside of the line. Yes, that had to be it. Her Hippocratic oath was running up against euthanasia, and she couldn't reconcile the two. A good 150 yards later, she came up to the reinforced door to the pit. Punching in the code, she went up the shallow half-flight of stairs and then through a second entry. The sound of a vacuum cleaner had her leaning around the door. Fritz, butler extraordinaire, was working a Dyson back and forth on the runner in the short hall. In his black and white uniform, he looked like something out of an ad for a housekeeping service that employed only English dukes. Mistress! As he extinguished the whirring noise, his old, wrinkled face smiled, reminding her of drapes pulled back to let in sunlight. You have come back to change then. I thought you had already vacated the premises, or I would not have begun thus. Forgive me. She smiled back at him, so he wouldn't worry he'd done a badness. But she was totally confused here. I'm sorry, what? Your interlude downtown with the sire. Fritz glowed like a heart-shaped nightlight. He asked me to get him candles and libations for the two of you. A sensation of numbing cold hit the top of her head and ran down her like water until she felt it fill her legs up as if they were boots. Mistress. Yes, of course. Yeah, right. Of course. What was he asking? But I'm just going to go as is. It will not matter to him. He will simply be glad to see you. Jane said some more things. She didn't know what they were. And then she walked out to the front room. The black leather sofa, the foosball table, and the gym bags were exactly what she had seen in here for the last however many nights, weeks, months, years. Vicious's bank of computers was likewise, except now. As she stared at the monitors, towers, and keyboards, she noted that everything was screen-locked and she didn't have any of the passwords. Then again, it never would have occurred to ask for Theme or wonder what he was doing when he was sitting in his chair, brows tight, those tattoos on the side of his face pulled ever so slightly out of place. She had always assumed he was working on his security systems, his programming, his learned league stuff. What else had he been doing? Or what else? Okay, Glenn Close, she thought. Why don't you back away from the pot and the bunny until you actually know what's going on here? Maybe there was a perfectly reasonable explanation for what Fritz seemed to suggest was going on. Maybe this house was planning something for them as a mated couple and he just hadn't asked her yet. She checked her phone, looked around, heard the vacuum turn back on. Part of her didn't want to go to the Commodore because it seemed like spying, like something a girl, not a woman, would do. It also felt too real, as if her mate actually had lied by omission and was in fact meeting someone else. Screw it, she thought. Waiting around for him to come home was just too passive. Besides, it was literally the work of a moment for her to get downtown. One of the advantages to being non-existent at will was that travel was more than a binary choice. Courtesy of V's mother, the scribe virgin, Jane now had ambulation, motorization, and mentalization to pick from, with the latter being similar to vampires dematerializing. Her process of disappearing and reappearing required the same sort of concentration and will, and she could do it anywhere, anytime, with no apparent limit to the distance. Closing her eyes, she imagined herself as a breeze, a disturbance of air molecules, a draft, nothingness, lightness, pane of glass. It had always worked in the past. Yup, really, that. Yeah, well, not tonight, she thought as she lifted her lids. Rubbing the center of her chest, she went to the pit's door and let herself out in the event that Fritz finished with his Dyson and caught her standing there like an idiot. As she emerged into the night, the cold woof of January's frigid breath made her gasp and have to collect herself. The cottage she thought of as her home was the carriage house of the main mansion, located across the courtyard from the Dower, stone mountain on top of a mountain where the Brotherhood, the fighters, and their mates lived. She, V, Butch, and Marissa had been staying in the two-bedroom, two-bath setup since their relationships had taken root, and she had come to think of the four of them as a little family unit. Tilting her head, she stared up at the great gray vertical expanse of the mansion. There were gargoyles along the roofline, and 3 or 4 levels of diamond pane windows, and shadows everywhere because of the various wings, levels, and dormers. Where else would vampires live? Shutting her lids again, she told herself she needed to get a grip, and her self-discipline came to the rescue. Becoming one with the air, she moved through the darkness in a swirl that, when she had first started doing this, had made her stomach queasy, but now was just the same as riding in a car. traveling through the night toward downtown. She was no substance, all existence, her thoughts and feelings, her soul, remaining intact even as her body was ether, which meant her pain and uncertainty. Her anxiety, her stress, came with her. Off the mountain, into the hills, through the farm country, over the suburbs, past the old-fashioned apartment buildings, entering the urban core of skyscrapers, parking garages, and one-way streets. The Commodore was a high-rise right on the Hudson River, a Nakatomi Plaza-worthy show of 20 or 30 floors of steel and glass, and she landed, like a superhero, on a terrace right at its top. "Oh, thank God," she muttered as she saw the darkened windows of the penthouse. This house was not here with someone else. He hadn't made a decision she was going to have to do something about. There was, as it turned out, no deception, just a misunderstanding on the part of the butler and a paranoia on her side that, if she were smart and wanted to keep her mating strong, she'd use as a warning shot across her bow. She probably had been too wrapped up in her work lately, which wouldn't have been any kind of excuse for infidelity on V's part, but certainly would explain this distance she now was recognizing between them. And if she had been feeling connected to him, she wouldn't have been so scared about all this. Taking out her phone, she got over herself and shot V's house a text. "Hey, off work for 2 hours. Let's hang." Cheerful, upbeat, positive, not hinting that she'd lost her damn mind for an instant and devolved into insecurity. Now she just had to wait to see what he responded. As time passed, and she got nothing back, her heart began to beat hard again, and she thought, holy crap, it was like she was 16 and trying to get a boy in her algebra class to ask her out. Cupping the phone in her palms, she kept waiting, not feeling the gusts of wind or the cold, not noticing the height that made the Hudson River seem like a stream, not dwelling on the near-miss. Okay, fine, she was dwelling on that. But hey, this was an opportunity for them. They needed to get away and be together. Maybe they could head up to Rev's great camp? She didn't think of herself as a romantic person, but that old cedar-shingled Victorian with its stone hearths and view of the lake could be just the ticket. Snow everywhere, only the evergreens offering color. No pressures or responsibilities. They could cook their meals together and sleep side by side and reforge that which had gotten eclipsed by nightly life. Taking a deep breath, she felt a surge of optimism, happiness. She hadn't had whatever it was in so long that she didn't know how to readily define the warm buoyancy. And yeah, that was probably another sign she needed to rebalance things. When a response still didn't come, she turned to face the river. The other side of Caldwell was a much quieter landscape, with low buildings that glowed instead of skyscrapers that twinkled. A sail lived down the Hudson a little ways, on a peninsula in a glass house, or at least had lived there. What was she going to do about him? Light bloomed from behind her, and she wheeled around, putting a smile on her face. V was here, and this was an opportunity. She frowned. Behind the glass doors, the interior of the penthouse was all wrong. Instead of black floors and all kinds of her mate's kinky stuff, there was a calming interior of grays, the furniture modern and thoughtfully scaled and placed. Rune, Saxton's mate, walked in from a hallway, proceeding to a kitchen that was all black granite and brushed steel appliances. In her upset and distraction, she had gone to the opposite side of the building. Before Rune saw her and she had to explain what the hell she was doing on his terrace, she disappeared. This time, she knew immediately she was in the right place. Too bad it was clear she'd wrong-timed it. One of the sliding glass doors to V's penthouse was wide open in spite of the cold, and black candles flickered all around the bald space's interior, illuminating not only his sexual equipment, but the male himself. V's house was sitting on his sex rack, his lower legs hanging free, his head down as he stared at his phone. He was in his leathers, which was a stupid relief, but his powerful upper torso was bare, and she wondered who had taken his customary muscle shirt off. So he'd gotten her text. Or another from someone he was more interested in hearing from. Abruptly, Jane was aware of her palms becoming sweaty and her heart pounding and her stomach churning. This is not us, she thought. We don't do things like this to each other. V's head lifted and turned toward her, his brows frowning. For an instant, all she could do was absorb the sight of him. He was not one to ever be defeated. Between his intelligence, his physical brawn, and his incredible reflexes, he was an attacker, An aggressor, a beat the system, win the game, vanquish the foe's source of superiority in the world. Not tonight. His broad shoulders were tilted into his chest, and exhaustion was like a stain in the air around him. His diamond eyes were dull with guilt as they focused on her. Jane started backing up even before he shifted off the rack and came forward. "No," she said into the wind. "No." 6. The knock on Sola's bedroom door was soft, but she came awake like a heavy fist was trying to splinter the thin wood. Vo! A shaft of illumination pierced the darkness, making her think of a lightsaber. "There is people here, Sola. Come. Get up and get dressed." Sola reached for the gun on her bedside table as she looked at the digital clock. 3 a.m.? Where? Hodo not open. "I am cooking now. Come." "Cooking? Vovo, who is?" The door closed firmly, and Sola was up and out less than a second later. The fact that she had finally crashed fully dressed a stroke of luck. Out in the cramped hall, she flipped the safety off of her 9 and kept the weapon behind her back as she patted down the cheap carpeting. The smell of sautéing onions was so out of context that she decided this was a dream. Yup, she was going to round this corner here and walk into her grandmother's kitchen and see a non sequitur at their table for two. Lady Gaga or Leonardo DiCaprio or, hell, Leonardo da Vinci. Sola stopped dead. Across the linoleum, sitting on the pair of cane chairs, were two men she'd been convinced she would never see again. Her first thought, as identical sets of eyes swung in her direction, was that the chairs were not going to hold all that weight for long, but Assail's cousins solved that problem by rising to their feet. As they bowed low in her direction, it was bizarre but also what she was used to them doing whenever she walked into a room. Dream, she told herself. This was a figment of her imagination. "You," her grandmother ordered to the one on the right. "You go and get chair for my Sola. Go." The 6'5" stretch of muscle and banked aggression trotted off into the living room like a retriever sent for a tennis ball, returning with an armchair instead of something lighter. Then again, if you'd asked him to pick up a quart of milk, he'd probably bring the whole Publix back to you. "'Excuse me," he said as he came up behind her. As Sola moved out of his way, she wondered how her grandmother could so calmly be dicing red and yellow peppers. "I need to wake up," Sola muttered. "Right now." "Sola, the coffee." Her grandmother nodded to the machine. "You start." She gave things a minute to wakey, and when the scene wasn't replaced by her rolling over and cracking an eyelid, she decided she had to go with it for the time being. "What are you doing here?" she asked the twins as they resettled in those structurally unreliable chairs. It was nearly impossible to tell them apart, but the distinction was made as the one on the left spoke up. "We have come for you." That would be Eric. Avail, the armchair retriever, would never have volunteered to speak. He was as frugal as Scrooge with his words. "Assail," she whispered. "Coffee," her grandmother demanded. She fell in line with the order. Sola's hands shook as she re-engaged her gun's safety, tucked it away at the small of her back, and went to get the Maxwell house. After she had made quick work with the Krupps, she took a seat on the armchair. "Tell me," she said, "where is he?" Eric was a male first and foremost. So as the human woman sat down on the chair his brother had provided unto her, he could not help but catalogue her beauty. She was not frilly nor silly. No, his cousin, Assail, would not have picked one of those. Sola's eyes were direct upon his own, her body tense as if she were ready to spring not away from conflict, but toward it. And there was a gun holstered at her waistband. Eric smiled a little, but that didn't last. It never did with him. She was blonde now, and he resolved that his cousin would not approve of the change. It was not an unpleasing shade, not brassy or frizzed, but it did not suit her dark eyes or the memories of her natural brown. The hair was shorter now, too, cut around her ears and shorn up close to her neck. It was a wise choice if she were looking to disguise herself. But no, Assail would prefer her as she had been a year ago, and at least her face was, as always, strong-featured yet smooth of skin and sensual of lip. And her simple clothes were the same, too, the leggings black and the hooded sweatshirt navy blue with no logo or image upon it. Her lithe, long body beneath the soft folds was something he refused to let himself assess. out of respect not just for his cousin, but for her. Eric liked her. He always had. Well? She demanded roughly. When he and his brother had materialized below her lodgings, he'd wondered the best course of their approach, and wished they could make a proper announcement of their presence during the daytime with a rap on the door and human-like greeting at a human-like hour for visitation. At this point, however, he was already counting down how much time there was until dawn's early light threatened their lives with the sun. In the end, he had resolved unto a mental intrusion, one for which he felt guilt, but nevertheless had proceeded with. He had not engaged with Marisol. No, he was unsure of their reception with her, and her participation was vital. Her grandmother, Mrs. Carvalho, had been the better choice. With suitable concentration and inner apology, he had connected with the elder woman's mind and roused her from her sleep, summoning her unto the terrace so that she would allow them entrance not just into the building, but the home she shared with Marisol. Indeed, a sales female might well have denied them, but never the matriarch. She had a soft spot for them. "Forgive us for intruding," Eric began, "but we are in need of aid." Marisol's voice lowered as if she didn't want her grandmother to hear. "I am no longer in that line of work. And if your cousin wanted something, he should have called me and saved you the trip. He is not able to travel the now." The woman frowned. "Why? Actually, never mind, just ask me what you need to so I can tell you no. We want you to come see a sale." The woman looked back and forth between them. "I can't do that. I won't do that. I'm sorry. He knows why I had to go you to know it too." Eric glared at her, but kept his voice soft. "He was there for you. When you needed," he glanced in her grandmother's direction, and was reassured by the older woman's concentration on her foodstuff preparation. "When you required a friend, a sale came unto you. He did right by you and you need to make good on that debt. I didn't ask him," she too glanced at her grandmother. "He did what he did by choice. I never asked him to help me. You would be dead now. I saved myself." The grandmother shot a look over her shoulder, and that was enough to readjust the volume on their argument. Eric sat forward. "You owe him, and we need you to help him." As he stared at her, the woman burst up and went to the coffee machine. As it had yet to finish its cycle, she stood before the unit, tapping her foot. When at last it was through, she took all due care with mugs and pouring. "Do you guys still take it black?" she muttered. "Yes, we do." She brought them over the coffee and sat down once more. Clearing her throat, she said, "I'm really sorry, but I'm never going back to Caldwell." Now she stared at Mrs. Carvalho pointedly. "You understand. As much as I might begratifolto your cousin, I can't get involved with his business. Why we have come unto you is personal." Eric tested the coffee and found it more than acceptable. "He is not well, and it is our hope that you can provide him with. If he's sick, he needs to go to a doctor. A reason to keep fighting." Marisol stiffened. "Fighting? What are you talking about?" Eric had prepared for this inquiry. "Cancer. Assail has got the cancer." The lie slid off his tongue as easily as the truth would have choked him. This human had no reason to know that she had been rescued and later bedded by a vampire. And if he told her that Assail was suffering from cocaine withdrawal dementia, that was not just less likely to elicit sympathy, but he might well have to provide some manner of explanation, as humans evidently did not respond to sobriety thus. Cancer was a different story. No matter that vampires could not get the disease, it was a scourge to humans. "Oh God," Marisol whispered. "He is too proud to ask you for aid, of course." Eric had to look away. "But we are his blood. There is naught we will not do to secure what future he may have. I am not anything to him. In that," Evale spoke up, "you are misconstrued." "Misconstrued," Eric amended. "And that is why we are here. We want you to come to his bedside and inspire him, in the way only you can." When she opened her mouth as if to argue, he wearied of the protest and put his hand up. "Please, do not waste our time or pretend ignorance when you know precisely why you, of all people, would matter to him." Abruptly, the woman fell into a silence that seemed to compress her body, and he knew he had to give her space to feel most properly her emotions. Further commentary by anyone would just give her opportunities for defense. She, and she alone, was going to decide this course. As the silence continued, Mrs. Carvalho placed plates before him and his brother, the food upon them so fragrant. He closed his eyes, lowered his chin, and breathed in the aroma. "You have honored us, Mrs. Carvalho." He turned to the grandmother, who had gone back to her stove. "We do not deserve such a feast. Eat." A gnarled finger pointed to the table. "Too thin. You are too thin. I make you more." Her tone, clipped, disapproving, accented with the unfamiliar. But her eyes were a-twinkled, and he knew that even as she kept a physical distance from them, she embraced them both with her food, welcoming them with a love that he had certainly never known. Orphans, after all, were by definition unfamiliar with a mama's heart and hand in their lives. Putting his fork to its very best use, he found that the eggs were mixed with marvelous spices, and as he began to consume them, another tantalizing scent wafted up from the stove. "What kind of cancer?" Marisol asked. Eric reached out to the center of the wee table and took a napkin from a holder. After wiping his mouth, he said, "It is of blood origin, and of recent and very virulent duration." "Where is he being treated?" "St. Francis." He has availed himself of private physicians. She would recognize Doc Jane and Manny, and he'd cross that bridge when they got to it. "The treatment he is receiving is top-notch. There is no better, I can assure you of that." "How long?" She cleared her throat. "How long does he have?" "It is hard to say, but he suffers greatly." There was a long period of silence, punctuated only by their eating. "He stopped calling me," Marisol blurted. "He has been in touch, then?" "Not a surprise." And then Eric became concerned. "Did he tell you aught?" "He didn't speak to me. He just hung up. But it was him. I know it was." And then the calls stopped. Yes. More plates arrived, this time with something made from corn, and another thing of potato derivation that he recognized from that which Mrs. Carvalho had frozen for them before she left. The grandmother did not join them. She began to wash her dishes at the sink, and he knew better than to offer to help. Up in Caldwell, during their cohabitations, he and Avail had asked but once to be of any aid in her kitchen endeavors, and she had been offended sure as if they had cursed before her. It was not until he and his twin had finished their second and third servings that Marisol finally spoke. "I'm really sorry," she said. "I can't go back there. You have to understand. Even for him, it's not safe for us up in Caldwell." Mrs. Carvalho interjected with sharp words in their native tongue, and the granddaughter bowed her head as if it would not do that she disrespect her elder with any disagreement. Still, Eric knew by the line of the younger woman's chin that she would not relent. "We can keep you safe," he offered. "Both of you. You have our word of honor that naught will befall either of you." The grandmother spoke again, her hands on her hips, her wrinkled face drawn in disapproval. Marisol got to her feet. "No, it is not safe. Maybe I can FaceTime with him or something, or talk to him on the phone. Or," as Eric rose from his chair, Avail followed that lead. "I understand. Forgive us for bothering you. I wish I could help." Marisol crossed her arms over her chest. "Seriously, if the circumstances were different, Madam," he said unto her grandmother, "you have paid us much grace and respect with this meal. We shall hold on to the strength it gives us and use that gift in your honor." Avail murmured an affirmation as both of them bowed to her. When he straightened, Mrs. Carvalho had her hands tucked up under her bosom. She appeared by turns delighted by the honor they paid her and frustrated by her kin. Turning to Marisol, Eric bowed to her as well. "We shall not tarry herein nor bother you again." Marisol opened her mouth as if to speak, but he walked away, proceeding to the door. As he let himself out, he held the exit wide for his twin. "Do not say it," he muttered as Avail paused in the doorway. "Stay silent." As always, his twin was content not to speak. 7. Abruptly, Vishouse looked up as he sensed Jane's presence. There, he thought, there in the darkness, in the cold wind, she had come. He jumped off his rack, his heart beating hard. Without setting eyes on her, he sensed her emotions and knew she had found out somehow. "Jane!" he barked as he strode over the bare floor. Out on the terrace, she was in her ghost form, nothing but an indistinct hologram of herself in her white coat, scrubs, and her Crocs. With her blonde hair and her wide, dark green eyes, she was at once achingly familiar and something from a different, earlier incarnation of his life. When did this separation happen to us, he wondered. "What have you done?" she said in a low voice. Raw pain, the kind that threatened his balance, lit off in his chest. "I didn't fuck her. I didn't touch her." "Why?" She put a hand over her mouth, then dropped it. "This house, why?" As a gust tore through the empty space between them, he heard himself say, "I don't know." "You don't know?" As her anger started to come out, her brows dropped low, her hard stare the sort of thing he accepted like a dagger to his chest that he'd well earned. "You meet another woman, female, whatever she is, behind my back, and you don't know why you did it. You're the smartest person I have ever met, and even dumb people know why they cheat." This house shook his head. "I didn't cheat. Where's your shirt? I didn't mean for this to happen." "You most certainly did. You asked Fritz to bring liquor here, and someone else clearly showed up. I told you, I didn't touch her." "Bullshit. And please spare me the denials. I won't believe you." "Why should I?" She pointed to all the glowing candles. "When I get to have this lovely picture in my mind for the rest of my life. So romantic, this house." I hope she was properly impressed. "You left us." Jane recoiled and then glared at him. "Excuse me? You left me even though you didn't go anywhere." "What the hell are you saying?" she snapped. "I never see you. We are never together. You are more worried about your patients than—" "Wait." She put her palm into his face. "Are you seriously spinning what you just did like it is my fault?" "Oh, grow up." V's voice exploded out of chest. "After the warehouse fight, I was all fucked up in your clinic with a head injury, and you told me you would be back. You were going to get medication for my butt. As you walked out the door of my patient room, you know what I said to myself? She's not going to come. I sat beside you while you were unconscious. For 2 hours. Back. And you didn't. You checked yourself out AMA. When I returned, Alina said you'd left." The two of them were leaning toward each other, screaming into the wind, faces contorted, fists clenched, and in the back of his mind, he felt a sadness that this was what they had come down to. Betrayal. Hurt. Anger. It was the flip side to everything that he had thought they had. Everything he thought they were. This was the kind of argument that wiped all the good parts away, he thought. Permanently. Jane slashed her hand through the cold air that neither of them paid any attention to. "I took excellent care of you." "How long?" he ground out. "What? How long until you ended up back in my patient room?" When she looked away and crossed her arms over her chest, he nodded. "An hour, right? Maybe longer. And while you were sitting at my hospital bed, while I was out cold, were you giving orders to Alina? Consulting with Manny? Tell me, how many patients did you manage to triage or treat during those 2 hours when you were supposedly taking care of me?" Her forest green eyes shot back to him. "Don't you dare deflect this onto me. I wasn't the one making a date with someone else. What I did was wrong, I admit it, but I didn't follow through on it. Couldn't. And even though that's no excuse, damn right it's no excuse, you're a liar now. You're a liar forever to me." Without warning, a truth came out of him. "My mother is dead. Have you noticed that? Have you stopped to think about that at all?" She was momentarily nonplussed. "What does the scribe virgin have to do with this?" This house shook his head slowly. "You never once asked me how I felt. You never even asked me how I found out she was gone." Jane looked away again, swung her eyes back. "I didn't think it bothered you. You kept going like it was nothing. You hated her. You never asked, is the point." Jane rubbed her face with what looked like exasperation, scrubbing. "This house, listen, you are not the easiest person to read, and you don't do emotions. It's like you're blaming me for one of your core characteristics. How was I supposed to know? I was in a warehouse with my brothers and the bastards. I was in a fucking melee that could have ended a fuck of a lot differently than it did. You never asked me what it was like. You never sat down with me. It's brotherhood business. You guys don't talk about that stuff. Ever. She threw her hands up. You need to look at this from my side. You're knocking me for abandoning you when all I've done is take my cue from you. You never talk about fights with me. You don't tell me about the war. You disappear behind those computers like they're camouflage you're hiding in. What am I supposed to do? Sit across from you on the sofa and do needlepoint until you deign to ask me to get you a snack? Screw that 1950s crap. If you'd wanted a house pet, you should have gotten a cat. Whatever, Jane. You come home after being at work for 15, 18 hours straight. You're half dead, dragging, cross-eyed. I put you in bed after you fall asleep on that couch for more days than you're choosing to remember. Those patients are not strangers. Those people I'm treating are your family. You're my mate, or at least you used to be. Lately, you've been less than a roommate. Jane narrowed her eyes. Do you want to consider, for even half a second if you can spare the time in the middle of your epic rant, hear what it would be like for me to lose one of those brothers or fighters on my watch? To not take care of them well enough? To make a bad call even if I don't always have all the information or the answers? You are out battling the lessening society, but I'm on cleanup duty, and I would much rather be a shitty fucking wife to you than a bad doctor for them when they're dying. V crossed his arms over his chest and nodded. You've made it very clear where your priorities are. I'm very familiar with them. And you've handled not getting your way so admirably. If you had things you wanted to talk about, why didn't you just bring them up? Check your texts. I never ignore you when you hit me up. You sure about that? Yes. I always get back to you. V stared down at her and felt absolutely, positively nothing like himself. He had no idea how he had morphed into this cesspool of confusion and anger. The steel dagger he always had been turning into a plastic butter knife. All he was certain of was that he wasn't going on like this anymore. He was not a beggar. He was not a pussy. And he was not a victim in this circumstance, neither was Jane. They were two people who had gone separate ways. 1,000 incremental choices made over time, taking them further from their relationship rather than deeper into it. His dumb decision had just turned the lights on the landscape, and all this emotion they were both feeling and releasing was the result of them finally catching up to where they had been for quite a while. I've got to scream, Jane. He pointed to his head. In here, I've got to scream and I'm going insane. It's too much for me to hold in, and in the past, I've known what I can do to help me get through until it quiets down. It sure as fuck isn't talking, and you know what? You're the only person I would ever say any of this to. I'm scrambling to keep in my own skin, and I'm not proud of it. I fucking hate this. But I have to function. Do you understand? I can't let Wrath and the Brotherhood down. I have to go out there and fight and be alert and get my fucking job done. And this, he jabbed his finger into his cranium, needs to fall in line. I didn't touch her. When it came down to it, I couldn't do it, not because it was morally wrong, but because I want to be with you. Hate me for making a bad decision out of desperation if it makes you feel better. But I didn't fuck her and I'm never doing it again. Jane studied him for the longest time. What you did or didn't do doesn't matter to me. Because as far as I'm concerned, you're a free male as of right now. As Jane heard the words come out of her mouth, there was a part of her that was shocked. She hadn't expected to go that far, but her emotions were way out in front of her brain. The anger, the frustration, the pain, so great that it took over. You don't mean that, Vishouse said remotely. In the silence that followed, she studied his face and found the familiar features to be foreign to her, as if the upset had caused a kind of amnesia. His cropped black hair, his white irises with their blue outer rims, the tattoos at his temple, the goatee were all the same, and yet she seemed to recognize none of his details. I don't know you anymore, she thought. I am going back to work, she said. Of course you are. She jabbed a finger at him. I am not the bad guy here. And neither am I. Then why are all those candles burning in there? And while we're at it, nice shirt. She eyed his naked chest, the circular scar on the pecs signifying his membership in the Brotherhood. Next time you attempt to convince me you haven't been with another woman, try not being half naked. Jane. We need to talk this out. We just did. There is nothing else to say. When he reached out to her, she took a sharp step back, and the sensation of something penetrating her flesh made her look down at herself. She had gone through the glass panels that ran as a safety railing around the edge of the terrace. In all the upset, she had become ghostly enough to find the spaces within the molecules. Go then, Vishouse said coldly. Bury yourself in work. If you ever come up for air and want to talk, you know where to find me. And there it was, she thought, the condescension and reserve she knew so well. Vishouse was back behind his gates, holed up and encapsulated, removed even as he stood right in front of her. You're so damned superior, she muttered. I'm the son of a fucking deity. You want me to be average? She stared past his shoulder at all those lit candles, those toys of his, that rack. Just so you know, I wish I had never treated you back at St. Francis. I wish I had been off that night when you came in. Well, that's one last thing we can agree on then. Cheers to us. They both turned away at the same time, he to go back into his den of iniquity, she to disappear. For a moment it was tempting to just let herself drop, to call her corporeal form into being fully and allow gravity to do its thing, grabbing her and snapping her down to the pavement. But the impact would only matter for however long she kept herself intact. As soon as her hold on herself lapsed and she became invisible, she had to believe she would be back to non-normal. Or perhaps she would warp on contact with the ground. Or maybe her exterior would crack and fly apart, leaving her ghostly core uncovered. She wasn't going to find out. Of all the things she would never allow herself to do, at the top of the list was getting broken by a man. A male. Whatever. There was pain, yes. Disappointment in spades. A sense that this was either a bad dream or a case of her destiny having followed the wrong set of MapQuest directions. But she refused to let this sink her. V was being utterly unreasonable, unfair, and had his head up his ass if he thought he could blame her for their problems. As she traveled back to the Brotherhood compound, her first thought was to go to the training center and get right to work. There were always drug orders to put in and records to update and then that appointment with Layla and her young. But instead, she landed herself at the pit's front door and hoped that Fritz was finished with the rugs. No such luck. When she walked in or rather through the entrance, she caught the old-fashioned, vaguely minty spice of spick and span, and sure enough, the dog-gen had switched his black jacket for a full-body apron and was up to his elbows scrubbing the kitchen sink. Mistress! He seemed confused as he turned to her, yellow rubber gloves held up at the elbows, as if he were a surgeon about to go into a patient's chest cavity. You are back. Just to pick up a few things. Don't mind me. Fritz bowed so low, his jowls nearly brushed the tops of his polished black shoes. I could have packed for you if you two are staying over day. Don't worry about a thing. The floors and kitchen are much more important. His smile was of relief and pleasure, making the lie worth it. The truth was, she didn't care about the floors or the kitchen. The roof or the chimney. Did the pit even have a chimney? It was no longer her concern. I'll just get my things, she murmured. Mayhap I shall just help you. No, she recast her tone. This is private. Oh, but of course, madam. The butler blushed a little. I shall carry on then. Thank you, Fritz. As always. While he happily resumed his scrubbing, she marched down the hall like Joan of Arc, all loaded for bear. When she got to the doorway of what had been her bedroom, she didn't even hesitate. She went over to. Jane slowed, stopped, stared at the bed with its messy lineup of pillows and wrinkled duvet. There was a quantum physics textbook on one bedstand, his not hers, and a glass half filled with water, hers not his, on the other. It was impossible not to think of the day before, when she had filled up that tumbler in the kitchen and come down here as she always did. You rarely knew when you were doing something for the last time. No, that realization usually came later. After she'd gotten her H2O, she remembered sitting on her side of the bed and hanging her head because she had been so exhausted. Her shoulders and the back of her neck had been on fire from tension, and her hamstrings had been aching from her having been bent over Torment's lower leg. He'd popped his Achilles tendon again and she'd had to fix it in surgery. Pretty normal course of things, but for the fact that what should have been no more than an hour had taken 3 because of a bone anomaly and tons of scar tissue. She had flopped back and tried to hold herself corporeal because she'd been hoping V would unplug from his computers and come and join her. In the end, the tantalizing peace that fading out offered had proven irresistible, and she had let herself go, disappearing so that the only trace of her was a dent in those covers, the place where her weight and her body had once been. Yeah, because I was helping his brotherhood, she muttered as she went to their closet and grabbed a duffel. She took stuff out of the chest of drawers without paying much attention to what it was. Then again, her wardrobe mostly consisted of scrubs and more scrubs. Bras and underwear were the only other things she needed. In the bathroom, she grabbed her toothbrush and her tube of Crest. He used Colgate. See? They never should have gotten together in the first place. On that note, she stalked out of there, proceeding down into the underground tunnel, returning to where she was both needed and wanted. The following day at around 8 a.m., Sola walked to her neighborhood market with a grocery list her vovo had insisted be filled. It was good to feel like there was something she had to do. Something that was normal and uncomplicated but necessary nonetheless. Distraction was key. Otherwise, she was going to start packing and head for Caldwell, which would be a really stupid idea. Entering the store, which had as much in common with a Walmart as a horse and buggy had with rush hour traffic, she was embraced by her heritage. In the cramped little space, all the aisle markers, the price listings, and the labels were in Spanish. Overhead, Latin music murmured softly, more like a pleasing scent in the air than anything registering in the ear. And the patrons all had dark hair, dark eyes, and tan skin like her. Well, she would have had dark hair without the dye job. God, she hated the blonde. Next month, she was going as a redhead, damn it. Checking the list, she read her grandmother's scribbles as if they were her own. The quirky construction of the vowels and consonants indecipherable to others, easy for her. She was going to need habaneros lo coto speakins? And a ghost pepper which you could get here even though it was of Indian derivation rather than South American? Was her grandmother trying to kill her through capsaicin? I saved you some plantains, a male voice said in Spanish. Sola glanced over her shoulder and forced a smile. The guy coming up to her was holding what seemed likeys. Actually, they were a really good-looking lot of plantains, and they were on her list, too. Thanks, she replied. I will get you a basket. He hurried over to a stack of them by the door, popping free the top one. Here. As he held out the yellow plastic holder with its double handles, Sola pulled the bill of her baseball cap down lower. It wasn't that he was skeevy. He was a nice young Latino guy who had a gold cross around his neck, friendly eyes with thick lashes, and a good shave and haircut. He had probably lived in this neighborhood his whole life, and either his father or his uncle or maybe a cousin owned this business. Naturally, he was looking to get married and have kids with a nice Latina girl because that was what the women in his family would be pushing him to do. And undoubtedly, he would take over the running of the shop after the generation above him passed. There was absolutely nothing controversial, scary, or threatening about him. And he was staring at her with respect and hope. You have no idea who I am, she thought. Sola accepted the basket. Thank you. What she wanted to say was, stop it. But you don't need to save things for me. You always buy them on Tuesdays. Did she? She needed to fix that. Predictable habits were bad news for the likes of her. I'll just find what's on my list and get going. As the screen door creaked and banged with another entry, she measured the man who came in. 40. Loose jacket. Dark sunglasses. Could have been law enforcement. Or a drug dealer. Or a regular Joe getting his lunch on the way to his work. Can I help you with what you need? The supermarket guy nodded down at her slip of paper. If you want me to ever bring you things, I can do that too. We have a delivery service. No, I'm good. Thanks. Loose jacket man walked by without seeming to notice her or check her ass when he thought she wasn't looking. But that didn't mean anything. Maybe this was Benloy's crew finally catching up with her. Sola fell into step a little distance behind him and watched the fall of that jacket, looking for signs of a shoulder holster. When he paused by a display, she popped her list up and retraced her grandmother's writing with her eyes. Perfect timing. She was in the canned tomato aisle. When the man continued on without pulling anything off a shelf, she resumed the trail. He ended up in the refrigerator section, grabbing 2 pre-made, microwavable chicken tortillas and a Coke. He left money next the register, calling out to her friend with the baskets and the plantains in Spanish. Then he was gone. She took no deep breath of relief, and there was no easing of her tension. This was life now, anywhere she went. Doubling back, because she had missed a lot of stuff during her skulk, she got everything and then went to check out at the counter. The young guy came over and first processed the man's lunch purchase. Then he started scanning in barcodes, moving the boxes, cans, and cartons over the reader. "We have a lot of regulars," he said. "My pop, he owns this place, can remember their fathers and grandfathers. Loyalty is good. We're getting more and more new faces, though. People are moving in from other places." He looked up with a smile as if he were hoping she would fill in her particular blank. "Where are you from originally?" "Nowhere." She got out her billfold and tried to estimate how much it would be. "I'm not from anywhere. I was born here, but my parents, they came over from Cuba. I have a coupon for these." He leaned down under the counter, and she went for her gun, tucking her hand into her jacket. Stopping that instinct before she blew his head off, she forced herself to keep in control. And sure enough, he popped up with a battered old folder full of colorful flyers, instead of a weapon. "It's okay," she said as he started going through the pages. "Really?" He glanced up. "I'd like to help. I'm kind of in a hurry." "Oh, okay." He shrugged and put the thing away. "Busy day ahead?" She made a show of inspecting the lottery ticket selections behind him, the rolls of tickets lolling out of their vertical slots like dog tongues in August. "Have you ever sold a winner?" He nodded and smiled. "We had $50 last week." "Outstanding." When everything had been added up, she pushed her money at him and bagged for herself as he made change. Then she was out of there with a quick buy. She was going to have to find another place to shop, and that sucked because his market was so close and had really good plantains, among other things. On the street with her plastic bags of her Vovo's list, she walked fast, searching the faces of every person who came toward her as well as the pedestrians across the street and those behind her. There was no fear for her, though. No paranoia either. Okay, fine, maybe there was a little paranoia. Bottom line, she was living out that last scene of The Sopranos, waiting, for the end to come from an unexpected angle, only there was no Journey soundtrack and she had a better hairline than Tony had had. Waistline, too. Going back to Caldwell was not going to help any of this reality. She reminded herself. The people who were after her weren't going to grant her a mercy pass because she was up there on a humanitarian mission. They were going to look at her conscience as a stroke of luck for them. Assuming they hadn't found her already and only had yet to reveal themselves. By the time she stepped out of her building's elevator on the 5th floor, she was feeling no better about anything. Not a sale. Not the shadows still thrown by the life she had lived. Not. As she opened the door to the condo, she stopped and cursed. There was a suitcase by the armchair that had been briefly relocated earlier, as well as a duffel bag, a pair of winter coats, 2 sets of gloves and scarves, and her grandmother's pocketbook. "Vovo," she groaned. Her grandmother came out of the back where the bedrooms were. "We go now. Drive through. Get there 8 tomorrow morning if we no stop." "No. You right. Closer to 10. Her grandmother had changed out of her housecoat and was in one of her handmade dresses. She even had hose and short-heeled pumps on. Her hair had been curled and sprayed, looking like a washed-out version of Sally Field's Steel Magnolia's brown football helmet. And yes, there was lipstick involved. "This is not a good idea, Vovo." Sola let the door close itself behind her. "It's not safe in Caldwell. They will keep us safe." Sola looked around the condo, taking in all of the anonymity. Then she stared at her grandmother with hard eyes. "You know what kind of man a sale is. You know his business." And, as those old eyes glared right back at her, she wanted to curse some more. But she knew better. And she should have known criminals and against the law were relative terms to her Vovo. The woman had a long history with people who were less than on the up and up. Make that loved ones who were not all that law-abiding. Fine, time to bring out the big guns, Sola thought. He's not Catholic. He will convert. Vovo. She shook her head. You need to stop this. Even if we help him, and honestly, what can I do for someone who's terminal? He and I are not going to get married or anything. We go now. Why we talking? The old woman bent down, draped her winter coat over her arm, and picked up her pocketbook. Jesus, Sola thought. Now she knew what people had to deal with when they crossed her. Brick. Frickin' wall. She closed her eyes. I made a vow to God. I promised him, if he saved me, if I got to see you again, I would leave that life forever. A sale, I called. I called him that night when you were taken. He came when I needed him. God brought you back to me through him. So now we go. We help who helped us. That is the way. Sola shifted the plastic bags of groceries around to relieve the pinching of her hands and fingers. When that didn't help, she put the weights down on the floor. I don't know if I can protect you up there, or protect myself. And I say they will take care of us. Will you forgive me, Vovo? She wondered. If something goes wrong, will you forgive me? Will I forgive myself? You are all that matters, Sola said hoarsely. Her grandmother came forward. We will go. It is God's way. How do you know that? The smile that came back at her was old, and wise, and very beautiful. I too prayed, to the Virgin Mary. I prayed you see a sale again, and then God sent those men to our house last night. We will leave now. Come. With that, her grandmother, who not only had no driver's license, but couldn't reach the pedals on anything other than a tricycle, headed for the door. Bring the groceries with the suitcases, Sola, was the command over her shoulder. 9. It was a little after 10 o'clock 2 evenings later when this house materialized into the alleys of downtown, reforming in the lee of some crappy-ass walk-ups on the east side of the city's armpit of skyscrapers. By a stroke of luck, the normal rotation schedule had not required him to be on deck the evening before, so he had managed to isolate himself from everyone for a good 48 hours, crashing at the modest ranch Layla had lived in during her estrangement from the household. V had not contacted anyone, not even to ask Fritz to bring him food and drink. Learned that lesson well enough. Fuck him very much. And hey, Arby's had been good enough back in his bachelor days, and it was good enough now. As his time to calm the fuck down had come to a close, there had been a part of him that had debated going off the grid and pulling a permanent relocation. Shit, there were plenty of places to disappear to if a male wanted to not get found. In the end, however, he decided he wanted to fight more than he wanted to be in a pussy's retreat. On that note, the Hummer he was looking for came around a street corner like a predator stalking dinner. Its headlights off, its running lights glowing softly, the steam coming out of its tailpipe curling up orange and red. As it stopped in front of him, the passenger door opened. A long leg with a shit-kicker at the end landing treads deep in the dirty, packed snow. Butch O'Neill had been a human for a good 30.5 years, give or take. Now the former homicide detective was not just a vampire, but Wrath's own kin. One of the few survivors of a jump-started transition. His body hadn't just gotten taller, but had filled out like he was shooting up steroids and pumping iron like on old in the good old days. Compact as a bulldog, mean as a snake in a fight, loyal as any good Red Sox fan had to be, he was the brother this house had never had. And the bastard knew too much. Thanks for the ride. Quat? Yeah, I'll text. He leaned back into the SUV a little farther. Laughed. Too right. The cop shut the door, banged his gloved fist on the quarter panel, and stepped aside as Quinn's second armor-plated SUV rumbled forward. The first one had been carnapped in front of a CV Swen. The brother had left the keys in the ignition. Talk about your engraved invitation for a drive-off. V lifted a hand as the vehicle went by, and then he started the countdown in his head. 3, 1. So. Butch jacked up his leathers even though they were already cupping his sack like a jockstrap. How's you? Let's go patrol. Where you been? Out. Why in the fuck couldn't he have lived in a cave all these years? By himself. I'm done with this conversation, true? As V started stalking down the center of the street, he looked up at the windows of the grubby walk-ups on both sides. Every single one of them had the drapes drawn, and most were darkened. Those at ground level had iron bars locked on, and none, absolutely none, of them would be opened in the event of a scream or a gunshot or a holler. In this neighborhood, nobody asked questions, made eye contact, or got involved in business that wasn't their own. Which made him think about the only thing the lessening society had in its favor. Those soulless bastards who were remote-controlled by the Omega didn't want human involvement in the war any more than the vampires did. So the field of engagement by mutual, if unacknowledged, agreement was always here in the land of. "You usually text if you're gonna be out," Butch said from behind him. "And we were supposed to play pool last night." When V didn't respond, the cop whistled under his breath. "So Manny's right." This house stopped and swung around. "About what?" The cop shrugged, those hazel eyes annoyingly steady. "You and Jane okay?" "Perfect." "Why?" "You know, you have an interesting way of posing a question without actually using a question mark." "That's because I'm trying not to encourage a response." "So you guys did have a fight?" This house crossed his arms over his chest. Because it was either he locked that shit down or he was liable to throw a punch, and the cop technically hadn't done anything wrong. "What did Manny say?" "That Doc Jane has been in a release the Kraken mood since the night before last. And she's sleeping in a patient room." "She's fine. I'm fine. We're fine." Isn't that a nursery rhyme? Or is it from an ad for an antidepressant? I get the two confused. When V just stared at the guy, Butch shrugged. "All I'm saying is, if you need." The flash of movement was an in and out the corner of the eye thing. And almost missed, was it real or Memorex stutter in the pattern of shadows at the opening of an alley. But Butch saw it too, the cop shutting up and turning in that direction. They both put their hands into their open leather jackets, where their arsenals were, and took cover behind the shell of a car that had no windows, no doors, no trunk and no hood. It was like holding a coat hanger up to play hide and seek. But beggars, choosers, and all that bullshit. Except there was no scent of a lesser in the air. Nothing human either. Then again, the wind was coming from behind them, so no help on that one. And yet no, there really was a presence in that alley's black hole of no sea. Off in the distance, a stream of obscenities was answered by a volley of yelling. But the highly intellectual and rational exchange was a good block away, and who gave a crap if humans wanted to fuck each other up? It was one of their few core competencies. "I saw something," Butch muttered. "I swear." This house looked the street up and down, and then refocused on that dark area. "I'm going in there. I'm calling for backup. Don't bother." Walking out from behind the wreck, he did nothing to shield himself. If whoever was in there wanted a piece of something, then he'd be more than happy to give them a fucking slice. The cursing that followed him was in a Boston accent, and all those friggin' S and idiot S were spoken too close for V's comfort. Glancing behind himself, he shook his head at the cop and pointed for the guy to get back. A knife came slashing at V's face, and he ducked and spun to avoid the blade. With a quick jerk, he grabbed the weapon and got control of it, pitching the thing out of range. And that was when he saw a shadow. But not one thrown by a figure. One that was freestanding, free-moving, and aggressive as fuck. The strike on his upper arm was like a punch from a fist full of bee stingers, at once focused and diffused, ringing throughout his body in the shiver pain of 1,000 poisoned needle sticks. Instantly compromised, V tripped over his feet as he fell away from an attacker he could not comprehend, but before he hit the ground, Butch caught him and dragged him back. V's only thought was to get back on his feet. Fight whatever the fuck it was. Take control of the situation. No go, maestro. His body was epileptic, uncoordinated, his joints failing to work right, his limbs floppy except for where they were randomly rigid. And his brain was no better, his thoughts scattered and full of hiccups. As his hearing came and went, he was aware of a gun sticking out in front of him. It was the cop's weapon. Butch had somehow managed to get him back to the car sieve while outing his .40 at the darkness. That gun started going off, the autoloader doing its thing with a flash of light at the tip of the muzzle every time a bullet discharged. Pop! Squee! Pop! Pop! Squee! V frowned in the midst of his delirium. What was that sound? What the hell? As the stinging sensations began to fade, this house became able to properly focus, and what he saw he couldn't explain. It definitely appeared as if a shadow, as generic as any that fell at his feet, had declared itself free of a source object and was floating forward with another dagger. Extensions of the whole would snap out at Butch, sometimes with the weapon, sometimes without it, the stabs and punches brutal and accurate. But at least the bullets drove the entity back. And with each slug that hit, the shadow made that high-pitched squeal, as if a child's balloon were being pinched at its aperture with air coming out of the mostly closed neck. Vishouse ordered his hands to find the pair of guns in his hip holsters, and although it was like trying to command someone in a language they didn't speak, eventually, his appendages complied. And just in time. As Butch's clip ran out, the shadowy form rushed at them, and V lifted his weapons into shooting position. Discharging both weapons at nearly point-blank range, he emptied everything he had into the fucking thing. Bang! 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 Bang 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 bang. Squee! No more kid's balloon. Now that sound was like tires skidding on asphalt, the treble ringing at such a high pitch that V stopped hearing the noise and was conscious only of a stinging pair of headaches at the sites of his eardrums. And then a sonic boom was released. Everything went quiet except for his and Butch's ragged breaths. "What the fuck was that?" the cop said. Deep in the alleyway from which he'd ordered his shadow soldier to attack, Throw, forsaken son of Throw, fell back against something. He knew not what. The piercing pain at the center of his chest was what he imagined a heart attack felt like, pressure compounding at his sternum such that he had to look down at himself. But no, there was no wounding, no source of blood on his fine camel hair coat. He thought perhaps one of the bullets from the brothers' guns had impacted him. With trembling hands, he tore wide the lapels and then had to fumble with his suit jacket and tie, getting them out of the way. Naught marred his fine button-down shirt, however, the silk as pristine as it had been when he had dressed at sunset. Forcing his lungs to expand with cold air, he wondered what had injured him and lamented the pore showing in the fight. He had come to this unexalted part of town with one of his growing army of fighters, his obedient shadow by his side, tethered to him without leash or lead, bobbing along in servitude. He had been in search of what he had eventually found, members of the Black Dagger Brotherhood or the Band of Bastards. Indeed, as the former's interests had always conflicted with his own, given his quest for the throne, and the latter were now his enemy even though he had been with them for centuries. There were many enemies to choose from. As he had waited with his pet, he had taken comfort in the presence beside him, one born from his blood and shadow as directed by a ritual his book had provided him. This was to have been the big test, as up until now, the tasks he had ordered the handful he'd brought into being had been a far lesser challenge. The murder of his dead lover's ancient and decrepit Helrin, for example, had hardly been a difficulty. No, his primary goal in making this army was not the eradication of the lessening society, which had plagued the species for millennia. Rather, he wanted the heads of the Brotherhood and the bastards on stakes and Wrath, the blind king's body, to be set afire before the wide-eyed citizens of the race, who would then be motivated to gather behind a true leader. Himself. Throw massaged his chest. He had been so sure of his success, but now he wondered. Mere bullets had driven his entity back from its target until it had been destroyed. He looked down with a frown. The strange pain had come unto him exactly when the shadow had been blown apart. Was it possible? As he tried to breathe long and slow, he found the agony was unfading, and knew he had to depart with alacrity. The brothers were casting off whatever injury the shadow had caused them and re-emerging from behind the picked-clean remnants of a car. They were focusing on the alley where he stood. Did they know he was here? Stumbling into a retreat, Throw bit his legs to make good time, but the ringing discomfort in his sternum and a lack of oxygen hindered him. As he proceeded through the filthy snow and slush, he tried to will himself to dematerialize to safety, but his sensory input was too high and the spike of adrenaline that came with being too exposed made things worse. Faster. He tried to go faster. At least they would never know it had been him. Yes, his ambitions had been well expressed, but who could guess he was receiving help from such an unknown, unknowable source? His book was not the Omega, or at least it had not revealed itself as such. Indeed, it was a beautiful mystery to him. Frowning, he slowed. Why had he never wondered what the book's origins were? Book's origins were like an engine stuttering to a halt without gas. His thoughts stopped, no further cognition occurring. Abruptly, Thro looked over his shoulder and cursed at the fact that he had allowed his enemy to close some of the distance. The brothers were breaching the mouth of the alley, and though the one known as Vishouse, the taller and goateed of the two, seemed to be limping, neither of them appeared to be overly compromised. If they caught up with him, they were going to kill him. 10. As Eric sat at the counter in the kitchen of a sales glass house, his mood had scrummed down into vile territory. He had been so sure that his cousin's woman would respond favorably to an entreaty on his behalf. But instead, he found himself here on this stool, continuing to stare out at the lit drive, watching all of the absolutely no cars coming up to the back of the mansion. Would you care for aught? He shifted his focus away from that which had proven so persistently disappointing. Marcus, the freed blood slave, was standing by the sink, his thin body strung with tension, his youthful face and ancient, haunted eyes cast in shades of worry and concern. In reply, Eric wanted to bite the male's head off. But not only was that unfair, it was cruel. Marcus was not like the others in the household, to war bred and trained. On the contrary, he was but an orphan in this world, and as he had only recently been freed by a sale, the male required the sort of kindness and patience that debauched mercenaries were typically unfamiliar with. Eric passed his eyes over the black slave band that had been tattooed around the male's throat. "No, Marcus," he said roughly. "I am well in hand, thank you." The cell phone next to him went off with a vibration that sent the unit on a wander across the granite. When he saw who it was, he cursed, but answered. "Healer," he intoned. Doc Jane, as she was known, hesitated. "Eric, how are you?" "I am well, thank you." He had never understood the wasted time of pleasantries. But he did not wish to offend the female who had tried so hard and for so long with his cousin. "And you?" "I'm good." There was a pause. "Listen, I wanted to follow up on our meeting of the night before last about a sale. I left you a message yesterday. I did not receive it." And by that, he meant that he had not listened to what she had recorded. "Forgive me. That's all right. I don't want to pressure you in any way, but I would just like to clarify where you and Avail are with respect to your cousin. I'm afraid I wasn't clear on whether or not you had made a decision." Unable to stay still, Eric got up and walked out into the open seating area that faced the river, the vast space populated with furniture that his cousin had purchased with the home. As no lights were on, the sofas and chairs, tables and lamps were nothing but shapes and shadows in a palette of blacks and grays, the decor doing nothing to improve his utter lack of optimism. Verily, a sales condition had been weighing on him for weeks now, and he did not relish being the decider of the male's fate. Yet he could not bear the suffering. "Hello?" the healer prompted. "Have I lost you?" Stopping up at the great glass expanse, he stared out at the snow-covered lawn that terminated at the shore of the Hudson River. Across the sluggish waterway, the city of Caldwell's dense urban core was an uneven pattern of vertical lights that were static and horizontal ones that moved. "No," he muttered. "You have not lost me. Would you prefer to take no action at this time? There is no rush. Other than the hell he is in." Eric paused and reminded himself that males did not express weakness, except then his mouth moved anyway. "I hate the prison he is in. He is the last who would wish to be immobile, trapped in a body he cannot control. You say he has no brain waves, but what of his soul?" The healer sighed with regret. "No, you're right. He has been suffering, and his quality of life is poor, to say the least. I thought perhaps I had come up with a solution. Alas, I fear that is not true." "What kind of solution?" "It matters not." As he fell silent, he waited for another idea to come unto him. "We are at the end of things, aren't we? You have as much time as you and your brother need. If I were in that condition, I would favor indecision. He doesn't appear to be in pain. Do you know that or just assume that?" When she didn't immediately answer, he nodded even though she couldn't see him. "So you are not sure?" "His scans lead us to believe that it is time. Enough with this. Avail and I will leave now and come unto you. We will do what must needs be done, and be there when he, as his voice cracked, he cleared his throat. We will not desert him in his last moments. I can appreciate how hard this is for you, the healer said grimly. And I'm glad, well, not that any of you are in this situation, but that you clearly appreciate its gravity as you do. I have been struggling myself with his case. Indeed, the sorrow in her voice was something that comforted him, as it suggested he and his brother were not alone in their grief. The female continued, While you arrange to come in, I'll get everything ready. Wait. He closed his eyes. What happens at the end? We are going to give him morphine to ensure he feels no discomfort. And then I am going to stop his heart from beating. He won't feel anything? No. Are you sure? In this, I am absolutely sure. As Eric reopened his lids, he saw that his twin had entered the room behind him. In the glass, Evail's reflection was still as a mountain, the light from the kitchen turning his body into a looming shadow. We shall leave the now, Eric told the healer, and meet transport as soon as they can get to us. Vishouse penetrated the alley's throat with his guns up and his instincts on high alert. His body, unfortunately, was logy and uncoordinated, as though his blood had turned into rubber cement and his bones were struggling to hold his weight. But goddammit, he was going to find out if there were any more of those shadows. You ever seen anything like that before? Butch asked in a low voice. Nope. Heard about something like. Nope. Read about. What do you think? V snapped. The cop cursed. You know what? I'm going to dub in a yes at this point because I am totally freaked out by the idea you have no clue what that was. Breathing in through his nose, V caught a lingering scent in the air, and he stopped, frowned, turned to the right. What is it? Butch demanded. Sniffing like a bloodhound, Vishouse closed in on the alley wall. Cologne. Fresh. And there's vampire under the shit. Someone was just here. Butch leaned in and sniffed the building's flank like it had mortar made out of cocaine. Acqua di Parma. Expensive stuff. And yeah, it was a male who's one of us. Maybe a member of the Glimmera? But what would they be doing in this part of town? No blood, though. So that shadow didn't get them. Vishouse removed the lead-lined glove from his curse and lifted his deadly, glowing hand up. Willing illumination from the center of his palm, he lit the entire alley for the distance of 4 blocks. No one was there, and the snow was so packed and ice-covered that a retreat wouldn't leave any prints. Although considering it had been a vampire, they would have dematerialized to get away. Unless the entity could consume a mortal? I don't like any part of this, V muttered as he lowered his palm and regloved. As the wind swirled and changed directions, coming at his face, he sorted through the complex, interlacing layers of scents, a job challenged by the cold because it tamped down the smell's intensity. There was garden variety city nasty, which was a combination of human feces, rot, and generic decay, your typical gas and oil fume-san electrical burn from somewhere. Nothing remotely lesser or vampire-ish. Whoever it was had left. I've smelled that before. He nodded to the wall. I just can't frickin' place it. Now wait, I think. Taking out his cell phone, he sent a text. The reply was instantaneous, and the response he was after nearly as fast. In less than a minute, 2 huge fighters appeared. The one with the hair lip and the scythe on his back was Ecker, leader of the band of bastards, mated of the chosen Layla. Next to him, his soldier Zypher was just as big, but preferred guns to big knives, which was a minor strike against the male. Then again, V had been making daggers for a couple of centuries, so he was biased toward the steel. Greetings, Ecker said. What is the... Instantly, the male's head cranked toward the alley's wall, and then he stepped in close. Throw, he growled as he inhaled. 11. 6 stops. Sola and her grandmother made 6 stops on the 1,400-mile, 36-hour-long trip. Other than that, they had steadily moved north on the highway system, through the never-gonna-frickin'-end long and thin of Florida, into Georgia and the Carolinas, and finally up to the almost-theres of Maryland, Pennsylvania, and New Jersey. The idea that they could have come in to Caldwell's zip code at 10 in the morning had been craziness, especially given that, after some 13 hours of driving, she'd had to get out from behind the wheel and grab a crash of about 6 hours at a La Quinta. But then they'd kept right on going after her sleep, and man, she'd enjoyed a shot of thank you, Jesus triumph as they'd finally passed into New York State. Talk about your premature celebrations. There had still been hours to go at that point, and by the time she'd battled through Manhattan traffic to shoot out the other side, she had reached the cold storage suffering part of any long trip. It was never going to be over. Like all things, however, the rule of beginning, middle, and end applied to their travel, and signs for Caldwell had started to appear, like the lights of a rescue plane to someone who had been Tom Hanks stranded for the longest time. "We are here," her vovo said as the Northway made a turn, and the city's bridge over the Hudson River appeared like the promised land. Or, at least, the land of less likely to get a DVT blood clot in your leg because you can finally get out the car. Yes, we made it. There was only a moment of relief, however. That balm to her aching neck and stiff shoulders immediately replaced with an OMG. She had no idea what was going to happen when they got to Assails. For one, they were not expected. His cousins hadn't left her with a way of getting in touch. And then there was the unknown of Assails' condition and the shock of seeing him after a year. Why hadn't she thought to get a phone number from Eric? Then again, she hadn't seen this turn of northbound events, had she? As she took herself and her grandmother over the bridge to Caldwell's quieter side, she looked to the left, searching for Assails' glowing glass house on its peninsula. She couldn't see anything but tiny clusters of lights on the shore, and God knew, his big place lit up like the Kennedy Space Center at night. Maybe he was at a hospital? She had no idea where he was being treated. After they came off the bridge, she took the first exit, and then the turnoff for the peninsula's road was a split from a curve that narrowed things down considerably. Finally, she passed that little hunting cabin, which was the last structure before Assails' mansion. Now her heart began to beat hard, the beautiful, transparent house appearing like the bird's nest of a Swarovski finch. But yup, everything was dark inside, which didn't exactly inspire confidence. Although at least, as she rolled around to the garages and back, there were lights on in the kitchen and someone was standing at the sink. "You stay here," she ordered her grandmother as she stopped the car and ran a check of her gun. 9 times out of 10, she deferred to her elder. Okay, fine, 9 9/10 out of 10. But when it came to physical safety, she was always going to be in charge, and her grandmother recognized those instances. "Lock up," Sola said as she got out and shut the door. She waited until there was a thunk sound that meant the car was secure. Then she walked over to the rear entrance of the mansion, her running shoes squeaking in the snowpack, her breath coming out in puffs of white, her sinuses humming and her ears tingling. Ah, January in upstate New York. You might as well have been on the Arctic Circle, especially when you'd been living in Miami. Before she could knock or otherwise make herself known, the back door opened and she gasped. The dark-haired man standing before her was half the size Assail had been, with the arms and legs of someone who was starving to death. Or dying. "Assail," she whispered. "May I help you?" A voice she didn't recognize asked. "Wait, what? Okay, no, that was not Assail," which was a relief. I am a friend of Assail's. This is still his house, right?" "Yes." When nothing more was offered, she cleared her throat. "May I see him?" "He is not here." "Where is he?" "Who are you again?" Sola glanced back at the road grime-covered car and saw her grandmother sitting there, buckled into the passenger seat, her pocketbook clutched to her bosom. 36 hours. Sola had driven that poor old woman 36 hours in a car that had the shock absorbers of a cardboard box and a heater that smelled like an electrical fire if they were going over 60 miles an hour. All that for "Who are you again?" Eric and Avail had come down, hadn't they? She and her grandmother couldn't possibly have had an identical bizarre dream. "If Assail's not here, are his cousins available?" she said, her voice growing strident. "They have just departed. Can you reach them?" The man shook his head, and he took a step back, as if he were uncomfortable keeping the door open, and not just because it was letting cold air into the house. "No, the area is private business. Please come back another time." She caught the heavy panel with a strong hand and looked the guy right in the eye. "You get on your phone right now and you tell Eric I'm here, and then I'm going to help my grandmother out of that car and escort her in here." She's 80 damn years old, we've been on the road for a day and a half, and she's not staying in there one goddamn minute longer. Are we clear? And if he didn't do what she said, she was gonna pull her gun on him. She was done with the games and utterly over being polite. Not that she and Emily Post had ever been besties, anyway. 12. 5 minutes. Maybe less. Within 5 minutes, Sola and her grandmother were in the house, using the ladies' room and getting the kinks out. And 2 minutes after that, Eric and Avail came through that back door like they had been shot from a cannon. The two men stopped dead when they saw her, as if they were shocked that their request had been actualized. "You're here," Eric said in a strangely flat voice. "Yes." She glanced at his twin. "Where's the sail?" Eric bowed so low he nearly kissed his heavy combat boots. "Let me take you to him." "Which hospital?" "I'll drive myself." She glanced at her grandmother. "Vovo, let's go." "I stay here." Her Vovo took off her coat. "Bring me the groceries from the trunk. I send him for more things." As she pointed at Avail, the man assumed a look of messianic zeal, and Sola debated putting her foot down. But Avail's cousins had never been anything less than respectful, and besides, it didn't seem fair to drag her grandmother to a hospital and ask the woman to wait around while Sola tried to inspire a dying man. That could be hours. Avail spoke up. "She will be safe herein. Marcus and I shall protect her." If Marcus was the thin guy over in the corner, it was hard to believe he'd be much help in a fight. Then again, like Avail was going to need any? He had more guns on him under those loose clothes than he had fingers and toes. "Okay," she said to Eric. "Let's go." The man nodded, and as he headed for the mudroom and the garage, Sola glanced at her grandmother, giving the woman one last chance to change her mind. When her Vovo simply went for the refrigerator to check for staples, Sola started off in Eric's footsteps. As she passed by the guy's twin brother, she said in a low voice, "She's older than she thinks she is." Avail snapped a hold on her arm, stopping her. Eyes that were the color of a blue diamond bored into her like stakes through her skull. "You take care of my kin, I take care of yours." Sola's chest tightened, and in that moment of connection, she realized how alone in the world she was. She had never felt as though she had help keeping herself and her grandmother safe and alive because she trusted no one, out of necessity. And yet this killer in front of her? He had just given her the kind of vow that made them almost family. "Thank you," she said roughly. He released his vice grip of a hand and bowed. And then she was walking out on legs that were wobbly. In the garage, there was a blacked-out Range Rover she knew all too well. It was the SUV she'd ridden in after the abduction, and the sight of the thing took her back to that horrible night. "Which hospital is it?" she said as she went around to the passenger side. "You've been there before. It is where we took you." "Oh, right." Even though she had few memories of the place. Shock'll do that to a girl. "How far out of town is it?" "Not far, but we have to pick up someone first." As she got in, she felt for her gun. "Do I know them?" "Do not worry." Eric glanced over from the driver's side. "I will not let ill befall you." Actually, that's my job, she thought. But thanks. 10 minutes later, they pulled into a strip mall, headed around the back, and a man stepped out from behind the mountain of snow that had been cleared from the parking areas. He was blonde-haired and wow, really good-looking. Wait, she recognized him from before. As the guy walked over, Eric stared across at her. "Please remove your hand from your weapon. He is our escort or we will not be allowed to pass. If he senses your aggression, things could get complicated." Sola slid her hand back into view, but kept her palm on her thigh. "Who are these people?" "Friends. File this under birds of a feather," she thought as she remeasured the blonde's enormous size. And P.S., why couldn't she hang out with normal people who had normal jobs? The man popped the door, bent himself like a pretzel to squeeze inside, and filled the entire back seat as he unkinked his Benz. "How we doing, people?" "Hey Sola, I don't know if you remember me. You were pretty out of it when I saw you last. My name is Rage, and I'll be your deadweight for this trip. Please keep all trays in the upright position and the swearing to a minimum. In the event I get carsick, I will request a transfer to the front seat driver or passenger is fine. And if the lady wouldn't mind giving me her weapons, we can get moving." As she twisted around to look at him, he gave her a winning smile, his brilliant blue eyes so stunning. She was momentarily struck dumb by their color. It was almost as if they were backlit, somehow, but she wasn't fooled. Good looks and charm aside, if she didn't pony up the metal, he was going to lose that easygoing facade quick as a camo sheet being pulled off an anti-aircraft gun. "I'd feel better if I kept it," she muttered. "I'm sure you would. But then you aren't going to my facility. So what's our choice? And by the way, if we get in there and I search you, which I will, and I find anything you didn't disclose, we're going to have some problems, the three of us problems that are going to be difficult to solve amicably. Have I made things clear enough?" He smiled again, and waited, as if he didn't care what her decision was, either way. Her choice was going to determine what he did, and he took no ownership over whether the outcome was A, amicable, or B, bust a cap in your ass. Eric shifted in his seat and started handing over his weapons. "It does not apply solely to you," he said. "And I trust them." Sola watched the show, coveting the man's pair of 40s, as well as his switchblade, and his were those throwing stars? And "Excuse me," she cut in, "is that a grenade?" Eric looked at the compact, palm-sized bomb in his hand. "Why, yes, it is." As that was passed back, like it was nothing more than a Hall's mentholyptus being shared between cold sufferers, she knew she was solidly in drink the Kool-Aid or get off the ride land. "I really don't want to do this," she muttered as she got out her 9 and handed it over. "I mean really." And 20 minutes later, they were out far from the city and its suburban skirting, traveling on a 2-lane road through a forest of evergreens, passing by yellow reflective signs with deer leaping on them and nearly no cars. "Oh yo, turn this up." The man named for the Hulk's primary emotion shot his arm out between the seats and hit the volume just as they slowed and bumped off the asphalt onto a pair of deep ruts in the snow and underbrush. "You're face to face with greatness and it's strange." Sola cranked around, and the guy took it as having an audience, flexing his biceps and singing to her, every word perfect and on pitch as if he had done this a million times before. "It's nice to see that humans never change." They began to bounce up and down over divots and dips, the music swelling as Big and Blonde sang his heart out. "What can I say except Yuri W. Sola blinked and looked at Eriquo was bobbing his head to the beat like a dad riding tight in an Odyssey at carpool. As her brain tried to assimilate the Deadpool meets Disney extremes, it was impossible not to wonder why she kept falling down rabbit holes, although at least this one had a soundtrack she could stand. If it were Frozen, she would have killed herself. Rage tapped her shoulder like he wanted the attention back. "My kid loves Moana. We watch it all the tea what has 2 thumbs and pulled up the sky." When he got to this guy, his leather jacket opened and she checked out a matched pair of daggers that were strapped, handles down, to his enormous chest. He had disappeared all their weapons into somewhere, and God only knew what else he was packing under his. As Eric slowed to a stop, she glanced out the front windshield and frowned at a decrepit old farm gate that was wing and apparent at the job of keeping anyone from heading farther on the lane. Clearly, they were just going to plow through the thing. The old gate broke apart and moved in 2 halves out of the way, its structural failings clearly an illusion. And as they continued on, there was soon another and still others. With each succeeding barrier, the fortifications became newer and stronger, the ruse of no security, this is nothing special, fading away. "Wonder how many hidden cameras are in those trees," she thought, as they slowed again for a 20-foot barrier that looked capable of keeping a velociraptor in place. "Are you guys with the government or something?" she asked. The guy in the back seat was now busy singing, "Can't Stop the Feeling." So he didn't answer, but he probably wouldn't have even if there had been low-level elevator music going on. Wait, something was wrong with the landscape, everything blurry. With the pine trees indistinct vertical blurs and the ground smudged to the point she couldn't pick out the bald bushes or boulders or fallen trunks anymore. Was it fog? Except how was that happening in the dead of winter? Pulling the sleeve of her heavy fleece over her hand, she rubbed her window, but there was no condensation on the glass. And leaning in closer did not help, either. God, the stuff was so thick the headlights were illuminating a distance of no more than 10 feet ahead. Past that, it was impossible to find any kind of focal point. Holy Moses! The last gate was a massive, military-worthy installation of concrete slabs, iron pinnings, and barbed wire. And as soon as they went through it, everything around the SUV became crystal clear again. The descent into an underground tunnel smooth over an asphalt road that had been professionally laid and maintained. Down at the bottom, a multi-level parking area appeared, and Eric took them over to a reinforced steel door. Yes, she thought. This was where Asael had taken her after the abduction. This was where she had been treated. "We are here," Eric said as he hit the brakes. Before Sola could unscramble herself from events a year old, the entrance to the facility swung wide, a blonde woman in a white doctor's coat bracing the weight open. Sola recognized the doctor instantly, and that was when the trembling started. What was her name, Joe? Jules? With a shaking hand, Sola opened her door. "Hey, document." The woman smiled. "Hey there, yourself. You're looking well." Jane, she thought. They called her Doc Jane. "Thanks." Sola went over and felt an absurd impulse to hug the female as if they were friends. Which they were not. "I feel good." Liar. As the time she had spent in the clinic came back, she felt her inner Fiona Apple come on. All sorts of deep emotion warping her consciousness in ways she did not appreciate. She remembered arriving here, bloodied, bruised, and with a gunshot wound, Asael by her side. She had been seen by this doctor, assessed medically, and patched up. How long had she stayed? She couldn't recall. Everyone had been perfectly nice and professional, and all she'd wanted to do was see the last of them. Doc Jane nodded a greeting at the men and then addressed Sola. "So Eric's told me you'd like to see Asael?" "Yes." She cleared her throat. "I don't know how I can help, but that's why I'm here." "Yes." "Stammer much?" The doctor put her hand on Sola's arm. "I'm glad you came. Let's go down to him." As Sola stepped into a long corridor that was wider than a train tunnel, Doc Jane asked, "Tell me, how much do you know about his condition?" "I know that he is dying." Eric joined them. "We're hoping that she will inspire him." "Miracles can certainly happen," Doc Jane said, "and I am open to anything at this point." After the blonde guy with the Disney tracks came inside, they went forward in a group, their footfalls echoing throughout the concrete hall. The men said a few things, Doc Jane answered, and Sola heard nothing of it. She was too busy looking around, trying to get her bearings, and praying that she kept her shit together when she saw Asael. He had to be in really bad shape. They went by many closed doors, none of which had any signage. And at one point, she could have sworn she smelled popcorn, like there was a mess hall or a break room somewhere close. But then the doctor was stopping. "I want you to be prepared." The woman smiled gently. "He'll know you're here, I promise you. Just talk to him as you would normally. He'll hear you." "Wait, he isn't awake?" Sola asked. Doc Jane glanced at Eric. "No, he's not conscious." "Oh, are you ready?" Sola stared at the door they'd halted in front of. It was such a generic one. The flat metal panel painted a soft gray, and yet her tangled emotions turned it into an obstacle course that was miles long. "Do it," she told herself. "Go on. You drove for a day and a half straight to get here. This is harder than I thought," she heard herself say. "Do you want some extra time?" What was really going to change, though? "No, I'm ready." Doc Jane opened things slowly, and at first, what was up ahead in the small, bare room didn't calibrate. The hospital bed was expected, and so were the beeping machines, but what she saw underneath the thin blankets was not. "Asael," she choked out. Stumbling forward, she caught her balance just before she fell, and then she simply stood there, unable to move. If she hadn't been told it was him, she would not have found one feature that was Asael's in the patient lying, bald and shrunken, in that bed. His skin was white as snow, his cheeks hollow, his cracked lips parted as he barely breathed. As Sola became aware of a pressure on her own mouth, she realized she had put her palm to her face to keep her reaction in. How had this happened? She thought. How had he gone from being that healthy, strong man to this? Then again, cancer was a fucker. Talk to him, Doc Jane prompted quietly, before raising her voice. Hello, Assail. You have a visitor. As if he were 100 years old in a nursing home. Sola lowered her hand and tried to find something, anything, to say. It's still him in there, Doc Jane whispered. The physical body may seem different, but the soul remains the same. Oh, God, what do I say? If you were lying there, what would you like to hear? I love you. You are not alone. I am not going to leave you. As her heart pounded and she felt sick to her stomach, those 3 simple sentences went through her mind over and over again. I love you. Back when he had been healthy and she had been centered, when time had seemed like a river without beginning or end, it had been so important to keep herself from saying those words. Now, impending death wiped out all that self-protection and that illusion of choice and free will, giving her a courage she had lacked. Forcing herself to go around to him, she reached out to take his hand. Frowning, she looked back. Why is he restrained? It was for his safety and ours. Without warning, Assail's lids popped open and he looked at her and Sola gasped. His silvery eyes were dilated so wide. There was no color around the pupils, and the sclera was red, as if his skull had filled up with blood and drowned out the white. As he stared through the pain of his suffering, he began to pant, his hollow chest pumping up and down and his arms rising against the binds that kept them in place. Sola took his hand and squeezed his cold fingers. Assail? I've missed you. His mouth moved as if he wanted to speak, but nothing came out. Instead, his response was a single crystalline tear that formed in the corner of his eye and dropped silently onto the pillow. Assail, she begged. Can you stay with me? Don't go now. Stay here with me for a little while. She had no idea whether he could see out of those eyes, but the doctor was right. He knew it was her. He absolutely knew she had come. 13. You're hurt, my man. Instead of responding to Butch's codependency, V leaned forward between the front seats of the Hummer. Yo, Q. This piece of shit go any faster? Quinn shot a glare over his shoulder. We're doing 70 in a 45. And I just blew through 2 red lights. This is not the Millennium Falcon. What else do you want? Cut through the park up here. Just punch over the curb and plow through the bitch. Next time you drive. Until then, shut up. Sitting back, V crossed his arms over his chest and refused to meet the cop's annoyingly steady stare which was being beamed across the back seat like a laser. Instead, he glared out at the small, chic shops they were tooling by. When his upper arm burned, he repositioned the damn thing, and then had to move it yet again. So yeah, fine, the cop might have a point, but V wasn't gonna see what was doing with his biceps, that was for damn sure. At least not in front of witnesses. Besides, there was no blood and the sleeve on his leather jacket wasn't even broken. So what could possibly be wrong under there? As his cell phone went off, he checked the text and hid a grimace as that arm of his let out another holler. Wrath is ready for us. Everyone's coming in? Blay asked from the passenger seat up front. Yeah, even the bastards. V put his phone away. So can you drive faster there, Grandma? Quinn bared his fangs in the rearview mirror. Put a patch on, asshole. If you can't handle being without your nicotine. As Quinn turned up the Guns N' Roses, V wanted to lob a fuck off with plenty of spin on it at the brother. But it was hard to argue with the logic. He was, in fact, pissy because he was jonesing for a cigarette, and by the way, he couldn't wait until Quinn got off this rock kick he was on. How about some Bryson Tiller FFS? Butch elbowed him in the wound, making him hide a groan. Take this, the cop said. As V's vision checkerboarded on him, he grabbed whatever the cop was offering. Wait, Nicorette? When did you start this? V asked as he popped a piece of gum out of its plastic tile. About a month ago. I won't smoke in front of Marissa. It's too nasty. But you know, old habits die hard. And lately, I've been stressed the hell out. V put the square in his mouth and gave his molars a workout. The taste wasn't bad, but it wasn't Wrigley's either. What mattered was that after a little bit, he did feel considerably less like playing target practice with their driver, true? And yeah, sure, he could have dematerialized to the audience house, but Butch, as a half-breed, couldn't ghost out, and V never felt right about deserting the guy during transports. "You got any more of that?" he asked. "Sure. Take another if you want." As Butch sent a flat of the things in his direction, V popped every piece out and put it all in his mouth. "Pay you back," he said around the basketball-sized wad in his mouth. When Butch didn't reply, he glanced over at his roommate. The guy was staring at him in utter disbelief. "What?" Butch shook his head slowly. "You are about to fly off the face of this planet, my friend. There's enough nicotine in that to take down an elephant." "I'll be fine," he muttered as they turned onto a street with mansions on both sides. Rath's audience house was halfway down. The yellow Federal set back on its snowy yard like something out of a catalog for fine china and crystal. Quinn pulled into the drive and went all the way back to the detached, two-story garage. As V got out, he looked at those windows on its second floor and remembered taking the 3 humans who had tried to kill Rune up there. Saxton, the king's solicitor, had more than adequately avenged his love, something that had been a surprise. Lawyers tended to be better with the pen across the page than the dagger across the throat, but motivation was the key to everything, and thanks to Saxton, those humans had not come down for breakfast, as the cop liked to say. V had enjoyed his job that night, for real. Approaching the mansion's rear door, he jumped ahead and held things open for the cop and Quinn and Blay. Then the 4 of them passed through the kitchen and went out to the front of the grand house. Except for some dog-gen vacuuming upstairs, the place had emptied out at the king's command. The civilians rescheduled, the receptionist dismissed. For what was going to be discussed, there could be no witnesses. Just as they came into the open foyer, V paired off and hit the loo that males used, locking himself in the one-stall room and stripping off his jacket to see what his arm looked like. Oh fuck. No reason to lean into the mirror for a closer look. The snake-shaped wound that ran from the top of his left shoulder down past his elbow was the color of a neon bar sign, glowing ruby red in his tan skin. Naturally, his first impulse was to poke Itoke. Ow. There was no blood, though, the epidermis not so much broken as singed like he'd been lashed with a hot chain and gotten a 3rd-degree burn. Jane should take a look at. Nope, he corrected himself. Not an option. Besides, he was a medic, he could take care of himself. Starting the faucet, he grabbed a hand towel and wiped the wound off with some soap and hot water. When he was done, he pulled his jacket back on and checked the sleeve again. The leather was truly intact. So damned weird. He thought about the interaction with that shadow entity, reviewing its approach, the altercation, the extermination. It was bad that he didn't know what the thing was. But there was something so much worse than the no familiar. Much, much worse. Leaving the bathroom, he went down to where all the conversating was, entering the dining room and picking a place out of the way for a couple of reasons. No, he didn't want to talk about the attack until everyone was here. Hay was going to do it once and only once. More than that, no, he didn't want to explain to anyone else who might have noticed why he and Jane were not holding hands and skipping together wherever they went. And no, he didn't want any commentary on this bulging wad in his cheek. So yeah, he far-cornered it and kept to himself. The dining room was typical Darius, elegant, old school, classy. It was also essentially empty now. Its handmade table, which had been long as a bowling alley and glossy as a mirror, had been moved out, along with dozens of chairs and 2 sideboards the size of SUVs. The only things left of the former way the house had functioned were the big Azalon rug and the chandelier, which hung like a galaxy in the center of the space. A couple of armchairs had been angled toward each other in front of the marble fireplace, and the desk of the king's solicitor was off to the left. Every night, civilians came and went, taking their time with their leader, seeking blessings for matings and young, judgments on disputes, and guidance about matters small and large. It was the old ways in the modern world. Rath stepping into his father's practice after so many eons of not having any contact at all with those he ruled. And this meant the Brotherhood and its affiliated fighters were now functioning once again as the king's private guard. Even though the vast majority of males and females who were seen here were perfectly law-abiding, no one was taking chances with Rath's life. 2 of the brothers were always on site with him, with everybody else ready to come at a moment's notice. When you considered the rotation necessary to give brothers a night off, the fact that the training center needed to be manned, and then all the guarding here. Even with the addition of the band of bastards, They were short-staffed covering everything, especially given that the bastards couldn't guard Wrath by law, and they weren't used in the training program, and the trainees were too green still to be of much use. Add in some injuries. V thought about that shadow out on the streets and felt a ripple of unease that was about as characteristic of him as the urge to bake bread. Paint by numbers. Crochet. We need more fighters, he thought. Shex and Payne were going to have to come in on this. As he started to mine his brain for more people they could pull into service, Abalone, first advisor to the king, arrived, and so did Saxton. And then there was a quieting. The heat under the boil of chatter turned down. When Wrath walked in with George, his seeing-eye dog, the king's looming presence was the sort of thing that changed the energy in the room sure as an electrical storm. But he wasn't alone. Ogreet, V thought. This night kept getting better. Lassiter, the fallen angel, that male with the silver blood, the sunshine fetish, and the hideous taste in clothes and television, was a grim shadow of his usual jackass self. His blonde and black hair braided down his back, the gold at his throat and wrists the only thing that was glowing on him. Fuck. He was looking like someone had just broken the news that Real Housewives of New Jersey had been cancelled. Wrath and George went over to the armchair on the right of the open flames. As the king sat down, the golden retriever curled into a ball at his shit-kickers, the dog tucking his muzzle into his long tail. So, Wrath said in V's direction, I hear you met a new friend tonight. As everyone looked at him, V went to cross his arms over his chest, but thought better of it because of his wound. I'm not the one who needs to be talking here. Passing the buck, Wrath muttered. Not like you. The details of the attack I can go into, he said. But they're not the problem. The main issue it's not the Omega, is it? It is not from the lessening society. He focused on Lassiter. Otherwise, you wouldn't be looking like that, would you? Back at the training center, Jane couldn't believe that Assail was conscious. His eyes did appear to be focused on Sola, however, and he did seem to be listening to the woman, but given those brain scans, Jane was looking for signs that this was reflexive. The longer he stayed aware, though, and the more he followed the subtle shifts of Sola's head as she spoke with him, the more the evidence suggested a miracle had in fact happened. And so Jane stepped away from the hospital bed. She didn't go far, however. The violent outbursts could come on without warning, a lesson hard learned. So given this unforeseen and unassessed change in neurological status, she wasn't taking any chances. God only knew what Assail was capable of. He definitely seemed to recognize who was with him, though. His eyes were locked on Sola, her mere presence beside him doing what all their medicine had not been able to. She had brought him back, except for how long? Jane glanced over her shoulder at Eric, who was standing just inside the door. Guess the cyborg wasn't so removed after all. A sheen of tears was brightening his eyes, the flush of his emotion turning his face red. He had been right to bring the woman here. He had done the right thing. Yes, she thought as she turned back to the couple. This was the miracle that love could bring. The soul reaching out of a broken body to connect, perhaps for one last time, to its other half. I had that once, she thought with a lump in her throat. I knew that Bondi have held that blessing and gift in the center of my chest, and it warmed me. As sorrow came to her sure as the shadow of death, she told herself to go back to the anger she'd been stewing in since she'd left Vishouse on his penthouse's terrace. Righteous indignation was where she needed to stay. This sadness was dangerous. A gasp from the bed got her attention. Just as she looked up, Assail kicked his head back on the pillow and started to seize, his arms jerking against their ties, his legs kicking at their restraints under the blankets. Step back, Jane ordered Sola. As the other woman jumped out of the way, Jane hit the call button and lunged for a bite guard, which she forced between Assail's front teeth. The anti-epileptic meds were right by the bed, the needle preloaded with a benzodiazepine, and she grabbed it and put the drug directly into the fore. What we got, Manny said as he rushed in. Just administered the lorazepam. Doc Jane checked the heart rate on the monitor. It should kick in quick. The blood pressure alarm started going off, indicating a critical drop. Everyone out of the room, she barked. Eric didn't have to be asked twice, but Sola shook her head and pressed herself against the wall. I am not leaving. Do not make me go. Jane cursed, but didn't argue. She had other things to worry about. Damn it, he's got a heartbeat so we can't shock him. We're going to lose him, Manny muttered as he readjusted the 4-drip. If this keeps up, he's not going to. Give me the epinephrine. She looked at Elena, their nurse, who had come in. Give me the goddamn EpiPen. As Elena went for the handoff, Manny put himself between them. Jane, you're moving fast here. You think this is trending in a good direction? She pointed to the monitor with a jab of her forefinger. He's going to die on us. He can't handle that AP. You're wrong. This is what I've done before with him. Give me that. Jane ripped the pen out of Elena's hold. I know what I'm doing. Epinephrine could be administered through the 4-line either in a series of pushes or as a continuous infusion with D5W. But she didn't want to throw him back into a seizure either, and she had been through this with him. Intramuscular was the only safe option when he seesawed back and forth between coma and spasm. With the EpiPen in her hand, Doc Jane pushed Manny aside, ripped the sheet free, and exposed Assail's withered thigh. With his weight loss, the skin was loose around the shrunken muscles, and she grabbed as much of the thigh meat as she could, pinching up a pad of a target. Then she popped the top using her teeth, drove the pen down, and sent that epinephrine into his system. Dimly, she recognized a scent in the air, something like dark spices. But before that could really register, his blood pressure took another dip downward. She looked at Elena. Give me another pen. You're going to kill him, Manny snapped. She looked directly at her partner. He's going to die anyway, but I'll be goddamned if I'm going to sit on the sidelines and do nothing about it. Elena, get me another pen. 14. As Vittoria got off the Northway at downtown Caldwell's 3rd Street exit, she felt her jet lag ease off. The sight of the city's shimmering towers rising so high into the night enlivened her. Yes, she thought. This was why she had come. This commerce, this population, this just north of Manhattan metropolis that would feed her ambitions, not starve them. The traffic was light on the roads, given that it was nearly midnight, and after following a series of one-ways, she located the correct avenue, and there it was. Her brother's art gallery. The building took up an entire block, its contours bold and proud, its exterior covered in brushed steel with blackened panes of glass, big as barn doors, set into the walls. Benloy's art gallery was spelled out in capital letters backlit by a neon blue glow. Turning onto a side street just before the gallery, she pulled around to its rear, where signage delineated where the staff parked and deliveries were made. After she killed the rental sedan's engine, she fumbled to get the keys disengaged from their insertion point and was reminded of how much she despised driving herself. Opening her door, she extended a Gucci stiletto. Slush, like a cold, oozing hand from the grave, grasped onto her foot, seeping easily through the satin strapping and causing her to glare down at what should have been clean pavement. Instead, the ground cover appeared to be a combination of motor oil, city sludge, and snow that was past its expiration date. She glanced over at the pair of rear doors, one of which read staff only. It seemed a mile away, and she considered reparking herself closer to it. But no, that was too much work, she decided. Besides, these shoes were from last season. Shifting her other heel, she threw out a hand to steady herself and landed the bare skin of her palm on the cold exterior steel of the car. As she recoiled and shook off the burn, a stream of vile Spanish, unfit for her brother's sister, left her lips. The past couple of days, however, had been a trial. She had had to unpack her own clothing. Her bed had not smelled fresh. There had been no one to draw her bath this afternoon, and she had had McDonald's for a repast. At least she had liked the fries. But she had hated everything else. Her hardscrabble youth was a long-faded memory, not just due to time, but circumstance. When one was used to being waited on, transitioning to self-sufficiency, no matter how transitory she intended the state to be, was an unpleasant awakening. And there had been other problems, too. She had called the gallery to inform them she was coming in, and an annoying woman, Margot Fortescue or some such, had been highly resistant to the idea that things were going to change. The Benloy's family was back, however, and yes, although Ricardo and Eduardo's absences had permitted things to run themselves, That time was over now. The door to the building opened and a large shape filled the jams. "I didn't think you was gonna show," a male voice said. "How perfectly articulate of you," Vittoria muttered into the cold. "Ha! Madre de Dios," she thought as she pulled her St. John wool coat closer. Could he be any more stupid? Then again, one didn't expect ground beef to have an elevated command of the English language, something that had taken her a master's degree to achieve. And she wasn't hiring him for his grammar, was she? As Vittoria made her way around the car, she picked and chose her footings as if her life depended upon it, and one slip might well be a mortal event given all the ice. Why had she worn these shoes? It was so much colder up here than she had packed for. Her Chanel woolen suit and this coat as flimsy as 2 sheets of tissue paper against the chill. "You are Streeter, then?" she said as she finally arrived at the entrance. "Yeah." With the light streaming behind him, it was impossible to see his face. But she approved of the size of his shoulders and the fact that his waist was not that of a heavy drinker. What she didn't appreciate was when he failed to move. "Are you going to step aside?" she demanded. "Why you here? I told you on the phone. I am Vittoria. This is my brother's business, and so it is mine. He didn't tell me you was coming. He ain't told no one nothing for a while now. Get out of my way," she snapped. "We have business to discuss, unless you're making too much money currently to know how to spend it all." Streeter didn't hesitate for long, and he complied because that was what men like him did. They were like backhoes in this regard, power in need of direction, motivated by cash. Left to his own devices, as he no doubt had been since Ricardo or Eduardo had last called him into service, he was liable to have devolved into an inanimate object that was having trouble covering his bills. As she entered, he shut the door behind them, and she looked around. The back of the gallery was much as she expected. A high-ceilinged space with exposed electricals and ductwork that hung like stalactites from open metal rafters. Larger installations awaiting their time out where the patrons milled about were like passengers lined up to board a bus. Some in packing crates, others draped with cloth. Cubicles for minions were arranged between filing cabinets, the office equipment and silent phones sleeping on the off time. A break area with a table, coffee maker, microwave, and mini refrigerator was to one side. Streeter locked them in together. "How'd you get my number?" "I know all of my brother's employees." Or rather, she had remote accessed the gallery server about 3 months before and gotten the information then. "And how to reach them?" The man came into the light and crossed thick arms over his chest. His nose had been broken a couple of times and his skin was marked with acne scars. Disappointing, really. His body contours had suggested their association might have been multi-layered. "You will take me to my brother's office, where we will discuss your employment. I get a paycheck just fine from UPS. And you are satisfied with your standard of living? Possess all that you would choose to own." There was only a brief pause, during which he no doubt considered the specifications of the latest American muscle car. "Mr. Benloy's office is upstairs. But it's locked and I don't know the code. Nobody been there since he didn't come in no more." "Lead the way," she said dryly. "I will have no trouble getting in." After entering the gallery space, they crossed over to an unmarked door which revealed a set of stairs that were unmarked and uncarpeted. Little more than a steel ladder painted black. As they ascended, with him in the lead, she noted that the walls on either side were likewise matte black and the motion-activated lights that came on were inset into a ceiling that was the same. At the top, she put her body between the keypad and Streeter and entered her mother's birth date. As the lock slid free, she shot a glare over her shoulder. "My brother would not appreciate the way you are looking at my legs. I am also armed and a very good shot. You can get rich or get buried. Tell me, what is your choice?" Before he could move, she outed the 9 she kept hidden in her coat and shoved it right into the man's crotch. As Streeter gasped and defensively went to grab the weapon, she took out her second 9 and placed it to his throat. "Do not doubt me, ever," she said. "I have no attachment to you whatsoever. You live or die, it matters not to me. If you are useful, however, you will benefit greatly." There was a tense silence, and then Streeter muttered, "You are so his sister." Did the dark hair and eyes not give me away? She drawled. People back home always say that Ricardo and I have the same shaped face, too. Now apologize. I'm sorry. She gave him a moment to truly absorb his reality. And then she stepped away and pulled open the door. As she entered her brother's office, lights came on sequentially, illuminating a long, thin chute of a space that culminated in a raised platform upon which a grand desk had been placed like a jewel box upon a bureau. There were no computers, no files, no clutter upon the smooth expanse. Just a lamp and an ashtray for her brother's cigars. And 2 chairs only, Ricardo's and that of a visitor. On the approach, sadness choked her, images of her and her brothers coming one after the other, from their shared childhoods and then later, when they had been adults. Ricardo had always been the one she respected, much as his dictates had smothered her. Eduardo had been fun, however, a buffer between her and their eldest's clashes. Gone. All gone. And with their presumed passing, she had lost a bit of herself as well. But that would not stop her. Stepping up onto the platform, she turned to Streeter and leaned her weight back against the desk. There are employment reports filed on all of you. My brother Ricardo was quite meticulous about these things. And this was true for the real employees and the hired thugs. Yours were quite exemplary. That is why I contacted you, as I am looking for a personal guard and will pay well for it. What are we talking about for cash? I will pay 3 times what you were earning with Ricardo. I'm in. Good. Vittoria smiled and glanced around the barren room. Then she focused on him. Now, tell me, what do you think happened to my brothers? It's the bonding. As the brother Rage spoke up, Eric looked across the training center's corridor. The pair of them were outside a sales room and he was trying to ignore the arguing he could hear through the closed door. What? That scent. Can you smell it? I can. It's his bonding for that woman. Good call bringing her in. We'll see how successful it is. With a curse, Eric paced up and down, but didn't go far. The healers were still having an angry exchange and he wondered what in fate's name was being done to his cousin. The brother tapped the outside of his perfectly straight, perfectly proportioned nose. Nah, when she came into the room, it woke him up. She did what nothing else could. She sent him into a death rattle is more like it. Eric rubbed his eyes. I had thought she might revive him with less trauma. Love will bring him through, and then it'll all be cool. Your optimism is not something I share. And even if it does work, she will have to return to Florida. Why? She does not know. That he lives here? I don't get it. I thought she was what he is. Eric looked back at the brother. She does not know he is a vampire. Rage frowned. That's not necessarily a deal breaker. My Mary didn't know what I was and it worked out well. It took a miracle. But they do happen. 'Tis all a moot point if he dies the now. The door opened and Dr. Manello came striding out. It worked. I can't believe it, but it worked. For the moment, he's back to being stable. Eric all but jumped into that hospital room, except then he stopped dead. Indeed, his version of it worked was his cousin sitting up and asking for some pudding. Manello's idea was clearly more along the line of a heartbeat and some respiration, and yes, one could put paid to that. Assail was lying back on that pillow, still tied down, still the color of the white sheets, still with his eyes closed. But he was breathing on his own, and that little graph of regular beeps suggested his heart was doing its job correctly. Or at least correctly enough so no alarms went off. Doc Jane and the nurse were at Assail's head, talking quickly, nodding and pointing to the machine readouts while they traded syringes. Eric looked at Marisol. The human woman was all the way in the far corner, her body shrunken in on itself, her eyes so wide she was nearly an anime version of herself. He went over to her. What may I get you? After a moment, her stare shifted to his face. Something passed between them, something unspoken and powerful. And the next thing he knew, he was opening his arms and she was in them like a sister. I don't understand, she said as she turned her face toward Assail. This happened so fast. How much longer can he hold on? I don't know. I believe no one knows that. And let us not speak of it the now or here. You're right. She pulled back a little. I'm glad you came down and told me. I'm glad I'm here for him, for however long he has. Eric nodded. My cousin picked the right female. Marisol grabbed his arm and squeezed. I'm not leaving, not until it's over. Just so you know. Eric sagged in his own skin. Thank you. Doc Jane came over and nodded to the door. Let's talk out there. Okay? Eric went across and held the way open. As the females filed past him, he glanced back at the nurse, who was adjusting something on one of the monitors. Then he focused on his cousin. Asael had always seemed indomitable, the sort of male who was so controlled and had such strength of purpose that whole armies might well fall before him. Not because he was royalty, but because he would will it no other way. And now there was naught left of him save a bald shell. So this was the evil that death wrought, Eric thought. It was the ultimate emasculator, rendering even one such as his cousin into a decayed shadow of what he had been. The essence departed with rind left to rot. I shall take myself before I e'er allow this, Eric thought. To hell with the fade. He would go unto Dund before he conscripted himself to disintegrate until his heart stopped. Or better yet, he would die with honor, protecting those he loved in battle, which now numbered 3, he realized, Asael, and this human woman. For loyalty shown unto his blood was loyalty earned. As he joined the females, Doc Jane cleared her throat. There's no easy way to say this, but in spite of his brief return to consciousness, nothing really has changed. I'm not suggesting you take action tonight. The doctor put her palms out toward him. I just want to align your expectations. With the scans as they are, it is impossible. He looked at me, Marisol said in a steely tone. He looked right at me. Or he opened his eyes, Doc Jane countered gently. No, you're wrong. Marisol went back to the door. I'm going in there. Don't bother saying anything else to me. I know he saw me. As the woman disappeared back into the room, Eric had to smile. He chose someone just like himself. She will not take no for an answer, healer. Doc Jane shook her head sadly. It's not up to her, unfortunately, and I fear his body and brain have already made their decision. Eric thought about all the time he had spent in this underground facility, all the nights, even some days too. As much as he wanted to believe otherwise, he knew the doctor was right. I have brought her up here to say goodbye then. Doc Jane put her hand on his forearm. I'm really sorry about this. In an inexorable advance, exhaustion curled like a boa constrictor around his body, squeezing his breath and energy from him. This is a nightmare, the ending of which is the only thing worse than its middle. I wish I could have done more, the healer said. Just don't feel rushed, okay? You and Sola and Avail take your time. We're keeping him as comfortable as we can. Eric looked over at the door. I will not allow this to continue forever. 15. Marisol. As Asael screamed the name of his female in his head, he floated above his body, sure as if his consciousness were a separate entity from its corporeal confines, a kite of self aloft in existential winds, tethered unto the flesh by an invisible string that was held in his Marisol's hand. Her presence was what had pulled him back down here, to this hospital room in which he had watched over his body for how long. Her arrival here, unexpected, joyous, a miracle, had been a calling siren he had followed back from the foggy netherworld he had been transitioning into. Marisol, he said again. He was directly above her, hovering like a thought yet to be spoken. Why could she not hear him? As he tried again, she lowered a hip upon the high mattress and brushed a tear from her own eye. Do not give up on me, he told her. For you I will come back, do not let them kill me. When she started to cry in earnest, he smelled the tears and shifted around such that he could watch her. He wanted to have arms to hold her, a chest to pull her in against, a body to protect her and serve her with. Instead, he was nothing but spirit. Oh God, Asael, she sniffed and took one of his tethered hands in her own. I wish I had known. I would have come sooner. Is that why you were calling me? Why didn't you talk to me when I answered? Why didn't you tell me? Reaching out, he brushed her cheek. Marisol jerked her head up and looked directly at his ethereal self. But then she shook her head as if to clear it and refocused on those parts of him that were in the hospital bed. I would have come right away. How did he get back in there, he thought. His body was like a house he was locked out of, and no matter how much he wanted in, he couldn't get through the door. I have missed you so much. She leaned forward and snapped a tissue free from a box, pressing it against her own cheeks. I have been down there in Miami, staring at the bay at night wishing you were with me. I didn't expect you in my life. I never expected you. Marisol, he moaned. I should have told you before now. I should have said something, but I was afraid to. She cleared her throat. I never thought I would feel like just wasn't supposed to be this way for me. As her thumb rubbed slowly back and forth on his hand, the stroking resonated through him and he tried to feel every nuance, and used the sensations as an entry point. People like you and me, we don't have happy endings with picket fences and dogs and kids. She breathed in deep. That is never the future for us. Still, if it had been just me, I maybe could have stayed after Ben Lois was killed. I might have been able to, but my grandmother must come first. I can't risk myself because without me, she has nothing and I have to take care of her. I understand, he said to her. But she was always welcome to be with us. I would never have asked you to choose, and I would have taken care of you both. You took off before I could say goodbye to you. That night she and I left. I looked for you in the house, but you'd left. Untrue. He had hidden in the shadows behind his house and witnessed her departure in private. He had not trusted himself not to beg, and even though it had been agony, he respected that she had her own course to choose and steer. But it had destroyed a part of him to see her go. As she continued to murmur to him and tell him about her condo down in Miami and her grandmother and the Catholic church they attended, he kept trying to will himself back into that body of histo, animate that flesh to gain access once again. Pushing, he sought to regain entrance into that form that had clothed his soul. He had never understood that there were two parts to the living, and only one part to the dead. He did the now. Yet the harder he tried, the angrier he became, and that seemed to work against his efforts. With his temper rising, he could feel less of Marisol's touch, smell less of her scent, hear less of her voice. Prayed for us. Marisol smiled sadly. Can you believe that? My grandmother, she prayed to God that we would be reunited. And then your cousins came to me. Bracing himself, Assail marshaled every resource he had, his vantage point shifting until he was face to face with himself. His closed eyes and shaved scalp and pale complexion horrible reminders that any physical attractiveness he might have had was now gone. Now, he ordered himself. I must return now. But there was too much resistance. It was as if a force field surrounded his flesh, and the harder he pushed against it, the stronger it became. There was pain, too, as he threw himself metaphysically at the barrier over and over again, an electrical shock as if the effort were causing static friction. Eventually, he lost the energy to keep going and drifted back. This is not to be, he realized. This is not. So I should have told you this before, she whispered. Booty was afraid. I didn't trust you. I didn't trust myself. Sometimes I wonder how much of my leaving Caldwell was really about you. What, he asked. What are you to tell me? I love you, Assail. I love you with all that I am and all I will ever be. And if you die tonight or tomorrow or the night after, I just want you to know that you will always be with me. Right here. And then it happened. As she touched her heart, a marvelous peace overcame him, and instead of fighting his way back into his earthly home, he moved as a light breeze into the spaces between his cells, filling up that which had been emptied, enlivening that which had been on the verge of demise. The croaking sound was so soft, Sola wasn't sure she had heard anything, or maybe she had made the sound? There was so much pressure in her chest and constriction in her throat that her every inhale and exhale was an effort. I love you, she said again, because as sad as this situation was, it felt good to let the secret she'd kept out. Click cough. Sola recoiled. Assail? Those eyes of his were open once again, the red and black depths at once scaring and reassuring her. Are you back? She said, leaning up to him. She brushed her free hand over his forehead, as if his once thick and beautiful black hair still existed. Hi. Her voice was wavering and her body was shaking, but she didn't care. He was with her for this split second, and she knew without medical advice that this could be over at any moment. I'm right here. Click, click. He was trying to communicate, his tongue moving in his dry mouth. Shoo! She smiled at him in what she hoped was a halfway normal fashion. In reality, she was bracing herself for another seizure, and a rush of medical people coming into the room, and a horrific sorrow that it was all over. No, don't try to talk. There'll be time for that. You have all the time in the world. As she spoke the lie, it was for the both of them. Otherwise, she would be bursting into tears. His hand jerked in hers, and she squeezed it harder. I'm right here. She stroked his face, pressed her lips to his forehead, smoothed his brows. Stay with me, she said tightly. Please don't leave me. Assail started shaking his head, yet his eyes were sticking with her and no alarms were going off, so it was not a seizure. No, he was communicating with her, she realized. You're going to stay? She whispered. When he nodded, she started to cry, her tears falling on his cheeks. Good. That's good, Sola smiled. I've missed you. Staring into his face, it didn't matter that he'd lost his hair, or that his eyes weren't right. It didn't matter that he was in a hospital bed and his body had shrunk to half its size. Love transformed him back into the man she knew. To her, he was beautiful no matter what he looked like. 16. It is not for me to say. As Lassiter let that no comment fly, this house considered the merits of pulling a haymaker on the fallen angel in front of everyone and their uncle. On the fuck yes side, the audience house's dining room was definitely big enough for V to get a good running start at it. Lassiter more than deserved a punter for lesser infractions ranging from hogging the remote to those zebra print. David Lee Roth from 1985 wants his pants back leggings. And, as V was the son of a deity, there was a chance that he would survive the retaliation that would inevitably come to him. Not so hot idea side. Wrath was probably not going to appreciate this meeting devolving into a cage match. Lassiter had tricks up his sleeve that would hurt like a motherfucker, and it wasn't going to get that angel's mouth flapping. If he didn't want to say shit about those shadows, nothing was going to open that pie hole of his. What's that supposed to mean? V demanded around the wad of Nicorette in his mouth. Do you know what the fuck they are, or not? As the Brotherhood and the bastards went Wimbledon on the situation, all heads swinging back to Lassiter as if they were waiting for a line drive response to that lob, Vishouse looked over at Wrath. The king's brows were down behind those black wraparounds, his massive body overflowing that armchair like he was an adult in an infant's car seat. Hard to read where the brother was with this sitch. Maybe he was pissed off. Maybe he had gas. More likely, he was waiting to see what happened next. But yeah, no, there wasn't any V beat his ass for me vibe coming off him. God damn it. Refocusing on Lassiter, V drawled, Come on, Angel. Tell us what you know. Lassiter shook his head, his bizarrely beautiful eyes steady as an anchor at the bottom of the sea. I cannot interfere in this. It is not my business to change any course before you. V chewed harder and recognized that yes, a monster buzz was coming on. Either that or he was stroking out from frustration. Why are you trying to sound like fucking Morpheus? Flow from progressive is more your style. Enough, Wrath snapped. V, tell us what happened. As V started talking, he narrowed his eyes on the angel, challenging him to step in. Butch and I were working our territory. An entity came from out of nowhere and attacked us. It was a black form, elastic, capable of extending portions of itself like it was rubber, but hard as steel when it hit you. It was also armed with a pair of conventional knives. Were you injured? Wrath asked. Nope, not at all. As Butch coughed at the lie, V kept right on going. I killed it or destroyed it, whatever be shooting point blank at the entity. The thing squealed like a motherfucker, then it was gone. No residue. No smell. Nah, nothing. He paused. Anything you'd like to add, Angel? Lassiter showed no reaction at all. He just stood there in the corner, away from all the fighters, the glow of the gold on him giving him a halo that made V uneasy. Something was going on here. If you're not going to contribute anything, V snapped at the SOB, then why are you here? Shut up, Vishouse. Wrath's black sunglasses swung around the room. I'm not going to ask if anyone else has seen this shit. I'm damn sure it would have come up in conversation. Clearly, the Omega has a new weapon. I don't know that it's the Omega. V winced as he got a hand rolled out of his pocket and his biceps bitched about it. Maybe something else is at play here. Based on what? As V lit the end with his bic, it was hard to inhale around the Nicorette, but he managed. Didn't smell like a lesser. Didn't read like the Omega eye can sense that evil. Butch can too. The telltales just weren't there. I don't know what it was, the cop said, but at least you could shoot it. I say we double up on guns, Tor interjected from next to Wrath. We need to load everyone up with extra munitions. Too bad a sale's down for the count, someone muttered. That shit he got us was sweet. Can we find out who his contacts were? Somebody else asked. Those cousins of his must know. There was one other thing. As all eyes returned to him, V exhaled. There was someone in the area right before the attack. Ain't that right, Ecker? Ecker, who was standing with his boys, bowed to the king. My former second in command, Throw. He was there. What the fuck are you talking about? Wrath demanded. I smelled cologne in the alley the thing came from. V shrugged. And the scent of a male. Ecker came when I called and ID'd him. There was a bunch of frickin' chatter at that point, which Wrath put to rest by whistling through his two front teeth loud enough to make the chandelier twinkle. Ecker, the king said, your boy have any access to special tricks? Anything we need to know about him? He was, and I believe will remain, an aristocrat, the bastard replied. So other than social manners he did not require during his tenure with us, he has no special skills that we did not teach him. So it was a coincidence, Tor said. Throw just happened to be in that part of town? Maybe he's doing drugs, someone said. V just kept on staring at Lassiter. Something wasn't adding up. And not just about Ecker's little friend and that dark shadow. As a wave of trippy dizziness hit him, he shook his head to clear it and then looked down at the hand rolled, chewed a little more on the basketball between his molars, and wondered exactly how much nicotine he had in his system. Time to add some alcohol, he decided. The second this meeting was over he was going to tamp down this head rush with some goose and enjoy some goodnight Gracie. What he wasn't going to do was go back to the pit and see how much Jane was not there. Nope, that simply didn't bear thinking about. The patient room Jane had been using as a crash pad was a generic one for non-criticals. The bed was standard-issue hospital stuff with an inclinable head and liftable foot, and every time she laid down on it, she was reminded that they probably should upgrade their sheets and pillows. As she closed herself in, she ran out of gas and stood there like a dummy, staring at the wrinkled covers. All things considered, she had worked this perfectly, her exhaustion such that the instant she got prone, she should pass out. There was only one problem. Every time she closed her eyes, she saw Sola and Asael's love for each other, and she had a feeling those memories might just win over passing out. Heading into the bathroom, she didn't turn the light on because she did not want to see herself in the mirror. Hot water, not her reflection, was what she was after, and she leaned into the narrow shower stall and got the spray rolling. Her Crocs were happy to be kicked off. Socks were stripped. Then her scrubs hit the floor. Even though all of that took a minute and a half, it felt like an hour until she was under the warm rush, tilting her head back and getting her hair wet. So yes, ghosts did take showers. If they wanted to, and sometimes it felt good to pretend she was normalto, make like she had to wash her hair for it to look good, had to clean her body, had to exfoliate, for God's sakes. There was a reason for rituals. When you were lost in your own life, they provided a false structure, like paper walls for your house of cards. The illusion that things were predictable and safe, sometimes the only thing that got you through. Grabbing the biolage, she got too aggressive with her squeeze and ended up with a palmful of shampoo. But she wasn't going to waste it. Not like doing this at all wasn't a waste in the first place. As she slapped the load on the top of her head, the knock on the outside door was loud enough so she could hear it over the falling water. Yes? She called out. He's awake again, Alina answered. Jane pulled the curtain back and stuck her head around. Asael is back? The nurse leaned into the room and smiled. He is. And he's not having a seizure. He's taking water. Jane pushed dripping suds back into her hairline. I'm sorry, what? You heard me. Through a straw. Oh my God. That's fantastic, but do not remove the restraints. We've got a long way to go. I'm coming right out. No, it's fine. Elena swept a chill-out hand through the air. Take your time. I'll let you know if there's an emergency. They need me. Jane, it's fine. I'll come and get you if anything happens. Enjoy your shower. Jane closed the curtain sharply and started to rinse the shampoo. I just need a minute. Jumping back out, she rushed to dry off and get her clothes on again, nearly leaving without putting on her socks and Crocs. Running down the hall, she pulled up short. Manny was standing outside of a sales patient room with Elena, but he wasn't smiling. What's wrong? Jane asked. Is he arresting? Let me see. No, Manny stepped into her way. You don't need to go in there right now. Jane frowned. I'm sorry. You and I are going to take a little walk. Elena is going to stay here and monitor things. If we're needed, she'll come get us. What is this about? Jane looked back and forth between them, then shook her head. Whatever. I'm just going to check on. Manny put a hand on her arm. I've checked everything. He's conscious. His vitals are stable, if a little on the low side, and he's still restrained. There is no reason for you to go in there. You'll only be interrupting them. Jane opened her mouth, closed it with a grind. I don't see what the problem is. And that is precisely why you and I are going to talk. Manny steered her in a circle and led her away from the clinic, and with each step, the compulsive need to go into that patient room and just do something made her want to scream. This is ridiculous. She glared at her partner. I mean, what is this, an intervention? Yeah, as a matter of fact, it is. As she faltered, he swept her along, forcing her to keep up or get dragged. And then they were all the way down by the pool, Manny opening the way into the humidity and warmth. He let her go first, and she was so pissed off. She walked ahead with hard footfalls, crossing over the tiled anteroom and entering the pool proper with its lofty ceiling and Olympic-sized lanes. She wheeled around on him. Are you saying there is something wrong with my patient care? I'm a goddamn good doctor and an even better surgeon. You have nothing to complain about. There is no nice way to say this, Jane. What the hell are you? You've lost your objectivity. He put his hands on his lean hips, his handsome face serious. You're down here too much. You've worked yourself into a state past exhaustion, and sooner or later, you are going to make a mistake. For a moment, all she could do was stare at the man like he was a stranger. And yet he wasn't one. He was still the big, tall, dark-haired guy she had been in the trenches with for years, Hawkeye to her honeycut. I cannot believe I'm hearing this from you, she snapped. You're working all the time, too. I take breaks. I sleep with my wife. I see her every day. Do not make this about this house. Don't you dare turn this into a personal issue. It is a personal issue, Jane, as well as a professional one. Whatever, I am doing important, necessary work here. I give everything to my patients, and you know it. You're giving too much. That's the problem. He put his hand up when she went to cut him off. No, you're going to listen to me. And then when I'm through, you can tell me to fuck off if you want. But you're going to shut up and hear me out. I don't believe this, she muttered. Believe it. And do you honestly think you're the first physician I've had this conversation with? Huh? Really? I was departmental chair at St. Francis before I came here. I've gone the rounds in this ring with a shit ton of people like you and me. You need to take some time off before you make a bad call and never forgive yourself. Jane went to run a hand through her hair and discovered it was wet from the shower. Probably still had some suds in it. Who cared? Listen, we are short-staffed and you know it. It's only you and me and Elena. The Brotherhood and the fighters can get hurt at any time. And that's what they make phones for. Jane, I'm telling you as a friend and a partner that you need some perspective. And then maybe you and this house can finally... Wait, hold up here. She leaned forward with anger. Did he call you and ask you to do this? Because that is bullshit, Manny. Don't you dare take his side in this out of some kind of guy code. Side? I'm not taking anyone's side. Did he tell you he cheated on me? Huh? Did that come up? Manny recoiled. Jesus, Jane. Guess he neglected to mention that, huh? This house and I haven't talked about this. Whatever, you men always stick together. I just expected more from you after everything we've been through together. Manny looked away, to the aquamarine water that was still. When he refocused on her, his face was cold and his eyes were flat. You know what, we're done talking, you and I. Good. Can I go back to work now, sir? No, you can't. Excuse me? Jane cocked an eyebrow at him. You're not in charge. I was here before you. Wrath is in charge. And unless you take 24 hours off, I am prepared to go to him and tell him that, in my professional opinion, you are unfit to function as a physician at this time. Your choice, and make it now. Either you leave or I have you removed. I have done nothing wrong. Maybe in your opinion, but I am not comfortable with how fast you moved in there with a sail. You were flying around that room, grabbing syringes and using them without checking. I filled those myself. I knew what was in them. There is a reason we double-check things. What if Elena or I had switched them out for something else? But you didn't. How did you know that? Manny also leaned forward on his hips. You and I run this place together, and we have to be each other's oversight. There's no patient care assessment committee checking on outcomes, no hospital board of trustees we're accountable to, no joint commission coming to inspect us and make sure we have, and are observing best practices. It's you and it's me, and we need to police ourselves. Elena doesn't have a problem with me. Who do you think raised this in the first place? Jane shook her head and stared at the tile, tracing the pale blue and black pattern. Then she started to walk away. Fine, she said over her shoulder. You want this place to yourselves? Have at it, genius. 17. After Streeter left the art gallery, Vittoria locked herself inside and went to her brother Eduardo's first-floor office. She didn't have to ask which one it was. It had a gold-leaf door. As she went to enter the code that had worked on everything else, she worried it would not function here. Eduardo had had his own ways of doing things, but she needn't have worried. This was, after all, Ricardo's establishment, and therefore he would expect to be able to get into every space under its roof. Also, at the end of the day, their younger sibling had always done what he was told. Opening the door, she walked into the pitch-black room, and instantly, lights flared from brass sconces. Oh, Eduardo. No minimalism here. No, it was Versace everything. Lush with animal prints and gold accents. The desk like something a French royal would have had made in the 18th century. And talk about your messes, although not because the office had been sacked. Eduardo had been obsessive only about math and money, not neatness. There were papers everywhere. An adding machine with tape drooling out of its printer onto the floor. 3 phones, cockeyed with one another. Pens here and there. A coffee mug with an inch of dehydrated stain at the bottom. The modern padded leather chair that Eduardo had sat in was turned about and facing the exit, as if he had bolted up and left the room in a hurry. Or perhaps risen with alarm due to an intrusion. No windows, no closet. Air that was so musty, she wanted to sneeze. Heading around, she braced herself as she looked at the floor behind the desk. No body there, however, and someone would have smelled that a year ago anyway. She had almost expected to find him here. When her 2 brothers had gone into business together, they had been a poor pairing on paper, the elder so disciplined and decisive, the younger so flashy and exuberant. The only thing they had in common was trust born out of familial connection, which was necessary in a line of work wherein the legitimate law could not be used to govern interactions and contractual arrangements. Still, there were limits to brotherly love. In truth, when Ricardo had first disappeared, she had wondered if the brothers' relationship hadn't concluded in the old way, with a grave. But now, with Eduardo's office so obviously untouched and looking like he had left in a hurry, perhaps called to aid, it seemed more likely they had both been killed by someone else. Or someone's. Sitting down in that soft chair, she stared over the year-old receipts, the bills, the notes written in a leather journal that was lying face up, a whore with her privacy exposed. Oh yes, Vittoria thought as she picked the thing up. This was what she was looking for. Everything scribbled in the little book was in a Spanish dialect shorthand that she recognized from their youth. Smart. It would require a native speaker who excelled at codes to decipher it. And what did you know, Eduardo, greedy as he was, kept precise notations on things, both the drug deals and guns, too. Interestingly, they had diversified into arms. Profitable. Smart. She turned another page. And another. And another, going backward from the last entry. There was nothing about art. Then again, that was the front of the house's operation, the ruse for the rest. So all those deals were processed and accounted for properly by trained staff with adequate transparency. She had seen the reports herself when she had gotten server access. Ricardo had set all that up so well, the business had functioned without him for the last 12 months. Oh, good man, she thought. Eduardo included names in here and numbers of contacts on both sides of the table, as well as pricing and delivery locations. This was perfect. Yes, there had been a lapse in supply, but there was no reason to think competitive pricing for cocaine and heroin couldn't bring back customers who had once been loyal. The laws of a free market economy applied to the drug trade, after all. Going back to that final entry, she reread the notation about a delivery on the river to someone named Assail. Must be misspelled. That name certainly appeared often, however. It would seem logical to start with whoever that was and see if it led anywhere. If that was the last meeting, maybe Assail was the killer. Or perhaps another client. During her meeting with Streeter, the man had maintained he knew little about her brother's disappearance, and she believed him. Considering the kind of people Ricardo had done business with, both on the abroad side for the importers and the U.S. contingency for distribution, it was wholly conceivable that her kin had been disposed of in such a discreet way that nobody would find the bodies. But the lack of a message was odd. Typically, there would have been something sent to the family back in South America, a photograph of the bodies, a gruesome memento, a threat that the trail should be left to grow cold or further unpleasantness would ensue. Yet there had been nothing sent to her, and as neither of her brothers had ever married, she was their next of kin. Looking up at the ceiling, she imagined her brothers working here, Ricardo on top, figuratively and literally, doing the strategy and the deals on the second floor, Eduardo tallying everything down below in his Studio 54 meets Neiman Marcus cave. And then something had interrupted the flow. What though? As her new burner cell phone rang in her coat, she took it out. Streeter. How'd you know it was me? You are the only person to whom I have provided this number. Have you forgotten something? Yeah, I didn't think of it till I got home. I had this friend of mine. He worked for your brothers, too. His name was Two-Tone, 'cause he had this birthmark on half his face. About the time your brothers got gone, he and me was out and he said he was leaving on assignment the next day. He never come back. Tell me more, she murmured, sitting forward. He said he was taking care of someone. You know, taking care. Where? Here in Caldwell? Or at the West Point house property? No, somewheres else. He said he was going out of town, up north someplace. Can you remember an exact day? It was like the week of my birthday. That's why we was out. As the man worked on a precise date by drawing all kinds of complex mental notes on an imaginary calendar, Vittoria kept track of the numbers as she waited for the tally to be completed. Yeah, I remember now, Streeter concluded. It were that Wednesday. And look at this, she thought. The final entry in the middle of the journal was the day after. What else can you tell me? That's all I got. Do you have access to your friend's abode? His what? Hey, I don't go like that. House, she snapped. Can you get into his house? Yeah. Although she didn't know why she was bothering to ask. So much time had passed. Go there. See if you can find anything. I want to know where he went and with whom. As she ended the call, she glanced around at the desk. She was going to have to go through every sheet of paper here and also at the mansion. Ricardo had had a lot of files there, all handwritten in Spanish as if he didn't trust computers very much. Her brother's secrets were going to be her own. Lo, the best-laid plans of mice and vampires. This house was distracted and buzzing out of his skin as he walked into the pit. Somewhere between him resolving not to end up here and the meeting at Rath's audience house breaking up, He'd been tasked with doing a search on social media for any mentions of shadows jumping out of alleys and attacking people. Not the kind of thing he could do easily on his phone. As he shut the door behind himself, he listened to all the quiet and thought, God, the place was so empty. And as he went forward into the living area, everything was so neat. No duffel bags crowding the base of the foosball table, no medical journals face down in mid-article on the couch, no open boxes of cereal on the counter of the galley kitchen. Fritz had obviously been by. But more than that, no one had really been living in the living room. With Jane and him both avoiding the place, and Butch and Marissa happiest when they were in their bedroom together, there wasn't much going on to mess shit up. Shrugging out of his leather jacket, he grimaced and ignored his aching arm as he went to his liquor cabinet by the kitchen sink and pulled out a nice big goose. Popping the top off the vodka, he drank from the open bottle. The coughing fit left him with drool down the front of his muscle shirt. Nicorette didn't mix with liquor. Go figure. As he spit the fist-sized wad of gum out of his mouth, however, he decided that that was more a space issue. Yup, this time as he took a pull, everything went as planned, the vodka heading down into his gut smoothly, his other addiction taking the wheel. Going over to his computers, he took off his weapons and his damp shirt. Then he sat down and signed in to 3 of his 4 toys. Security cam feeds popped up on one monitor, the internet on another, and a blog he had been following on the third. Damn Stoker hadn't been posting much on her site, which was the outcome V had engineered, to quote Rage. After Vishouse had wiped Miss Jo Early's feeds of all the vampire links she had been putting up and commenting on, and then scrubbed her short-term memory, that little threat had been neutralized. Sort of. He and that woman were probably going to have to cross paths again. She was about to have a big problem in her life, and he hadn't decided how to handle it yet. He'd wanted to bring the trouble up to Wrath. But then this shit with Jane had hit and... whatever. Jo Early was about to learn firsthand why she was so fucking interested in vampires, and he supposed he hadn't mentioned it to anybody because he was still debating whether or not to get involved. Miss Early was a half-breed, the product of a human and a vampire, and she was about to go through the change. She didn't know it yet, however. Or he was assuming she didn't because there was no sign she had reached out to the species, and by law, if a half-breed surfaced, the king had to be told. So what to do? She was going to die without help. Hell, she was going to die anyway in all likelihood, and V was hardly the good Samaritan type. The problem? She would probably seek medical help when she collapsed or end up in the back of an ambulance on a siren run to St. Francis's ER because someone else called 911 on her behalf. Which would lead to medical tests that would show all kinds of anomalies. Fuck them very much. God, humans were such a fucking pain in the ass, and the only reason coexistence with them was possible was because they thought vampires were a myth. Hard evidence to the contrary was not a good thing. If the war with the lessening society had been a bitch, going rounds in the ring with Homo sapiens was going to make that shit look like a cakewalk. Down the hallway that led to the bedrooms, the door up from the underground tunnel swung open. Goddamn no. Jane entered like she was in a bare-knuckle argument with someone, except she was alone and talking to herself as she disappeared into their room. Her room. His room. Whatever. Vishouse slowly stood up from behind his computers. Sounds that suggested she was pulling things from out of drawers with the delicate touch of a professional wrestler were the background to more of that muttering. And then a couple minutes later, she came out with a duffel bag on her shoulder. She had changed from her scrubs into a pair of blue jeans and a Patagonia jacket, and she marched forward as if she had no idea he was there. That changed quick. As she came up to the archway into the living room, she stopped dead and looked at him with a startle that had her jumping back. He put his palms up. Sorry. I'm here. Her eyes shot to the front door. Then she took a deep breath. That's fine. This is your house. It's not a big deal. There was a long pause, and as he stared at her, he decided he'd never seen her so exhausted. Her blonde hair was a mess. There were dark circles under her forest green eyes, and her shoulders were sloped. Given all of that, he was surprised she was wasting energy on being fully corporeal. Then again, she was clearly pissed off at something and probably wanted the satisfaction of stomping around. Ghosts just hovered. How are you? He said cautiously. Okay. And I'm going. Closing his eyes, he cursed. Can we please talk? We just have. See you later. Wait. What is that? This house popped his lids. What's what? On your arm. What the hell did you do to yourself? She dropped her bag and clomped over to his computer desk. That's a nasty wound. It looks infected. He had no interest in anyone checking out his pretty new piece of body art, not even her. But if it served to keep them both under the same roof for a little longer, fine. He'd play patient to her doctor. Funny how all that anger he'd felt when they'd argued at the penthouse was gone. In its place, he felt hollow. Which made sense. She'd taken something of him with her when she'd announced she was out of his life. Turning his shoulder toward her, he shrugged. It doesn't hurt. Jane bent in, her brows going tight. When did this happen? A couple of nights ago? No. It was more recent than that. As he hissed when she touched the wound's tail end, she gave him a bored look. I thought you said it didn't hurt. Maybe a little. Come on. Into the bathroom. When he just stood there, she grabbed his wrist and pulled at him. Let's go. I'm not leaving until this is taken care of. Fine, he thought as they went down the hall to their hers, whatever room. Hopefully they could talk while Shul, there wasn't anything to clean. But maybe she had some ideas to reduce the swelling, though. God, who in the hell would have thought that talking would be a goal of his with a female? Then again, Jane had always been different. And because of that she made him different. Teen. Okay. Yup. I love you too, Vovo. As Sola ended the call, she handed the cell phone back to Eric and stretched her stiff shoulders. The two of them were outside a sales room, standing together in the corridor, and she was careful to keep her voice low. Assail had fallen asleep, and she didn't want to disturb him, although that was assuming he was just asleep and not gone again. There were no alarms going off, however, and as long as she couldn't hear that horrible, shrill beeping and medical staff wasn't rushing down like police to a break-in, she had to believe everything was okay. For this moment in time. Thank you, she said to Assail's cousin. I just wanted to make sure my grandmother was okay and knew the plan. And they took my phone away. She wasn't going to bother to ask why he got to keep his. At this point, that kind of stuff was way down her list of things to worry about. The man bowed low. I will see to her myself as soon as I arrive home. And again, you are safe here, I promise you. I too would stay, but you are far better here with him than I. I'm fine now that I've spoken to my grandmother. It sounds like she's been cooking all night. Will you try and get her to go to sleep? I failed. But hey, maybe you could give it a shot. Eric smiled. I shall endeavor to be persuasive in that regard. The big blonde man with the hostile name came out of a glass door and walked down to them. We ready to go? Thank you, Sola said to Rage, for bringing me here. The guy unwrapped some kind of Lollipopa Tootsie Pop, yup that's what that was, and put it in his mouth. I'm glad you brought him around. Now keep him with us, you hear? We need him. Sola narrowed her eyes as she wondered. For what? Drugs? Were these his dealers on the street? She didn't think so. They didn't seem the types to take orders from anybody, and besides, why would they be hanging around a hospital? I'll do what I can, she murmured. As the two walked off, she watched them go, putting her hands in the pockets of her fleece and leaning back on her heels. Her brain was telling her that so much of this didn't make sense. But in the end, Assail's condition was the only thing she was prepared to get thought up about. One thing she had learned from being on the wrong side of the law. Don't make other people's crap your own. Pivoting around, she re-entered the room and immediately looked at the monitoring machines. Nothing was going off and Assail was lying there peacefully. Her first impulse was to wake him up to see if he was still alive, as if he were an infant in a crib. Instead, she settled for watching his chest go up and down. He had suffered so much, she thought as she looked at his bald head and too thin body. Cancer was such a bitch, and the only thing worse than the disease was what the doctors did to you to try to get you to beat it. A soft knock on the door brought her head up. Come in. Elena, the nurse, leaned into the room. Hi there. I'm sorry to bother you, but if he's able to feed, we'd like him to. Perfect excuse to wake him, she thought. He's asleep right now, but Sola glanced at Assail and smiled. Oh, wait. His eyes are opening. She went around and took his hand. Hey! As his stare locked on to hers, his mouth moved. You're saying hello to me, aren't you? When he nodded, she smiled some more. Yup, I can read you like a book. Elena came over. Asael, we'd like you to have Gizel come in, so you can take her V. When he shook his head sharply, the nurse went quiet and Sola braced herself for another seizure. But then he just looked at Elena as if he were trying to communicate with her telepathically or something. Yes, well, Elena cleared her throat. Okay, anyway, Sola, we'd like to change his catheter and do some things that we'd prefer to offer him some privacy around. Do you think you could head down to the break room and have a bite to eat? We'll need about 20 minutes. It's the fourth door on the left. What about food for him? And we'll get him some food, yes. As Asael squeezed her hand, she smiled at him. I'll be right back. Soon as they let me. He smiled at her as best he could, and then she was stepping out into the corridor again. Oh, excuse me, she said as she bumped into a woman who was trying to come into the room. As Sola moved back, she thought, wow, what a robe. The thing was white as a cloud, floor length, and had more swing than something out of Ginger Rogers's closet. And wow, what a female. She had blonde hair, the real kind, it seemed, and perfect features, and was so tall even Sola had to look up some. No, it is my fault, the woman said with a bow. Pardon me, but I have been summoned. Elena opened the door. Gizel. Hi, let me introduce you to Sola. She's a sales female. It is my pleasure to serve, the woman said as she offered another bow. Will you permit me to present him my... Come on in, Gizel. Elena pulled the woman inside and looked at Sola. She's another nurse here. She works with us. And then the door was shut in Sola's face. Where did they hire their staff from, she wondered. The Miss America pageant? Shaking her head, she went for a wander and thought about the woman's accent. There were a lot of English as a second language folks around the facility, and that was comforting. She was used to hearing all different kinds of accents, although she couldn't quite place the origins here. Then again, she was primarily familiar with variations on South American dialects. She found the break room without a problem and checked out the vending machine, which was bonus-free. No dollars were required to drop the bags of pretzels and Doritos or the Snickers bars and the Milky Ways. And then there was the Coca-Cola branded drinks unit, which had everything from soda to Gatorade to lemonade in it, all free for the taking. There were also displays of fruit, sandwiches, desserts, and even microwavable Hot Pockets. All free. Okay, maybe this was a university? Strange, very strange. Her stomach wasn't interested in food or drink, so she tucked into a cup of coffee and a donut. Then she went back out into the hall and found the ladies' room, which turned out to be a locker situation with all kinds of showers, sinks, and toilets. And oh my god, bonus. They had any toiletry you'd ever want. Deodorant, hairspray, brushes, makeup, Tums, Advil, Band-Aid. It was like an entire CVS was set in pretty little baskets along a wall-length counter that ran above the basins. There were even sealed toothbrush packs. Rarely had she ever enjoyed fluoride more. Re-emerging minty fresh, she wandered down to the far end of the corridor, where they had entered from the parking area, and then she went all the way in the opposite direction to a glass door that housed some kind of office. Then down and back, and once more. This time, as she passed the sales room, Elena came out with the other nurse, who seemed to be holding her arm to her midsection. Everything okay? Sola asked. Perfect. Elena smiled. You're welcome to go back in. Okay, thanks. Sola frowned as the other two walked off together, their voices low as they spoke. But then she opened the door and, oh me lord! Asael was sitting up in the bed, his eyes alert, color back in his face. And as he focused on her, he smiled in a shy, but very alert way. Well, hello, beautiful, he said in a soft voice. You are a sight for sore eyes. As Marisol stood in the doorway like she'd seen a ghost, Asael cursed to himself. The chosen Gizel's blood had been so pure, and he hadn't fed in so long in the midst of so much physical stress, that the roaring strength coursing through his body had jumped him weeks and weeks ahead in his recovery. All in the time lapse of 23 minutes, according to that clock face over there on the wall. If she had been a vampire like him, she would have understood immediately and rejoiced. With her being human, It was impossible to explain unless he revealed himself. All at once, his brain shorted out, the thoughts that had been traveling in an orderly fashion on a train track of neurons disintegrating. Nothing existed in his mind at all. XXXXX. Marisol came over, her face worried. XXXXX. XXXXXXXXXX. Her mouth was moving and sounds were reaching his ears, but he couldn't decipher the syllables. He was able to recognize the expression on her face, however. She was concerned and asking him what was wrong. Yes, her eyes were worried, and she was leaning in, and she was talking some more. Call the nurse? Should I? With the same abruptness that everything had gone out of phase, cognition came back online in his brain. Her words making sense to him once again, his mind processing reality as it should. No, he said. No, please don't call them. I just got fuzzy for a moment. Are you sure? She took his hand and stroked it. I can just. You're blonde now. She reached up and touched her short hair. I hate it, but it's necessary. I don't want to be identified well anyway. It's a change. For a moment, he thought about the fact that she was on the run and hated that she would not let him take care of her. Maybe that would change now, though. Maybe she would stay here with him after he recovered. When he went to lift his hand to touch her, the binds on his wrists jerked his arm in place, and he tried to lower things back down discreetly, so she couldn't notice. He didn't want to have to explain why he had needed to be strapped down. He didn't want her to think he would ever hurt her. But he remembered why he had to be restrained. He recalled feeling the maggots under his skin, the burning, churning, restless twist of all of them itching at him, biting at him. He had scratched at his skin to get them out, to shake them free, then he had bitten at his arms. As echoes of the hallucinations became so vivid they threatened to take over, he willed himself to stay in the present with Marisol, to see her, scent her, hear her, to feel her not just as she touched him, but in his heart and in his soul. His bonding for her was what had rewired his neurological damage. He knew without a doubt that Marisol's presence was the reason why that which had failed to function was now approximating normalcy. Males of the species were so locked in with their females that they were capable of great feats of strength and power on their mate's behalf. And that included a return from madness, evidently. Still, he hated for her to see him like this. Marisol sat on the bed next to him and stroked her warm hand up and down his forearm. As she did, he frowned at his pin-thin limb, the muscle so withered the skin was loose. Ugly. What? She asked. I am ugly. Not to me. She shook her head. Never to me. When her eyes circled his head, he had some vague memory of Doc Jane coming in with a shaver. Why had they taken his high-row, right? He'd been ripping it out, convinced that it was worms inside his skull. He'd been so freaked out. He'd chewed his bindings free so he could claw and tear at the black lengths until he was bleeding from wounds. Yes, that was why they had had to shave him. And afterward, they had shown him a mirror to prove to him there was nothing there, and he had calmed down when he had seen it had been removed. That had been back when they had tried to reason with him in the psychosis. I am so sorry, he said hoarsely. I didn't want you to come back to this. I'm here. That's all that matters. My brain is sick. We don't have to talk about that now if it upsets you. It's sick. Is that where the cancer is? Assail frowned, wondering if he was having another out-of-phase moment. But then, what did Eric tell you? Not any more than that. She shook her head. But I don't need details if you don't feel up to it. I'm sorry, he said again, although this time it was for the lie he would not correct. How could he? He had just gotten her back. To explain that what had landed him here was intrinsic to him being a vampire was the last thing he wanted to confess. She would be properly horrified at what he was, and he would lose her again, and this time, nothing would ever return her unto him. I love you, he said urgently. I was trying to tell you that before, when I couldn't speak. Her beautiful, dark stare widened with surprise and then glowed with happiness. So that is what you were saying to me? Yes. I thought, well, I'm glad to hear the words. She stroked his face. They mean everything. Fates, her eyes were lovely, rimmed with lashes beneath the arches of her brows. and there was color on her cheeks, the flush of joy making her seem younger, freer, more alive than ever he had seen her. As a wave of post-feeding exhaustion came unto him, Assail desperately wanted to continue talking, to be reassured she and her grandmother had been safe in Miami, to discover how the year had gone for them both. "Did you bring your grandmother?" That tiredness rose up through his bones and began to drag him down in earnest. "Tell Mayo brought Mrs. Carvalho." "I did, yup. She's at your home now. With both of your cousins, and there was another man there? A young guy. He is family friend. Staying with us. You can trust him." As he gave in to a yawn that cracked his jaw sockets, his eyes started to close. "Don't leave." "I won't," he heard her say as he drifted away. "I'm not leaving you, I promise." 19. Hen Jane had come to get her things from the pit. She had not intended to get anywhere near Vicious, but most especially not a half-naked V, in the bath of their former married-mated whatever bedroom. But she was first and foremost a doctor, and when she saw something that looked as though it was going septic, she was not going to let her personal bullshit stand in the way of treating a patient. And whatever this was on his arm was nasty. Under the lights at the sink, she inspected his skin. The wound was puffy and bright red, and he hissed again as she touched even the healthy, normal-colored areas around it. "How did this happen? Did you run into something rusty? Were they using an old crowbar when they attacked you?" When there was no answer, she looked up. This house was staring at her with those diamond eyes of his face drawn in lines of regret. "Do not get sucked in," she told herself as her heart kicked in her chest. "Don't you dare forget where you found him, on that rack in that penthouse." "Well?" she prompted as she stepped back. "What was it?" "Nothing." She rolled her eyes. "Fine, be a tough guy even though it might help me diagnose your infection. But you're gonna let me open that up and clean it out. Then you're going on antibiotics. Maybe even through and four." Although considering she'd just been kicked out of her own damn clinic, she was gonna have to get Manny to help with that. A referral, no less. Jesus Christ, she hated her life right now. She really frickin' did. V pointed to the cabinet under the counter. "There's a suture kit with a scalpel under." "I know, I put it there." Along with a paramedic kit worthy of an ambulance. As she muscled the load up and out onto the counter, he moved aside and was smart enough not to offer to help. See? He truly was Albert Einstein with fangs. "I don't want any lidocaine," V said as she began lining up the sterile gauze, the saline rinse she was going to add some antiseptic to, and that suture kit. She paused and looked over her shoulder. "This is going to hurt." "Good." Cursing under her breath, she told herself to just let it go. This pain thing of his was none of her business, and besides, if she were honest, she wanted to hurt him a little. After gloving up, she surface cleaned the area with betadine and then tested the wound with her forefinger. "We've got to get the pus out." Taking the scalpel, she went to the base of the wound, inserted the blade vertically, and went with the contour for about a half-inch. The muscles all over V's torso tightened in response, and she tried not to notice how spectacularly he was built. No fat, anywhere. He was just hard strength under smooth, tight skin, an animal more than anything she had ever seen in human men. "Focus, Jane." "What the hell?" she muttered. "Nothing. No infection. There was absolutely no oozing, no smell, no anything." She tried a little higher on the wound, and higher still. But no matter where she tested along the 10 to 12-inch length, there was nothing that would suggest a bacterial invasion that was being fought off by his white blood cells. "It's more like an allergic reaction," she concluded. "The inflammation and irritation. What the hell did this to you?" "I don't know. And that is the honest truth." Jane glanced up his broad pectorals to the jut of his chin and his goatee. "You didn't see what it was?" "No, I saw it all right. It attacked me and Butch. I've just never seen anything like it before." Jane straightened. "It wasn't a lesser?" "Nope. No one knows what it was, true? That's what I was doing when you came in. I was about to search the vampire groups and see if anyone else has ever run up against one of those shadows." Fear, like a fire alarm, rippled through her. And it was strange, and perhaps V's point, Not that she was interested in admitting he had a valid one, that it was only at this moment that she realized his mother, the scribe virgin, was truly gone. Because Jane's first advice, her initial response, to the idea there was an unknown threat to the species, was that he should go talk to the race's spiritual and metaphysical foundation. V's voice went through her head, from back when they'd had it out. You never once asked me how I felt. You never even asked me how I found out she was gone. Clearing her throat, Jane said, Maybe you need to go up to the sanctuary. Maybe the information is up there, not down here. In the library, Ori don't know. This house rubbed his tattooed temple like he had a headache. The volume of records that have been kept are staggering, going back centuries. But they're the whole history of the race, right? And they have to be organized in some way. By date, not topic. Even if all the chosen helped me, I wouldn't be able to go through it all in any reasonable amount of time, and besides, if it's recent, no one records anymore. Well, there's no fixing that. But if the chosen recorded the history, they'd remember something as big a deal as a threat like this, right? Maybe you could ask them. They're all up at Rev's great camp. You could talk to them and they could at least narrow your search. Yeah, that's true. I could do that. So let's go, she shook her head. I mean you. You should go. Those eyes of his bored into her own. I could use some help on this. If you've got some time to spare. Jane looked down at the gauze in her hand. There was a red stain in the center of the sterile white pad. Manny wasn't going to allow her anywhere near the clinic. And she was just going to go stay at one of the Brotherhood's properties, cooped up like a prisoner, cursing her life and her professional partners and everyone else in the process. Orsh could help V with his job. She thought of all the secret meetings he went to, all those closed doors, those rooms she wasn't welcome in, that information he never shared. It's fine, he muttered. I know you're busy. You sure you want me to know anything about this? As she spoke, there was bitterness in her voice, and she had to admit she had been hurt for quite a while now. She hadn't wanted to acknowledge this, of course, because Comanche had her own life, and it wasn't like she could share patient details with even him. But she had felt left out of so much of how he spent his hours, how he purposed his life, how he committed himself. He and the Brotherhood were so close they were essentially one entity between their working relationships and their off-rotation, inside joke, male macho stuff, which she didn't mind at all as long as she felt like she and V had a connection. I have no problem with you knowing anything, he said. You sure about that? What's that supposed to mean? She put her hand up. I don't want to fight. He took a deep breath, that scar on his chest expanding out of shape and resettling. I don't either, and I do mean that. Hell, you'll probably be the one who makes sense of it all. You're one of the smartest people I've ever known. Jane looked away and tried to hide the little bit of sunshine that had bloomed, unexpected and unfamiliar, on her face. She wasn't going to tell him this, but that compliment meant more to her than any throwaway line about her being pretty or attractive would have. Coming from someone like him, it was the highest form of praise she could get. Okay. Her voice was rough, so she cleared her throat and squared her shoulders. I'll go with you. Even though there was a lot of night to spare, Thro settled into his bed, reclining back against pillows soft as clouds. In retiring to his private quarters, he was following after too long a hiatus the traditions of his class. Back before he had been conscripted into the band of bastards and forced to learn to fight or die, a mansion such as this one that he had taken over, and servants such as the ones he had created, and moments like this, where one reclined when feeling not well, were part of the normal course of life. In truth, he was already recovered from the previous night's strange chest pain. So this was out of an abundance of caution and a love of luxury. There was also quality time to be had with his female. Extending a hand, he put his palm on the cover of the ancient tome that had proven to be the means to his ends. My love, he murmured as he closed his eyes. The book warmed under his touch, communicating with him as it did, filling him out in ways he'd been previously unaware of being deflated, restoring his energy after the pain and depletion he'd experienced back in that alley. Yes, he thought, as he fully returned unto himself, strong once more. He needed more time with his love, and then all would be well. Even if a loss of one of his soldiers had compromised him, it would be only temporary. He would make more. As Thro lay in quiet in a bedroom properly appointed for a member of the Glimera, his thoughts embarked on an idyll through the recent past, as if he were going on a museum tour and the docents were stopping him from time to time before certain paintings. He recalled going into that psychic's in a bad part of town and being called unto the book surely as if the thing were saying his name. He had been in search of dark magic. It was true, although he wouldn't have stated such at the moment. All he had been presently aware of, as he had mounted those steps to the second floor of that walk-up and found himself transported to another dimension without his body changing positions, was that he had ambitions unto the throne that were struggling to find success. Without the muscle of Ecker and the band of bastards, and with the aristocracy completely castrated with the dismantling of the council, he had seen no way forward. "But then I met you," he murmured. The book had shown him how to create the shadows, the incantation requiring but a small sacrifice of his blood and some minor pain. It had been so easy, with the only fault being that each spell was a one at a time. If only there were Amazon Prime for the damn things. As it stood, he had 5 now foreshadow entities under his command. In order to defeat the Brotherhood, he would need so many more. Proper army. The idea of doing that spell over and over and over again filled him with restless frustration. But what choice did he have? And they were a weapon that needed better defenses. If they could be eliminated with only bullets? Under his palm, the book grew cold as an ice cube, as if it were in disagreement, and he turned his head upon the pillow toward the tome. "How can you disagree? My soldier was felled readily." Ouch. He jerked his hand off the cover and frowned. "Really? Must you?" In the back of his mind, as he sent a glare at an inanimate object, he was aware that this was all off. Everything about what he was doing felt as if he were subject to the will of another. These events, these choices, this path was only his own on the surface. The book threw its cover open. Its pages, no longer dusty due to use, began to flip with growing speed. And then it settled on a folio. Leaning to the side, he looked at the ink on the page. As usual, it was nonsensical to him, but he had been through this before. He had to wait until it translated itself for his eyes, for his language. He smiled, a warm glow in his chest. "I have my faith," he murmured. "And my faith has me." Across the page, the same sentence, written in the characters of the old language, was in all manner of sizes, the wording fitting in and around itself, forming a beautiful pattern. "Let us not fight, my love," he whispered as he dipped his head and pressed his lips to the page. "I have my faith, and my faith has me." He caressed the page, feeling a velvet softness that was like the skin of a female. "I have my faith, and my faith has me. Hey vem me faith and me faith has ma." An erection sprang forth at his hips and he ducked a hand beneath the sheets, pushing his palm under the waistband of his silk pajamas. He gripped himself and felt a stab of lust go through him. A pumping action, strong and sure, was all he needed to find bliss as he said the words on the page over and over again. A knock at the door lifted his head. It would be his tea. Earl Grey on a silver tray with sugar cubes and a lemon slice on the side. The shadow he had sent to get it would wait out there until the earth ceased to exist, subject to Thro's will and not its own. For though it moved, it had not a brain of its own. The opposite of his book. "My love," he said as he extended his tongue and licked up the page's ink. The taste was like the glorious, aroused sex of a female, and as he began to ejaculate, all was right in his world. And he even had good help finally, which was so hard to find. 20. Revenge's great camp, on the shores of Lake George, was typical of the summer houses built in the Adirondacks in the 1870s. Cedar-shingled, multi-porched, and so close to the water you could spit a watermelon seed or toss your empty giantess ice into the lake with ease. The estate was a gracious nod to earlier times, especially in winter, with the steep, snow-covered mountains framing its acreage and threads of smoke rising from its 5 brick chimneys. It was the kind of place you wanted to curl up in with a good book and not come out until spring. As Jane crunched through the snow to the rear door, she had her hands in her pockets and her head down. It was so cold her ears burned at the tips and her cheeks tightened up, but she didn't want to solve the problem by fading out. It felt good to be in the elements and not distracted by an emergency, and she stopped and looked up. Overhead, the The sky was full of stars that shone so clearly. They were like pinpricks in a theater curtain, and the high, almost full moon provided illumination that the winter landscape turned shades of blue. "This is so beautiful," she murmured. "I agree." As she glanced at V, he wasn't looking at the heavens. He was staring at her. And even though his expression was remote, his eyes were anything but. With her heart starting to beat hard, she turned away from him. "We better get inside." The door into the kitchen opened before they stepped up onto the back porch, the chosen Cormia putting her head out. "Just in time. Scones are fresh out of the oven." The blonde-haired female was wearing an Irish knit sweater that was so big, it ended below her knees, and her smile was as beautiful as a sunrise, warm and welcoming. Fury's mate was that rare combination of kindness without the cloy, a genuinely caring person who was a perfect match to Z's twin brother, and without her, Fury would never have beaten his addiction demons. Oh, for the love of a good woman. Wasn't that how the saying went? Great. Now her chest ached again as that treacherous part of her, that sniveling girl not a woman, weak-ass winner portion of her character, wondered why she had not been enough for Vishouse. Except that was some rank bullshit right there. "Thanks," she said to the chosen as she went in. "I am hungry." Liar, liar, she thought as she made a show of checking out the baking sheet resting on the top of the gas stove. After living with the Brotherhood for as long as she had grown used to huge, professional kitchens. This was a much more personal-sized setup with a reasonable 6-burner Viking, and a regular refrigerator, and a pot-bellied stove that was throwing off BTUs like a priest handing out benedictions at Easter. And the rest of the space had been renovated with an eye toward keeping things as authentic to the period of the house as possible. The hutch in the corner an antique, the exposed beams painted garnet and gray, the old floorboards varnished but not stained to show their age. "So what brings you up here?" Cormia asked as she went over and started transferring the scones into a basket with a fork and fingertips. "Your text didn't say much, vicious, not that you ever need a reason. You're always welcome." As V started to explain the attack, Jane took a seat at the butcher block island and watched the happy drain out of the chosen. "I'll get everyone down here," the female said when he'd finished. After throwing a dish towel over the basket to keep the scones warm, Cormia left, her footfalls growing dim and then transitioning to overhead as she hit the second floor. Left alone, Jane found herself trying to remember the last time she and Vishouse had been together in the same room when they had both been properly awake. It had been back during Ecker's abduction, she decided. When she had gone to the tomb to do an assessment on the bastard and Vishouse had been on guard duty. They had talked about how neither one of them wanted kids, which had been a relief at the time. Now, that accord just seemed like more distance, more separateness. When Vishouse cleared his throat, she looked up at him, and as if he had been waiting for her attention, he said, "I owe you an apology for the way I spoke to you at the penthouse the other night. I was obnoxious and defensive." She focused on the basket. The dish towel on top was red, the one lining the inside was blue, and the combination made her think of the 4th of July. "It's okay," she said eventually. "We were both pretty upset. I am really sorry that happened. The whole thing. You know what hurts?" she blurted. "The fact that you carved out time and made arrangements and thought about someone else. It makes me feel like I'm not here. I'm not significant to you. I mean, yes, there's the whole cheating thing. But over and above the mechanics of the sex, what kills me is that you prioritize somebody when all I want is to be seen by you. Really, truly seen." There was a rustle and a creaking when she looked up again. He was right beside her, looming in his black leather jacket and broad shoulders, his weapons mostly hidden, his face full of sharp angles as he stood beneath the old-fashioned wrought iron light fixture. "I didn't want anyone else," he said. "I don't want anyone else. Just you." As her throat got tight, she whispered, "Then why did you do it?" "I will never forgive myself." He reached out and touched her cheek. Not with his gloved hand, though. With the one that was warm and bare. "And you're right. It was not about you until I decided I couldn't go through with it. Then it was all about you." Their eyes met and held as there was more walking up above. Many footsteps crossing the floorboards as Cormia gathered the chosen. "I'm sorry," he said in a voice that cracked. More than you will ever know. I love you, Jane. It's always been you. I did a horrible, stupid, unforgivable thing. And as for the sex, I swear on my soul that I didn't touch her. As soon as she came, I sent her away. I couldn't do that shit. I could not. She searched his face, his cruelly beautiful, tattooed face. You hurt me. Her voice was so rough it didn't sound like her own. I know. Don't do it again. I won't. He leaned in and pressed a kiss to her forehead. You have my word. As he straightened, something dawned on her, and she let out an awkward laugh. Then a giggle. Oh my God. What? I can't believe I just quoted Pretty Woman to you. She put her hands to her face and laughed more. I was Julia Roberts right there. He smiled, his goatee widening. I've never seen the movie. Wait, no. Lassiter was watching it once. It's where that red-haired chick goes shopping or something. That's the one. Anyway, I didn't think I would ever walk in those shoes. V got serious quick. I'm sorry I was the one who put you in them. I'm not going to say it's okay. She took a deep breath. Because it's not. I know. And I agree. As female voices grew louder, Cormia walked into the kitchen and pointed over her shoulder. We've gathered in the living room by the big hearth because it's warmest there? Good call, V said as he stepped back and let Jane get to her feet. Let's do this. Nothing. None of the Chosen had heard of anything such as that shadow entity, either as they had functioned as scribes or as part of any conversation about the race. After meeting with the sacred females, V stepped out of Rev's old and wonderful house and held the door wide for Jane to follow him. I'm not surprised, he said. I thought for sure they'd know something. The two of them walked forward through the snow, their breaths leaving in puffs, their boots crunching through the icy top layer to the soft stuff underneath. Shit, he thought. There was no reason to check social damn media. If the scribe virgins females didn't know about it, the Joe Schmoes on the planet wouldn't. Then again, Fury had released the Chosen of their lockdown up in the sanctuary quite a while ago. So there had been a lag between when the seeing bowls had been in regular use and when tall, dark, and see-through had showed up in that alley. I guess we go back, V said as he slowed to a stop. Fuck. He didn't want to leave because Jane was going to pull out if they returned to Caldwell. What about Amalia? She asked. As he turned to her, he got caught up in the way the moonlight fell over her features and made her blonde hair glow. Goddamn, he wanted to kiss her. Wanted to do even more to her. Sorry, what? He murmured. She's up in the sanctuary still as the directrix. Maybe she knows something? Will you go with me? Ah, yeah, sure. I think I can get up there. I haven't tried. I can help you. When she nodded, he stepped in close. I'm going to have to put my arms around you. As she stiffened, he gave her time to change her mind. But then she nodded, so he moved in even tighter and extended his reach, his leather jacket creaking in the cold. Close your eyes, he told her. V didn't wait to see if she followed instruction. It wasn't necessary anyway. He wasn't even sure why he said it. Hell, maybe he was hoping she'd forget it was him. Or more likely, didn't want her to see how vulnerable he was feeling. In a slow series of movements, he wrapped his arms around her and stepped in against her. She fit the same. She felt different. Holding her, it was as if it was the first time all over again, that moment when you had another body against your own and all your senses were in tune to the way their shoulders hit the insides of your biceps and how their head fit under your chin and what their shampoo smelled like. This house had told her to shut her eyes, but he was the one closing his lids. Hold on to me, he said hoarsely. Here we go. The world went on a swirl that made them the center of the universe around which all things spun, and then there was a wave and a bump, and just like that, the cold and the night were gone. The sanctuary was a rainbow wash of green lawn and multicolored tulips, its climate a perpetual spring afternoon under a milky sky that had no obvious light source but all the illumination you could ever want. The air was still and a perfect 72 degrees, the humidity giving everything a dewy resonance without making you sweaty. Greco-Roman-like marble structures with open loggias and arched, paneless windows dotted the acres, like chess pieces placed with strategy on a board. This house didn't want to let her go. He did, however, and as he pulled back, He felt her hands smooth over his waist, which caused lust to spike into his body. Even though sexual frustration was typically not a male's BFF, it felt so good to want her again. To not just remember feeling this way, but actually be in the sensation, the experience. "Where do we go?" Jane asked in a husky voice. He shook himself back into focus. "To my mother's private quarters. We'll wait there for Amalia. She already knows we're here." The directrix always knows when someone breaches the barrier. As they started walking, he wanted to take her hand. He didn't want to push her and make things awkward, though. "God, this place is beautiful," Jane murmured. "The color sit makes me think of Somewhere Over the Rainbow." "What? That Judy Garland movie, the one that was half in black and white and half in color? My sister, Hannah, before she died, she and I used to watch it every year." "Geez, my brain is going, why can't I remember the title?" There was the dog, Toto, and Auntie Em, who she wanted to get home to, the yellow brick road and the scarecrow, the Tin Man and the Cowardly Lion. Okay, this is gonna drive me nuts. There was that witch and those frickin' monkeys. I hated those monkeys, always gave me nightmares. They made me not want to go to zoos. V knew what the movie was called, but he liked the sound of her talking, so he kept it to himself and let her continue to describe it as they walked over the carpet of perfectly level, golf course-worthy grass. Up ahead, by the scribing temple, a high white marble wall. So pristine it was as if a porcelain dinner plate had been stuck into the ground, delineated his mother's private space. There was no conventional door to access the courtyard. Instead, a section parted for you if you were welcome. As they approached, striding side by side with so much still unsaid, he wondered if they would be blocked for having a bad vibe, like they were carriers of an existential stomach flu that required quarantine. Or maybe with the scribe virgin gone, all would be locked out. Nope. The opening appeared, the marble that was there now not. Stepping inside, the sound of the fountain, which was now flowing again, was like a choir without any particular music or specific set of voices. It was more an ambience that made him think, "Ah yes, that is good." The songbirds he had brought up for his mother, twice, were silent for a moment. Then they resumed their lovely songs, until the warbling tunes from those avian throats became as the twinkling, falling water. A part of a landscape so perfectly engineered to both set a mood and be unobtrusive that your shoulders uncoiled and your gut eased up and your heart, still so broken moments before, began to beat a rhythm of peace. Jane strolled forward, the boots she had put on back at the pit no longer crusted with snow, the grass having cleaned them off. Her coat would be making her too warm, he thought, and sure enough, she removed it and ran a hand through her short hair. "I see you," he thought, "and you are beautiful to me. So we just wait?" she said as she wandered around and then stepped into the colonnaded preamble to his mother's suite of rooms. "Until Amalia finds us?" "Yes. Hey, look in here. There's a bed and things, okay? Well, not things really, but there is a bed." She glanced back at him. "I didn't really think the scribe virgin would sleep. You know, like us." V shrugged. "I don't know what she did in there." She pivoted around sharply. "The Wizard of Oz. That's the name of the movie. Guess I haven't lost it completely." There was a long silence, and Vishouse realized he would remember her forever here, standing in the white marble expanse, staring across at him with that parka over her arm and those snow boots. "I've missed you," he blurted. "More than I've wanted to admit, and now that you're here with me, I can't figure out why I worked so fucking hard to avoid telling you that." 21. The following afternoon, was it afternoon? The arms on the wall clock said 2 and change, and it felt like afternoon. Sola stepped out of a sales room so that Elena and that other nurse, the one with the long robe, could remove his catheter. He had been sleeping in chunks of 2 or 3 hours, and Sola had been doing the same, thanks to a cot that had been brought in for her. With him in restraints still, it wasn't possible for them to lie together, but it was good to be stretched out and off her feet, right by him. Eric had been really diligent about sending her texts on the phone he'd given her about her Vovo. Pictures, too, the snaps of the old woman at the stove, at the cutting board, pointing at a veil as if she were ordering him around, making Sola smile with happiness and relief. During the last month in Miami, she'd worried her Vovo was slowing down, but maybe it was because she'd needed more mouths to feed, a bigger house to organize, a schedule punctuated by more than just church. Elena stepped out of the room. I think he wants a shower. Sola jumped to attention. Really? I mean, yay! Are the restraints off? Yes. The other woman made slow-down motions. Now, we really don't know how he's going to be. I don't want to alarm you, but his mental status could change quickly and without warning. So please be careful. I can handle myself, Sola said grimly. I would hate to have to with him, but I can take care of things if that's the way it goes. Elena reached out with a reassuring hand. Hopefully it won't be necessary, and you know how to call us. So he can have a shower? I can help him with that. Yes, Dr. Manello has cleared him. There's a chair in the stall for him to sit on and also a call button mounted on the wall, you'll see it. I'm just one room over if you need me. The other nurse came out of the room, the one with the long robe, and her arm was in that same position, tucked against her torso as if she were hiding something or it hurt. But she was pleasant enough, offering that bow thing she did and some murmured words of respect. Sola was pleasant in response, but she didn't waste time, flashing back into that room because she had a hunch that Assail was sitting on the edge of the bed like he was about to jump onto his feet, break off a piece of his Kit Kat bar to a disco track and probably fall flat on his face and break all of his teeth because he was too weak to be doing anything other than giving Sheets a job. Let me help you, she said as she ran forward. I got it. You don't got shit. Except he did. He stood up and didn't wobble, his body solid on those thin legs, his breath hitching only a little, his hands splaying out as he balanced on his own. Look at you. Sola smiled and had to blink back tears. Next thing you know, you'll be doing laps. May I have your arm? I was hoping you'd ask. Sola let him set the pace, and although he shuffled like a little old lady, she didn't care. The idea that there was progress, any sort of forward motion out of the death throes he'd been in the night before was good enough for her. Yes, she realized he was still terminal, and she was going to have to keep facing that reality, but for as long as she could, she was going to stay in this present. Anything else was just too hard to think about. Okay, so I'm going to start the water, she informed him as they entered the loo. And you're going to park it on this nice toilet right here. Let's put the seat cover down. Excellent. Good work. Now let me get the shower going. As he sat where she told him to, Sola extended an arm into the tiled stall and cranked the stainless steel handle most of the way to the engraved H at the top of the fixture. Then she turned back around. Assail was no longer sitting down, and he was not by the toilet. He had moved to the sink and was staring at himself in the mirror. With a shaking hand, he reached out to the glass and touched the reflection of his hollowed cheek, his too prominent brow, his lips that were loose. The water's almost warm, she whispered, even though it wasn't. Come on, let's get you under the spray. But Assail just stood there, staring at the image of what was clearly a dying man. When his knees started to go, she caught him by throwing an arm around his frail body. He weighed far too little, but she didn't allow herself to dwell on that. Sit, she said as she helped him back down onto the closed toilet seat. Then she kneeled in front of him. As his eyes welled with tears, she felt so powerless. It's all right, she murmured as she snapped a hand towel off a rod. Just let it all out. Folding the terry cloth in half again, she pressed the softness to his face, and then somehow, he was in her arms, leaning on her for strength. His body collapsed onto her. In slow circles, she moved her palm around the prominent bones of his back and rib cage. I've got you, she whispered in his ear. Cry it out, you'll feel better. A knock on the door stiffened him, and he lifted his head in alarm, as if he were terrified that anyone but her would see him as vulnerable as he was. We're fine, Sola said sharply as she urged his head back down and protected him. Do not come in. Elena's voice was muffled through the closed door. Just checking. I'll give you guys privacy. Thank you. After a while, Assail lifted his head as if it weighed 1,000 pounds. And before he could speak, she wiped his face. Let's do the shower later. I never thought, he cleared his throat. I never thought I would come back. I thought I had lost me forever. I'm so scared, Marisol. What if two don't want to be lost again? She would have given the world to be able to tell him he didn't have to worry about that. But she was not going to lie to him. I'm not leaving you. However much time you have, I'll be here. With trembling fingers, he touched her hair, her cheek, the curve of her jaw. And then he lingered at her mouth, running a feather-light stroke across her lower lip. She knew exactly what he was asking. Yes, she said, as soon as you're able. Staring into Marisol's face, Assail desperately wanted to be with his female. He wanted her naked and underneath him, his body sexed up and penetrating hers, the two of them orgasming at the same time. Unfortunately, that seemed like a distant country, reachable only after a treacherous, exhausting trip. But he would get there. He had told the chosen Gizzle to come back in another 8 hours. She was feeding from the brothers to keep her own strength up as she provided him with what he needed, and maybe after another feeding he would lose the paranoia, he would backslide again. Every time he took that chosen's vein, he progressed by leaps and bounds. But lo, how he wished it could have been Marisol's blood in him. For a moment, Assail entertained that fantasy, except then he refocused. With his madness only so recently dissipating, he didn't like to get too lost in memories or daydreams. In both cases, such vivid thoughts took him away from the touch-tastes here of reality, and the dissociation terrified him. He'd had enough of that to last a lifetime. Let's go back to bed. I want to be clean, he countered. I just want to feel clean. As if a good shampoo and soaping would wash this nightmare away. All right, Marisol said as she got to her feet. Let's do this. He absolutely despised the way she had to help him stand up, and he'd learned his lesson with the mirror over the sink. As she aided him with taking off his hospital Johnny, he did not look down at himself. No thank you. He wasn't going to like what he saw there any more than he'd enjoyed his face or bald skull. And damn it, he wanted to stand on his own underneath the spray, like a grown male should, but with the heat swirling around because of the hot water, he could feel his blood pressure dropping. So the chair it was. Oh, he sighed. This is wonderful. Too hot? Too cold? Perfect. Leaning back and resting his bald head on the tile wall, he let the amazing rush cascade down his flesh. You want me to wash you? Marisol asked. Oh yes, he said. Please. That would be most gracious of you. Embarrassed by how little he could do for himself, he fell back upon his aristocratic manners, as if politeness could somehow make up for his weakness. Yet Marisol didn't seem to judge him at or hold him in lesser regard. In fact, she smiled and seemed to enjoy helping, and she was gentle with the washcloth on his hypersensitive skin. It felt so good to have her hands upon him. He didn't want it to end. All finished. Brush my teeth, he murmured drowsily. Absolutely. She came back with a toothbrush preloaded with paste, and that he did himself. Then the water was off, dripping loudly in the stall. Marisol wrapped him in thick towels and together they got him back onto the bed. As he sagged against the pillows, he realized it was more exercise than he'd had since Dr. Manello had come and picked him up from his house to come here for his detoxing. Assail took his female's hand urgently and spoke in a strong voice. No more drugs. She blinked. Okay. I can tell the doctors you don't want any more. No. No more cocaine. Ever. He shook his head emphatically. I will never do it again. I should never have started using, and then it got away from me. It nearly killed me. That is an evil drug, and I am rid of it. Sola leaned down and smiled. That is good to hear. As she grew serious, he had a feeling she was thinking about his dealing. And I'm getting out of the business, too, he said. It's not for me anymore. Wait, you're going legitimate? As in, completely legitimate. Assail frowned as he considered his past pursuits. Ever since he had come to the New World, he had been hell-bent on making money because that was what he had always done. And he preferred the black market because he hated paying corporate taxes, and moreover, he had enjoyed thwarting the human legal system. But unless the stock market had collapsed during the time he had been off the planet, he had more money than he could spend over the course of his centuries and centuries-long lifetime. There had never been a need, actually only the drive, a compulsion for winning. Except now, after what he had been through over the last, had it been weeks or months, He found himself not wanting any part of such pursuits. Hell, he'd already shut down his drug business to get out of that messy problem of having dealt to the forelesser. He'd had plans to import and sell guns and munitions, but really, what for? There will be no more of that for me, Marisol. As tears sprang to her eyes, he assumed they were from happiness. But then he wasn't so sure. That's good news to you, he prompted. Is it not? Of course it is. She seemed to collect herself. It's the news I've wanted to hear. Lay with, as his thoughts abruptly stopped, and he had nothing but a blank space in his head. He panicked. This was how it had been going, however, these little hiccups in cognition creating the proverbial sound of crickets in his skull and then resolving themselves. Marisol was speaking unto him, and he tried not to become agitated when he couldn't properly interpret her words. Lay with me, he blurted. Lay with me? I'm all right. I swear unto you. I just have these little interruptions. They always take care of themselves, though. She stayed where she was, staring at him as if she were trying to diagnose him like a doctor. But something must have satisfied her, because she nodded and got up on the bed gently. As she stretched out beside him, he rolled in toward her. They both took a deep breath, and he would have willed the lights off if he'd had the strength. I will be better in the morning, he mumbled. I just need rest. Of course. It will all, she exhaled slowly. In the morning, all will be well. Something in her voice wasn't right, but as sleep strengthened its hold on him, he contented himself with dreams of a future where they were together. Here, Miami, the old country. It didn't matter. But yes, he was going to follow her lead and get out of the life. Fates, why hadn't he decided to retire sooner? 22. A word with you, if I may. The following evening, Vittoria looked up from her brother Eduardo's desk and thought about getting her gun out. How did you get in here? The door was ajar. The woman standing just inside the office and speaking in that autocratic, I win the game voice, was all angles. Dark hair cut blunt at the chin and flat ironed straight as a set of drapes. Anorexic body dressed in an avant-garde black suit with asymmetrical lines and shoulder pads out of Alexis Carrington Colby's wardrobe. And the nose job and brow lift made her appear to be in dramatic lighting even if she wasn't. Miss Margot Fortescue, the one who had proven so resistant to everything, especially when Vittoria had informed the gallery's staff first thing at 9 a.m. that she would be taking things over. Fortunately, the others had been warm and open. Then again, exactly how many high-end art galleries did Caldwell have? Even snobs had to be employed. When they were the salespeople as opposed to the buyers, that was such a world of difference. Vittoria sat back and resolved to make sure she shut things firmly behind herself in the future. What may I do for you? Miss Fortescue closed the door sharply. Then again, she no doubt did everything with a punctuation of some sort. I would like some proof of your identity. This was said as if it were meant to shock, dismay, cause a fluster. And so when Vittoria made no response at all, Miss Fortescue's left eyebrow, which had been drawn on as if it were part of an architectural rendering, twitched. Well, life is full of unrequited desires. Vittoria smiled. We must learn to adjust to being disappointed. We don't know who you are. You could be anyone. Eduardo and Mr. Benlois didn't tell us they had a sister. That last word was uttered with a tone that put its definition more along the lines of thief or interloper than familial relation of a female extraction. As the woman's eyes settled on the desk, her expression became remote, and that was when all became clear. Yes, Eduardo had been engaging in a bit of fun with this paragon of precision and disapproval, hadn't he? Vittoria smiled. Clearly, you were just not significant enough to merit information about our family. That happens to mere casual or business acquaintances. Miss Fortescue planted a hand on the blotter and leaned in. I know what else got sold around here. I know what Eduardo was keeping track of. Do you often find yourself overstepping bounds? Or do you simply lack the self-awareness to recognize them in the first place? I think perhaps the latter informs the former. The woman seemed nonplussed, but she recovered presently. I could bring down this whole lie. Eduardo told me things, and when the two of them stopped coming in here, there was a lot of talk. I kept quiet, but that may not last. Vittoria sat forward and linked her hands on her brother's journal of notes. As her burner phone started to ring, she let it go to voicemail. This is an art gallery. My brothers sell art, which I believe is your reason for employment here. I know about that little book. The woman pointed to what Vittoria was covering. I know what's in there. Tell me something. Has my brother gotten in touch with you recently? When there was only stony silence. Yes, that is what I thought. I'm afraid you are less amusing than your cheerful attitude and dress suggest. They say he's dead. Who is they? When there was no reply, Vittoria shook her head. You know so much less than you maintain you don't. I imagine it can be disappointing when one's position is less exalted than one assumed. Vittoria made a show of looking at her watch. Is it 6 o'clock already? Closing time. I want proof of who you are. Yes, you've made that clear. However, what I would be worried about, were I you, was whether or not I will have a job in the morning. Are you threatening me? Not at all. Getting to her feet, Vittoria came around the desk. Why would I fire someone who has just suggested that my brothers were engaging in illegal activity? That deserves a promotion. Now off you go, and I'll lock up behind you. So I'm thinking Amalia is not going to show. As Jane spoke, Vishouse looked over at her. The two of them had spent all day in the courtyard, lounging on the marble floor of his mother's private quarters, propped up against the lip of the fountain. It was typical of the sanctuary that not even the stone made your ass fall asleep. Even after all these hours, they might as well have been stretched out on a pair of Wonder Bread loungers. I guess not. He rubbed his hair. She knows we're here. I mean, that's the way it's always worked. In fact, he had half expected the directrix to magically materialize from out of his mother's private bedroom and announce that she was the chosen one, the hand-picked successor to the scribe virgin. That shoe hadn't dropped yet, though. And as for Amalia's no-show, it had meant he and Jane had talked for hours and hours about absolutely positively nothing that was hard stuff. They had stuck well away from her work, his work, their distance. Instead, they had covered things like a sales recovery, Luch's progress, the lessening society's disintegration, the destroyer prophecy and right versus left Twix Super Bowl predictions, and the theory of Atlantis. That last one had been because they had also gotten into a quote war over the original Ghostbusters. I'm sorry I never asked you, Jane said softly. He refocused. What? About losing your mother. There was a pause, and then her eyes locked on his own. As the silence stretched out, he knew she was inviting him to talk, deliberately giving him space and attention. V brought his knees up and propped his gloved hand on one of them. Flexing the fingers, he pictured the thing without a covering. You know how when you go out at night, you look up and expect to see the sky? And when you do, it's this combination of something that affects you, because it can be cloudy or clear, raining or snowing, and yet it is totally impersonal. The sky is at once dispositive and irrelevant, and that's what she was like. She was always there, and I don't know. Maybe she tried the best she could to connect with me and my sister. But she sucked at relating to people. He looked at Jane pointedly. I get that from her. Then he shrugged. So that's what it feels like for me on a personal level. But then there's also the other, more important shit. I feel like the race is exposed, and I don't like that. There's too much weird shit happening at once. I mean, she disappears, and we're coming down to the end of the war, and then I run into that shadow in the alley? I don't fucking like it, true? We're at a crossroads, and sometimes the new direction doesn't improve things. It lands you right in the crapper. Jane nodded. Makes sense to me. As she said the words, there was a loosening in V's entire body, a relaxation of muscle he hadn't been aware of tensing. Do you think also, Jane cleared her throat, do you think maybe you're disappointed that things between you and your mother didn't get fixed? That as long as she was alive or whatever she was, there was a possibility that sometime way down the line, she might be who you needed her to be. But now that's gone. I didn't need shit from her. Everyone needs something from their mother. It's the way it works. When he smiled, she said, What? No one ever disagrees with me. But you. Jane looked down at her own hands, her brows getting tight. Not one of my virtues, huh? Actually, it's a part of you I love most. When she glanced at him in surprise, he leaned in quick and kissed her on the mouth, even though he shouldn't have. Then to cover up the faux pas, he jumped to his feet and extended his hand. I guess we better go. Jane got up on her own, leaving his palm in the breeze, another thing he loved about her. She would never need anything from him or any male, any female, anybody. Jane took care of herself and had so much competence left over, she could take care of everyone else too. Do we get back the same way we came here? She asked roughly. Yeah, we just focus and, with a quick shift, she fit herself against his body, wrapping her arms around him and holding on. Vishouse closed his eyes and embraced her, tilting his head down so that his nose was in the sweet warmth of her neck. I can't say I'm sorry. For what? She whispered. Kissing you. Before she could reply, he sent them back down to earth. He wished that they could have stayed in the sanctuary alone, though. Forever. 23. I want to go home. Asael was sitting up in his bed with a rolling tray full of food in front of him, his eyes alert and back to normal, the whites as bright as they should be. And as Sola stood with Elena and Dr. Manello, she was at once excited and full of dread at his demand. If he were terminal, he needed to be here, so that if something happened, it could be handled by people trained to, handle those things. Hello? He said. Will one of the three of you respond? Sola looked at the other two and figured this decision was way above her pay grade. She was more support, showering, toothbrushing, but it was hard not to want to get him away from this clinical environment, even if it was only for a little bit. He had been taken off all the monitors and the catheter was long gone, and other than a couple of pills, the purpose of which she didn't know, he was mostly not being medicated. Whatever acute episode had been brought on by his cancer treatment had passed. For now. Well, he insisted, you just put me in how many machines over the last 6 hours, and you yourself said that my brain is functioning within normal limits. So what is the problem? Sola had to smile. With each passing hour, he was turning back into the man she had known and been bristled by. Asael had always had an autocratic way about him, as if he had spent his entire life giving orders and having them followed without question. It was irritating and sexy depending on whether she agreed with him on the issue or not. Have we all forgotten how to speak English? He drawled. Or am I having one of my phase-outs again? Let's talk about these, what do you call them? Dr. Manello put his hands in the pockets of his white coat. Phase-outs. Oh no, you don't. Asael wagged his forefinger back and forth. I'm not falling for that. You're looking for an excuse to keep me here. And then they were all staring at her. Clearing her throat, Sola said, as long as you tell me what to watch out for and when to call, I'm happy to be there to care for him. And I always have 911. Actually, Dr. Manello cut in, I'll give you a number to phone. We can be to you in the blink of an eye. It's best to keep in touch with us directly. So is that a yes? Asael's eyes were like lasers on the doctor. Are you letting me go? I have one condition, the other man said. Myself or Doc Jane gets to come out and do regular visits. So I'll see you next week then. Asael smiled. I'll pencil you in. Sola had to look away. These comments he made, like getting out of the drug business or putting anything on a calendar, reminded her that he was not in a position to set long-term plans of any kind. She wasn't sure whether it was delusion, denial, or part of his brain problems, but sooner or later, reality was going to be a crushing blow, and she hated that for him. Dr. Manello made a Shaw movement with his hand. You're cute. Try every 12 horse no, make that 8. Narrowing his eyes, Asael spoke in a masterpiece theater tone. Must you? Yup, I gotta. Unless you'd prefer to continue to enjoy our luxurious 5-star accommodations here. Fine. Asael crossed his arms over his chest. I shall welcome you with bated breath. That's the spirit. When the medical staff stepped out to arrange for an ambulance or whatever, maybe that Range Rover Sola excused herself. I'll be right back, she said to Asael. Out in the hall, she called after Dr. Manello. I'm sorry. Can I grab you for a second? The man turned around and smiled. What can I do you for? You're sure this is okay? Yes, I am. We can get there fast if something happens, and the brain scans are looking good. You're going to be there with his cousins, and they can control him until we arrive. Ask him, she thought. Ask him for all the ugly details of the diagnosis and treatment. And then she should raise the truly awful questions that gave her the most anxiety. How long does a sale have? Is the end going to be bad? Are you certain you've done everything you can? Dr. Manello put his hand on her shoulder and squeezed. It's going to be okay. Besides, getting him out of here will do him good. Elena's calling Eric right now, and as soon as he finds an escort in, they'll be here. Sola refocused, moving away from what terrified her to the things she could control. There would be time when she was stronger for the hard conversations. Get him home and settled, she told herself. You'll give me his prescriptions? She cleared the lump in her throat. Or do I have to go to a CVS or something? We'll give you everything. Not to worry. The doctor was true to his word. Within half an hour, Eric arrived in the Range Rover and Sola got a goodie bag of pills with detailed instructions and all kinds of telephone numbers to call. And then Assail walked out of the facility on his own, refusing assistance from the medical staff, his cousin, even her. It was clearly a matter of pride, and as he struggled with his head held high and his jaw tight with effort and concentration, she had to blink away tears. But he made it all the way to the parking area and into the back of the SUV without a slip, fall, or help me. The big blonde man was once again their escort, and as Sola settled into her rear seat next to Assail, he smiled at her from the front. Nice to see you again. Glad it's under these circumstances. Me too. She glanced at Assail and tried not to worry over how pale and exhausted he seemed. It's good to go home. And then they were heading out. She didn't pay much attention to the gating systems or that strange fog this time. She was too busy watching Assail. After a short recovery time from his exertion, he began to glow with happiness as he looked out the window, and she tried to get in touch with that emotion. The sad truth that they were bringing him home to die, however, was too overwhelming for her to the point where she almost wished they could turn around and go back to the clinic. This resurrection of his was but a flare, not a true fire source. God, the seesawing was exhausting, she thought. 1 minute she couldn't wait to get him home. Now she wanted to return to the hospital. Heaven knew what she would be feeling or thinking next. Look at the snow, Assail said as they emerged onto the country road. So much of it has fallen. His face was full of wonder, as if he were a child, and he sat forward in his seat, focusing on the headlights and the road. When he reached behind himself and started patting around, she wasn't sure what he was doing until their hands brushed and he held on to hers. Closing her eyes, she rested her head back and felt the subtle bumps of the ride, the heater blowing on her ankles, the warmth of his palm against hers. I don't know how to do this, she thought. I don't know how to. We're here. Sola jerked herself awake and looked around. They were on Assail's long driveway, his glass house glowing with light up ahead like it recognized its owner was finally back home. As they came around to the garages, the door in the middle trundled up, and Eric pulled them inside. No one moved until the panels were lowered back into place, and the instant those heavy sections landed, everybody got out at once. A veil threw open the way into the mansion, the man's face both tense and hopeful. Assail refused help and did not stop smiling as he shuffled over to his cousin. Miss me. A veil went down the shallow steps and closed in, his arms stretching out and embracing his family. Quiet words were spoken and Sola looked away to give them privacy. Oh man, who is cooking in there? Rage said. Sola took a deep inhale and, sure enough, caught all kinds of her grandmother's magic. My vovo, she replied. That's who's at the stove. She's obviously a genius. I would agree, Sola said as Assail motioned for her to come in with him. Hand in hand, they walked through the mudroom and then they were in the kitchen. Her grandmother didn't look up from the skillet she was using. Wash hands, she commanded gruffly. Time to eat. It was her vovoous way, of course love shone through effort, rather than words. And Sola had to smile a little especially as she saw the table set for 5, and the thin guy she had threatened with her gun pouring water into glasses. He straightened as he looked at Assail, and then paled as if he were going to pass out. Marcus, Assail chided. Let's not become emotional. I'm home and going to be fine. Sola closed her eyes and had to remind herself that that was probably the best attitude for him to take. Positivity was a good thing. Asael went over and gave the young man a hug, and then Rage was over by the back door. As much as I want to stay, I've got to catch you all later. But you take care, and call us if you need us. We shall, Asael promised as he went to the sink and began to wash his hands. Thank you as always for your service. Good deal. The man gave them a wave and walked out into the night. Guess he was being picked up by someone, Sola thought. Are you sure he shouldn't wait in here? She said. It's really cold. Asael shook his head. He will be fine. Platters of food came out of the oven where they had been warming and were carried by her Vovoa's strong hands to the table. And Eric and Avail washed up at the bar sink across the way and then got into their seats as if they were good little children ready for lunch at school. Marcus joined them, and Asael led Sola over to a vacant seat, which he pulled out for her. It was sometime around then that her grandmother stopped moving and just stared at Asael. Her expression was frozen, but her eyes were not. They traveled around him, noting everything. He hesitated after he scooted the chair in under Sola's butt. Sit, her Vovo said as she pointed to the head of the table. You will eat much now. Asael flushed, but followed orders, planting himself in the chair. And then Sola's grandmother approached him with a grave expression. Putting her hands around to the back of her own neck, she removed a slim gold chain that had a small medal hanging off of it. This is Saint Raphael. He will protect you and heal you. You will wear this and no take it off. She transferred the necklace to Asael's throat and switched to Spanish, offering a prayer for Asael's health as she took his face in her old, beautiful hands. Sola rubbed her eyes as they teared up. Now you eat, her Vovo snapped. All of you. Too thin. As her grandmother headed back for the stove, she gave Sola a quick, hard hug. And then Asael's cousins began passing the food around. The man himself simply looked down at the medal, however. Sola cleared her throat. Don't worry. I won't let her make you convert. This is very kind of her. Asael glanced up. Very kind indeed. There's more where that came from. Sola accepted a platter of enchiladas and realized she was starved. We have a saint for everything. He turned toward the stove. Mrs. Carvalho? When the woman looked over, he lifted the medal. Thank you. I am honored. Eat. We go to Mass at midnight. Vovo. I don't think that is a good idea. Yes, Asael said. That is perfect. We shall go indeed. And with that decided, he began to pile his plate high, that special smile on his face making him seem renewed from the inside out. After a moment, Sola resolved to just go with it. She had no idea how much time they had together, so she was going to damn well enjoy every second she had. To do anything else was a foolish waste of a gift she had never expected to receive. 24. Asael started with sopa de fuba, which was a spectacular combination of collard greens and sausage in a thick broth. Then he moved on to 3 servings of the feijoada, a mix of smoked ham hocks over white rice with plenty of pão de queijo on the side. Dessert was something they called sobremesa de banana com queijo. Banana pudding. He wasn't the only one who put the goods away, so to speak. Everybody, including Marisol, ate like it had been a year since their last meal. And when they were done, they all pushed their chairs back and just sat there, the effort of moving any farther away from the table too much like work. But Asael had something on his mind, something that he could wait no longer for. Looking over at Marisol, he said, Will you please help me to my room upstairs? I should like a shower and a lie down before we go to church, and I shall require help. Marisol nodded and got to her feet. Let me just clear first. No, Mrs. Carvalho said sharply. I will clean. Then I will rest as well. We leave here at 11:20. I no want to be late. Asael stood up. Allow me to reassure you, madam, that your granddaughter's aid will be that of a necessary nursing function only. You are good boy. Now go. Out of my kitchen. You have honored us greatly with this meal. This caused all the males to get up and bow low to the diminutive, white-haired elder, and the flush that hit Mrs. Carvalho's lined face told him that they had pleased her, although she would never say as much. "Enough of this ceremony," she muttered as she turned the sink on and got out the ivory dish soap. "Off you all go." Eric and Avail followed instruction to the letter, taking their stomachs in hand as if they were carrying boulders at waist level, and disappearing down below to their quarters. When Marcus hesitated, Avail had to do him a favor. Putting an arm around the young male's shoulder, Avail said quietly, "Go and rest. Are you sure? This is an argument you will never win, and we shall find other ways to serve her, I promise you." As Marcus nodded and followed the descending example set, Avail was free to hold an arm out to Sola and use the excuse of his physical condition to draw her close. Underneath the soft, thin scrubs he had been given to wear home, he was already partially erect, his sexual drive awakening and resurrecting him even further, the need focusing him and giving him an urgency that was very familiar. He did pause, however, as they rounded the corner to the sleek stairs and he saw into his office. "What is it?" Marisol asked. "Do you need to sit down? I spent many hours in there." He pointed through the open doorway to the slice of hall light that penetrated the darkness and landed on his desk as if it were a portent. "So much time and effort." "Come on," she said gently. "Let's not think of anything right now. Let's get you another shower." He allowed her to direct him to the ascent, and he was surprised by how weak his legs were. Even with his weight loss, they struggled to carry him up the stairs. It was dark in the master bedroom, too, and he willed the dim lights on. "You installed motion detectors?" Marisol said. "Ahis, I did." He was going to have to watch that. Vampires didn't have to use light switches. "Look at this place. I am back." The room was circular and had windows all the way around, the view of the winter landscape extending for miles. Paneled in a buttery burled walnut, everything glowed in the soft illumination. The sleek, contemporary decor a non-competing background to that incredible night horizon. "I never thought I would see this again." He went over and stared out at the river, the distant mountains, the city across the water. "I appreciate this all so much more now. Listen, you don't have to go to church. My grandmother is from the old school, and very devout, but that doesn't mean—" "Oh, I will go." He turned around to his Marisol. "I am not familiar with your customs, but I would like to learn them." "So you're not Christian?" "Not that it matters to me." "No, I am not." Crossing the distance between them, he stepped in close to her and put a hand on the side of her neck. Rubbing his thumb over her jugular, he murmured, "So tell me, do they offer a forgiving of sins? For I am afraid I lied to that good woman downstairs." Marisol's eyes flared and then her lids got heavy. "What did you lie to her about?" "I don't want a shower." He stared at his female's lips, watching them part. "And nursing is not what is necessary from you right now." Marisol leaned into his body, her hands going around him. "I think we can get this absolved." "Do you? That is good news indeed." Tilting his head, he brushed his lips on hers, and the contact caused a bolt of energy to shock through him. So soft, so warm, so vital. It had seemed like a lifetime since he had kissed her properly, and the feel of her mouth made his world spin. "Oh, Marisol," he breathed. He took things slowly, relearning the contours of her lips, asking and being granted permission for entry. Together, they backed up to the circular bed, and as they lay down, he dimmed the lights further. He did not want her to see too much of him. Far better for her to rely on recollection. It was a more attractive picture. "So you have a remote too?" Avail lifted his head. "What?" "For the lights." Damn it, he was going to have to be more alert about these things. By way of answering her, he kissed her some more, sweeping his hands down her arm and onto her rib cage. She was liquid gold beneath his touch, arching into him, her body hidden by the veil of her clothing and nevertheless awe-inspiring. And the more he touched her, the thicker the scent of her arousal grew, and soon he became stuck between wanting to hurry to be inside of her and wanting this to last forever. Easing back, he looked into her dark eyes and brushed her short blonde hair back. He missed its natural color, he decided. His Marisol was an uncontrived beauty, too purposeful and direct to fuss with things like makeup trends and products that would add nothing to what already shone forth. But she was sublime in any way she came unto him. As if she knew what he was thinking, she took the bottom of her fleece and the t-shirt under it and swept the pair up and over her head. Marisol, he moaned. Her breasts were just as he recalled, perfectly sized and covered not with lace, but with a simple cotton cup bra. With fingers that trembled, he stroked over her collarbones down to her sternum and then up the edge of the bra, first on one side, then on the other. Her breath caught and released as he did so, her nipples hardening and showing themselves. There was a front clasp, which, in his current frame of mind, was a clear sign that the Creator was a benevolent force in the world. I have to see you, Assail groaned as he released the fastening. The cups fell off to the side and he gasped as he ran his palm down the center of her body. His mouth was a greedy seeker as he pleasured her, sucking her tips in and giving himself up to the sounds she made, and the taste of her, and the fact that that scent of her sex was making his head humine a good way. She was wearing blue jeans and he took his time stripping them and her panties off her long, muscled legs. His hands traveled the length of her, stroking her as he went back to attend to her breasts. And he stopped only when she tried to get under the loose scrubs that covered him. I want to keep those on, he said in a rough voice. All right, but not on my account. He shook his head, thinking about what he'd seen in the mirror at the clinic. How can you say that? Because it's you. She smiled up at him and touched his face. It's still you. Fates, Marisol. There is so much more that I want to do with you, but I do not know how long I'll have my energy. Don't worry. Anything with you will be amazing. A sudden wellspring of emotion made him tear up, but that was so not sexy. Just like his body, his bald head, and yet Marisol was lying back in his pathetic, scrawny arms, staring up at him as if he were a god. That was love, was it not? When he couldn't speak and didn't move, her brows tightened. What is it? Assail cleared his throat. There are so many ways to tell someone that you care for them. Yes, she stroked his face some more. There are. Marisol brought him to her mouth, pulling him on top of her. As he settled between her thighs, he could feel her heat, and he fumbled to get the waistband of the scrubs down over his erection. His sex kept getting in the way, however, the one thing on his body that had not been subject to shrinking size. Thank fates. God damn it. Here. Let me help. The two of them went for the tie on the scrubs like the thing held the key to the gates of paradise, their hands tripping and tangling, him leaning back until he fell off of her. Sometime along the way, the absurdity of it all hit him and he started to laugh, and then she joined in. What did you tie this with? She said. A winch and a crane? Scissors. He ahed. We need scissors. Where? Bathroom. Marisol scrambled naked off the bed, and he twisted so he could enjoy the view as she went into that bathroom on a mission from God. He had an impulse to will the lights on over the sinks to help her, but he caught himself. Besides, watching her naked body move was the most beautiful dance he'd ever seen, whether it was in the light or the shadows. When she came back triumphant, he smiled. You know, I suddenly am glad I didn't do a bow. Marisol straddled him at his thighs. I won't hurt you. I know. And I can assure you, I am enjoying this. Placing his hands behind his head, he had a momentary lapse as his palms got a tactile reminder that he was now bald, but then she was using those sharp, steel scissors on the tenacious fabric knot. This is a huge turn-on, he drawled. I agree. She winked at him. Almost got ither. As she stretched to put their rescuer on the bedside table, he took the opportunity to find her nipple with his lips, and she ended up dropping the scissors just short of goal. Do we care there on the floor? She gasped. No, he said around his mouthful. This time, when he went to push the scrubs out of the way, they went without a problem and Marisol sat back. As they both looked at his erection, he said dryly, May I just point out that my weight loss appears to have had no effect on that portion of my anatomy? Marisol laughed, and then she took him in hand, and now he was the one gasping and rising up for more of her touch. Please, he groaned. I couldn't agree more. Straddling his hips again, she angled his arousal and sat down, impaling herself in the most marvelous way. Asael's eyes rolled back, and his body drank in the sensation of completeness. My Marisol. It was true, Sola thought as she began to move up and down. Asael had most definitely not lost any girth or length. He filled her and then some, the stretching so incredible, the possession so total, her body was alive in the pleasure. But she was gentle with him. She kept the rhythm, a slow rocking it was more than enough, though. And he was right there with her, moving to the pace, his arousal sliding in and out of her, the friction so good, it made her pant. Marisol, he said again, his fingers biting into her thighs. Oh God! His orgasm reverberated up through her and she was not far behind. Her own release rippling outward, coloring her with a joy so great she wanted to weep. When they both stilled, she was careful to settle herself off to the side. So she wasn't directly on his body, and she was going to remember the happiness on his face for the rest of her life. He was resplendent, transformed, younger and more vital than ever. It was hard to say who wrapped whose arms around the other first, but what did it matter? Next thing she knew, they were lying heart to heart, her head tucked into the crook of his arm, the heat drifting down from the ceiling keeping her warm even as her naked body cooled on top of the duvet. Asael? Yes, he murmured. You don't have to convert. What? She inched back. If my Vovo goes on the hard sell tonight, I just want you to know that I accept you exactly the way you are. We don't have to be the same to be together. That is good to know. He brushed her mouth with his fingertip. But I am not worried. My Vovo can be persuasive. She approves of me already. His smile was as she remembered. Sexy, a little dark, very appealing. After all, she and I are alike. We both appreciate the way things should be done. This is true. Shall we shower the now? He said. I can help you with the soap. You can. Actually, that sounded like a great idea. And not only because she liked being clean. You would help me? Well, what a kind gentleman you are. Leaning in, she kissed him. And kissed him some more. Eventually, they made it to the hot water. But it was a while. 25. As Jane stepped through the supply closet and into the training center's office, she checked her watch. 8 p.m. It had been 24 hours since Manny had kicked her out. Well, 24 more or less. Just exactly how precise was he going to be? In the corridor, she found herself fiddling with her scrubs as she went down to the clinic rooms. She always kept clean sets of the tops and bottoms in her room at the pit, and as soon as she and V landed back on Earth, she'd excused herself, had a shower, and changed into her second skin of loose and cotton and blue. When she'd re-emerged, V had been strapping his weapons on, getting ready to head out into the field with Butch again. As she'd left, he'd stared at her as if there were things he wanted to say or do, but wasn't sure where the new boundaries were. She felt the same way. About him and her job. She'd ended up giving V an awkward goodbye wave and had no idea what was next for them. Did they meet up at last meal? Or text? Or, God. She felt as though she were dating her husband. And while she was covering unknowns, she wondered whether Manny was going to kick her out again or force her to. Hey! Jane stopped short and looked up. Speak of the devil. Manny was in front of the main examination room, the door slowly shutting behind him as if he had just walked out. Hey, yourself. She cleared her throat. How we doing? When in doubt, she figured go with the open-ended. That could cover her situation, the patients on deck, the weather, anything. We're good. He shifted a legal-sized pad of paper from his right to his left hand. More importantly, how are you? Good. Yup. Just fine. Cue the weird pause. And then she abruptly decided she was too tired to worry about pride. I'm really sorry I got into it with you, she blurted. And you're right. I do need to take a breather and get on a better schedule. I have lost all sense of perspective, and even though I had, and always will have, the best interests of my patients at heart, I've potentially compromised care by being over-involved and exhausted. Manny exhaled with relief. I'm so glad to hear you say that. And listen, I didn't mean to come across like it was an intervention. I just didn't know how else to handle it. You did the right thing. Well, along those lines. He put up the pad. Tada, our new schedule. She leaned in and then smiled at the scribbles. Okay, you have a doctor's handwriting. Has anyone mentioned that before? He frowned and turned the paper back around. I felt like I did better keeping it all caps and printing. I think I got the month right. January? Actually, I started it in February. She laughed and came around to stand beside him. So tell me what we've got. He pointed out things in the little boxes he'd made. Both of us work nights. Then we alternate days sleeping here. So we'll have plenty of coverage when the brothers are out in the field. But when the sun is up, only one of us is on. And if there are no acute cases here, then we both go back home. Every 7 days, though, each of us gets a whole 24 hours off and it syncs with the day rotation. See? She nodded, her stomach unclenching. You know, this is going to work. There's one other piece, though. As she looked up, he seemed braced. We're going to have to hire another nurse and another surgeon. Jane opened her mouth. Shut it. Told herself to think before she spoke. You're right about the nurse. She nodded. It's not fair that you and I have time off. But Elena doesn't have that option. Another surgeon, though? She pictured working with someone like Havers night in and night out and was very sure she was not up to that rash of superiority. Undoubtedly, any vampire who was a trained doctor would come from the Glimera, because it was considered a job only aristocrats were allowed to aspire to. Wait, was there even another physician in the species? Hear me out. Manny put his palm forward. We could go to an every other day schedule then. And more hands means less stress. Provided they're good hands. Do you have somebody in mind? I'm not even sure there's anyone but Havers. I haven't gotten that far. Well, I want to be in on both hires. I wouldn't have it any other way. So you'll support me as I take this to Wrath. Crossing her arms over her chest, the loud, screaming voice in her head that said, No, this is mine, suggested she was still too close to things. Sure, Vishouse had built out these facilities for her, and she and Manny had established all the practice standards, and figured out the ordering procedures, and taken care of each and every case that had come through the system they'd set up. But she needed to be about the patients first and foremost. And her desire for control, in this instance, felt a lot like squatters' rights run amok. Yes, I will support you. She nodded firmly. All the way. I know this is hard, Jane. She laughed in a short burst. The truth is, this place, this work we do down here, it's my baby. Funny way to put it, she thought. I mean, it's all I have. She frowned. Hold on, what I'm trying to say is, Manny put his hand on her shoulder. I know exactly what you're talking about, and I just want to get us into a sustainable marathon-type situation here. We've been sprinting for too long out of necessity. Now, it's time to change our paradigm for the future. I agree. So when do we go talk to the king? I'll make the appointment and we'll go together. Just let me know. It was hard not to view Manny taking the lead on making a staffing schedule as evidence of a failure on her part to police herself and everyone else. And God, she really hated the idea of bringing other people on staff. But she needed to adapt. She would adapt. Besides, when was the last time, before the previous night and day up in the sanctuary, that she and Vishouse had spent any period of time together? She hadn't given any weight to the idea she'd abandoned him. She'd always just thought of her job and her patients, and that was the point, wasn't it? Anyway, she said sharply, how were things while I was gone? Good, good. I released a sale. You did. That was my patient, she thought. I mean, he continued to improve? He was prepared to march out of here on his own if I didn't let him go. Scans all looked good. Functioning was good. I sent them away with the anti-seizure meds and told them every 8 hours or so, you or I were going to come out and check with them over the next week. He smiled at her. And on that note, I figure you'd want to take the first round on that. Am I right? You are. Elena came running out of the exam room. We've got 2 down in the field. Gunshot wound and a broken leg. Motherfucker, Manny said. I'll get the surgical van. What's the address? Jane asked. And who is injured? Trade and 21st. It's Vishouse and Butch. Fury called it in. For a split second, Jane felt the world spin. Then her training and experience refocused her. I'll go out ahead and stabilize them. Sometimes life came at you fast. Death too. As Vishouse dragged his useless lower half backward into a doorway, he was cursing the hell out of his left shit-kicker. Not that it was the boot's fault his foot was 90 degrees off angle. Although actually, the shit-kicker was kind of responsible. When he'd gone and done a running tackle on that lesser who'd been shooting at Butch, VD expected a ground game. The surprise? The fact that the Slayer and he had gone on a pummeling roll that had taken them out of the alley and directly into the path of an Uber. Brakes slamming. Humans freaking out in the Ford Explorer. Lots of skidding on the snow and ice. The lesser had taken the brunt of the impact on the hood and grill, but V had somehow managed to get his left leg tangled in the front spoiler courtesy of the bulk and the steel toe of his shit-kicker. Snap. Crackle. Pop. He couldn't feel anything down there, so he didn't know whether it was an ankle dislocation or a compound fracture boo. But either way, he was out of commission when it came to upright ambulation. And he was scared as shit about Butch. What we got, Fury? V called out again. When there was still no response, Vishouse sat forward and tried to see what was going on around the corner. His brother had been busy erasing the memories of the humans in that car, and no doubt calling for backup. Stop fucking around with those humans, he wanted to scream. Get to Butch. He had no idea what shape his roommate was in, and he couldn't see down the road far enough to get any intel on that. What he did fucking know was that the goddamn Slayer's pistol had discharged a number of times before V had taken the undead off the vertical. And there absolutely was the smell of vampire blood in the air. The cop must have been shot. God damn it, Fury. Talk to me. From out of nowhere, an image of his Jane formed. Sure as if his mind was placing a call to the universe and summoning her. What have we got? She said as she kneeled before him. V recoiled. Huh. Your leg. Are we a dislocation or a fracture? Are you really here? But then he kicked his own ass. Don't worry about me. I got this. Butch is shot over there. Go. She met him in the eye for a split second, as if she were assessing him. And then she nodded once. I've got him. Don't worry. No matter what it is, I'll handle it. Then she dipped down, kissed him quick and hard, and took off at a dead run. As he watched her go, a feeling of total pride and security overwhelmed him nearly to the point of tears. Whatever problems he had had with her focus on her job, he wouldn't have wanted anybody else not Havers, not Manny, not even himself going to treat his best friend's gunshot wound. Butch could not possibly be in better hands. A soft shuffling sound overhead brought his attention up to the fire escape above him, and he flared his nostrils, breathing in deep. Son of a bitch, he muttered as he went for his gun. Before he could shout a warning that they had company, a lesser dropped down on top of him from the iron latticework that went up the side of a building, the heavy weight compressing his spine from the back of his neck all the way to his ass. Courtesy of the impact, his broken / dislocated / whatever foot decided to wake up and get talking, and the pain was so great he blacked out for a split second. Which was all it took for the Slayer to get the gun from his grip and start the fucking party. 26. Vittoria made the trip back from Ricardo's West Point house to Caldwell in under 25 minutes. Then again, at this late night hour of 10 o'clock, there was little traffic to speak of, and she was already refining her route and discovering shortcuts. As she drove along in her rental car, she hummed to the Latino station she had found on the radio, her manicured forefinger tapping on the top of the wheel. She was not returning to the gallery, however. No. Instead of getting off at the second exit for downtown, she stayed on the highway. A few miles farther north, she removed herself from the interstate and entered a part of the city that was technically suburban, but in terms of architecture, more akin to the financial district with its modernist houses made from concrete, steel, and great panes of glass. This made so much sense, she thought, as her old-fashioned map's directions took her deeper into the land of people who preferred to spend their wealth on ugly things to fill cold, barren spaces. It was absolutely perfect. After some manner of recalculation, the house she had come in search of was located through the maze of streets, and its location on the very edge of the community's homogeny was logical as well. Vittoria drove past the address, once made a fat circle by taking a series of left-hand turns, and then past it again. The abode was two-storied, with an open room to one side that was all glass, and some manner of wings out to the back. Compared to the others, it was much smaller and on a lot that wasn't quite as well planted or illuminated, and almost there as opposed to an I have arrived. If it were a plant, one would hope to water and repot it over time so that it could grow into fruition to match the others around it. But that was not the way real estate worked. And once again it was as she had expected. Finding an appropriate place to park was something worth considering seriously, and she settled on a small park a quarter of a mile away. Before exiting the rental, she put the hood up on the black parka she had donned and slipped her burner phone into a pocket with a zipper. As she got out, she looked around without moving her head. The night was so cold, casual pedestrians were staying indoors, and the few and far-betweens who were out with their dogs were tucked into their bodies and glaring at their four-legged friends. Vittoria strode off, backtracking to the house. She entered onto the property via the road behind it, slipping through a stand of evergreen bushes that had been clipped into a horizontal wave pattern. No dog fence, but she could have guessed no pets. As she halted and surveyed the house, she thought, oh, how she loved all that glass. So much to visualize before she broke in, so much helpful information. And there was what she had come for. Yes, the homeowner was on the premises, and drinking a glass of white wine in a black silk robe. Vittoria stayed where she was, watching, waiting. When no one else appeared, she closed in, crossing over the lawn in the shadows because the house was lit from within, not without. The garage had an exterior door on its far side, and in another stroke of luck, she did not have to pick a lock. The thing gave way like a good host, allowing her access into a two-car space, which had only one vehicle, a 4- or 5-year-old white Mercedes parked directly in the center. This was just getting easier. There were 3 bare wooden steps to the steel door leading to the home's interior, and as Vittoria went up them, first, second, third, she curled up a fist in the black leather gloves she'd put on. Knock, knock, knock. Then she stepped back down onto the poured concrete floor and waited, making sure she was off to one side a little. The door swung open, the figure in the black robe with the glass of pale wine backlit by the lights of the hall behind. "Hello?" came the impatient demand as the homeowner patted the wall beside them for the light switch. "Jonathan? Did you forget your key?" Vittoria pulled the trigger on the gun in her hand, discharging 3 bullets that were silenced beautifully by the suppressor she had screwed onto the muzzle's tip. Miss Margot Fortescue's arms jerked up, that wine thrown over her shoulder in a splash, her feet tripping over themselves as she fell backward. Vittoria leapt onto the top step and caught the door, holding it wide. Miss Fortescue was gasping like a fish, her perfectly pale skin going paler as her blood pressure began to fail, her hands clawing at the gray tile she was on. The slippery robe had fallen open and there were 3 spots of blood on the white silk nightgown beneath. Vittoria angled the gun and pulled the trigger 3 more times, drilling more slugs into that chest, even though she was certain she had accomplished her goal with the first trio. No more movement after that. No gasping either. The door was weighted to close on its own, but as she didn't want any noise, she guided it into place silently. Then she left as she had come in, rounding the Mercedes and exiting back into the yard. Jogging over to the wavy hedge, she stepped through the bushes. Stopping short, she did not move. One of those dog owners and his animal were walking down the street on the other side, the pair moving fast, the owner because he was cold, the standard poodle because he was energized, perhaps by a recent defecation. Vittoria got her gun back out of its holster. She would much prefer not to use the weapon again, as killing potential witnesses could become an exponential thing, with bodies piling up like cordwood. She would do what she must, however. If the pair were lucky, the dog would not scent anything, would not look over and start barking, would not cause the owner to investigate the source of canine engagement. And wasn't that the theme of the evening, Vittoria thought? Keeping to oneself and one's own business was, in so many situations, the very best way of ensuring one's long-term health and well-being. 27. Jane hated leaving this house wounded and down on the ground, but she knew he was safe in that doorway, and unlike a gunshot wound, what was going on with his leg was not terminal. Plus, he was lucid and his color was good. Moving quickly, she ran out to the road and bypassed the carload of humans Fury was erasing. then jumped over a slayer who was writhing in a pool of black blood, and finally penetrated the darkness of the next alley over to find Butch. "Hey there," a familiar Bostonian voice said. "Fancy meeting you here." She stopped and spun around. "Where are you?" "Behind the trash cans." Rerouting. She rushed over to a lineup of metal bins. The cop was sitting upright against the brick, his legs kicked out in front of him, one arm hanging loose, the other grabbing onto a wound that was somewhere up and to the left of his sternum. Jane shifted her medical backpack off. "How's it going, roomie?" "Good, good." Butch smiled weakly. "I'm making vacation plans for the spring. Think I'll take Marissa to Fashion Week?" And he groaned as he tried to move. "Fuck. Let me have a look." He allowed her to remove his protective hand, and she immediately took a deep breath of relief. "Okay. I believe we're a lot more shoulder than I initially thought." The sound of shots ringing out twisted her around. Out in the road proper, as the SUV drove off, Fury had his gun up and was racing into the alley Viss house was in. "Oh shit, V," she said. "That's where he is." "I'm good to go." Butch grunted as he started to stand up. "I'm coming, V." Jane shoved the cop back down and held him there. "You are going nowhere." More shots. And then Fury stumbled back into the road. He was shouting at an attacker Jane couldn't see as he fell to his knees. Then, like something out of a horror movie, his torso took impacts that jerked him like a puppet, his mane of glorious hair blowing back as he collapsed into the snow. Jane jumped to her feet and went for her phone. "Stay here. I'm coming too." As more bullets sounded out in a series of pops, she jabbed a forefinger at the male. "Stay there." Allowing herself to fade from her corporeal form, she ran directly into the line of fire. The lead slugs that were flying out of the alley V was and passed right through her, leaving ripples as if through water, her non-flesh registering the penetrations and exits in dull flares of heat. Jane skidded in the snow and dropped down to Fury. Viss house was first and foremost on her mind, but she had to be professional and triage rules had to apply. As she reached out, Fury gasped and went to fight her off, his flailing arms going through her ghostly form. "It's me," she said urgently, dropping her face close to his own. "It's Jane." As he calmed down, she tried to see what was going on with the gunfight. There was more shooting, and she didn't know whether that was good because Brotherhood backup had arrived or bad because other lessers had and V was dead. "I'm hit," Fury said as he scratched at his leather jacket and tried to rip it open. She helped him with the zipper and then, "Thank God," she muttered as she got a gander at his bulletproof vest. The thing had done its job, catching the bullets and holding them from his flesh. But there still could be internal damage. The slayer that shot out of the alley was running as if its non-life depended on it. Black blood was pouring out from its throat. A geyser tapped, but the bastard was still up and rolling. And it was armed. Focusing on Fury, it lifted the gun in its hand, pointing the muzzle at the brother's head. Bulletproof vests only worked on the places they were covering. A shot to the cranium was lethal. And then, just before the lesser pulled its trigger, Jane saw the unbelievable. Viss house was up on his feet and somehow walking out of the alley. He was bleeding down the side of his face and dragging his body, but he was pissed off and fully engaged in the fight. Hell, he even had daggers in both his fists and the snarl of a beast for an expression. As things went into slow-mo, Jane had a moment of total pride in her mate. Even injured, he was fighting to protect his brother and prevailing. But then it was a case of 1, 2, 3 all at the same time. The lesser pulled his trigger. Jane made herself fully physical to block the bullet. And Viss house threw both of those blades. Assail would have preferred to be the one driving to the church. As a male, he felt as though that was his duty. His two female companions, however, took a different opinion of tradition, and so he was in the Range Rover's passenger seat whilst Marisol had the wheel. At least he had a lovely view to enjoy. In the glow of the dash, his female's profile was so beautiful. She arrested him completely, stopping everything but his heart. Even with that baseball cap pulled low, he enjoyed the curve of her cheek, the lushness of her lips, the column of her throat above her parka. In fact, he could not look away. But at least he was causing no offense. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught her grandmother smiling in the back seat, and his Marisol glanced his way every now and again, her blush a charming, secret gift. Yet all was not perfect for him. Shifting in his seat, he did not like the way his cashmere coat hung off him in folds, even though he was wearing a full suit underneath. And he had disliked the sight of the suit even more, that which had been tailored to fit his proper form dwarfing him the now, turning him into the son trying on the father's clothes. As he thought about his weight, he murmured, "I am already looking forward to your next meal, Mrs. Carvalho." "Big breakfast," the grandmother said. "Very big. This is good. I have much to regain. You have been sick." This was uttered as if it were a form of absolution, a pardoning of that which was, in other circumstance, an intolerable offense. "You both could not have come along at a better time," he murmured. Lo, how he wanted to reach across and take Marisol's hand, especially as she shot him a smile. But he had to be discreet out of respect to her and her grandmother. Some 10 minutes later, they were pulling into a parking lot beside a grand cathedral that reminded him of the ones built by humans in the old country. Its buttresses, peaked Gothic arches, and ribbons of stained glass taking him home in ways too intense and internal to bear for long. "Quite a beautiful church it is," he commented as Marisol halted them in one of the spaces. There were 15 other cars parked in a lot big enough to handle 100, and the vehicles were all huddled close to the walkway leading around to the front. As he got out, he opened Mrs. Carvalho's door, extending his hand forth to help her down. Shutting things up, he offered Marisol's grandmother his elbow, and the lady took it, wrapping her arm through his. They waited for Marisol to come around, and he loved that look on his female's face, that slight smile. "Ready?" she said, her breath white in the cold night. "Let us go, madam, the curb." He helped her grandmother up to the sidewalk. "There we are." As they proceeded over that which had been heavily salted, he looked up at the cathedral's towering height. The structure was maintained in beautiful condition, nothing faded in its grandeur, the interior lighting showing through the stained glass and turning the pictorials into jewels. "Do they always do midnight rituals?" Sale asked. "It's a mass." Marisol glanced over her grandmother's white head at him. "It's called a mass, and this cathedral does them on Thursdays and Saturdays each week, as well as on certain holidays. Caldwell has a very active Catholic community, and with so many people doing first and second shifts, these services offer working folks times to worship they wouldn't otherwise have." The sound of voices behind them had him looking over his shoulder. A man and a woman were walking along in their wake, both burrowed into their coats and talking softly. As he regarded them, it was strange to realize that for as long as he had lived amongst humans, he had never spent much time with them. Yes, he had had business dealings, of course, but not anything of any leisurely pursuit. Although, to be fair, he had not had much leisure to pursue in any kind of company. The doors of the church were heavy and carved, and out of habit and manners, he went to jump ahead to open them, but Marisol got there first, which was probably a good thing. He was not very strong, and just from the walk from the car, he was breathing hard. Inside, he found himself in a vast entry room with red carpeting and dark wooden walls and stone plaques inscribed in Latin. "The coat room is over here," Marisol murmured. When they re-emerged without their outerwear, he found himself fiddling with his baggy suit and the tie that was the only thing holding his loose collar against his neck. "Marisol," her grandmother said, "you must take off the hat. You cannot wear it." "Vovo, I have to." The two switched into their mother tongue, the argument hushed and quick. And then Mrs. Carvalho made a grunting sound and walked forth. The baseball hat stayed on, and yes, it did hide most, if not all, of Marisol's face, but how he hated the reason she had to wear it. "Come on," she said, tugging at his hand. The worshipping space was magnificent, with a lofty vaulted ceiling, marble statuary, and a polished stone floor that went on forever. Hundreds of wooden pews in 6 sections of tight rows progressed down to an altar that was set beneath a glorious mural of the Christ enthroned. And indeed, the seating was so vast that the 30 people in front did little to fill out things. At Marisol's prompting, they settled over on the left, a couple of rows back from the last one that had anybody in it. As they got themselves arranged, with Marisol in the middle and him on the aisle, he took a deep breath. Considering where he had been of late, it was an unexpected miracle to be in this incredible place. And then the organ began to play, its deep basses reaching into his chest, its ringing highs reaching into his soul. I am home, he thought, although that was about who he was with rather than where he was. 28. Across town, at the head of the alley, Vishouse screamed as he saw Jane go from translucent to fully corporeal just as that fucking slayer started shooting. No! She was right between Fury and the shooter, protecting her patient, his brother, with her very body. And as the bullets went into her, the daggers V had thrown with perfect accuracy went into the lesser's back. Filled with terror and rage, Vishouse threw himself into the air, his dislocated ankle tripping him up, his momentum more than overriding that. The tackle was short of his target, so he curled in a ball, rolled the extra distance, and then locked on to the lesser's head with both his hands. He twisted so hard, he popped the skull off the tip of the spine, nothing but ribbons of skin and sinew holding the thing on. There was so much more pain he wanted to give the soulless bastard, except he had to get to Jane. Leaving the undead body, he scrambled through the snow to his Shellen, who had fallen on her back. As he reached her, she lifted her head and looked down at her body. There were tufts in her Patagonia jacket where the bullets had gone through. Her breathing was all wrong, short, tight, fast. No, he moaned. I'm not losing you again. She was mouthing something to him as her eyes met his, blood spattering her lips, her skin too pale. Love you. Then she was disappearing into thin air. Jane! He wrapped his arms around her. Oh God! He heard someone say. What did she do? What did she do? In Jane's place, there was something in his hands. Bullets. The bullets that had been in her had fallen into his palms. What did she do? He jerked his head toward the male voice. Fury was staring at him with horror, the words coming out of the male as if he felt responsible. Vishouse patted the snow where she had been. Her blood was there, staining the dirty white red, but she was. Jane! He screamed her name. And then, with no answers and nothing but stark terror in his soul, he flipped over and launched himself at that slayer. He attacked the carcass even though it accomplished nothing, ripping with his fangs and tearing with his hands, foul, black blood covering him until a brilliant pair of headlights flashed into his eyes and some force popped him off his prey. Thrashing, kicking, biting, he went wild, fighting against everything and everyone around him. The punch was perfectly placed on his jaw, a floater that hit him like an atomic bomb. Instantly, his body and brain went limp, although he was still conscious as his head lolled on his neck, a schoolyard's tetherball. His will came back online immediately, his need to avenge his love a force too great to be denied, but those arms and legs of his refused to follow any commands. He just hung there like a scarecrow in the arms of one of his brothers, lesser blood dripping out of his mouth, his clothes torn, his breath so hoarse and loud it sounded like a windstorm. At that moment, he realized what the fuck was up with losing his mother. He didn't mourn the female. He didn't even think she had been particularly good for the race. Noit was more that she was the one who had given him his Jane back. With the scribe virgin gone, he'd been terrified that the magic or whatever the fuck it was that kept Jane in her state of ever-existence was going to be compromised. The shit failed, and who did he go to? No more anyone to pray to. No more anyone to demand that magic keep going. And what do you know? Fate, the little bitch, had seen fit to place him in exactly the position he had been so terrified of that he hadn't even wanted to acknowledge its existence. The dog didn't see Vittoria, so the owner lived to die another day. Back in her rental car, she took her time and obeyed all traffic laws as she drove out of Miss Fortescue's neighborhood and got back on the Northway. She was not returning to the West Point house, however. Her old-fashioned map took her to her next destination because GPS could be traced on car systems and phones, and she was even less impressed than she had been with her first stop in terms of architectural significance and desirability. This rough, lower-middle-class neighborhood was cut up into lots the size of index cards, the houses sitting upon them single-storied and in poor condition. Most had doors and windows covered by bars and chain-link fences around their yards with the cars inside the barrier. Streeter's house was 7 in N on the left, and as she pulled up and stopped, she thought that both places she had gone tonight matched their owners. Miss Fortescue's was an aspirational poseur, an outsider looking in on the world of great wealth and desperately wishing she could afford that which she sold. Streeter was a tough thug and did what he had to in order to survive. All things considered, Vittoria would take 100 of the latter before she crossed the aisle for the former. After she texted him from the burner phone, she waited with little patience. He didn't keep her long. The man emerged dressed in black from head to foot. The hood on his parka likewise pulled down low over his head and face. He paused to lock up and then strode out toward her, his eyes fixated on the trampled path to the gate in the chain link, as if he were a man that resolutely stuck to his own business and left others alone. Vittoria got out from behind the wheel. "Have you had any alcohol or drugs tonight?" "I smoked a joint at 5. "You're driving." She walked around and got in the passenger seat. "I will sleep on the way there." "Okay." Streeter took the seat she had been in, and then they were off, traveling out of his neighborhood and getting on the Northway. "Tell me again the story," she said as put her hands in the pockets of her parka and crossed her snow boots at the ankles. Two-Tone told his old lady, "Please do not refer to any woman like that, or I shall have to start calling you Short Dick. Continue." He looked over, the light from a passing street lamp illuminating his surprise. Whatever she eyed me in their place. She thought he'd been on the lam, and that I knew where he was and was keeping it from her. When I told her I ain't about that shit, she let me go through earthing. She still thinks he comin' home. And then what? Vittoria shut her eyes and let Streeter's perfectly fine voice and perfectly awful diction and grammar wash over her. I made her try to remember the last night she saw him. See, she took him to the bar where I saw him later. He was real good about not drinkin' and drivin'. Noble of him, Vittoria murmured, laying her head back and tilting it toward him. She said he got a phone call on the way. They was fightin' and he took it and she got hella pissed off. While he was on with whoever it was, he was talking about meeting up with a guy in an hour and then something on the southern side of Iroquois. She thought it was Iroquois Avenue, which is like across town. She said she heard him say 1/2 mile see a drive, and that they had to pick up a package first. Streeter passed a semi on the right, just before the highway narrowed down to 2 northbound lanes. She thought he was meeting up with a female, but he told her she was crazy. She dropped him off at the bar, told him to fuck off, and then she tried to call him. He never answered the phone again, and that was it. So I was thinking about it. Lived here all my life. Never heard nobody talk about south side of Iroquois Avenue. What the fuck she thinking? The man looked over. But that's what I was telling you. There's an Iroquois mountain, and it's got a south side for sure. Then I remembered. Back when I was workin' for him, I overheard Mr. Benlois mention something about a safe place up north. A place where things could be hidden. He said it was almost to the border. That's where Iroquois is. I hope you are right. 5 hours one way was a big investment of time. But she would sleep up and back and make some progress with her jet lag. And she better get some rest. Tomorrow was going to be a busy day at the gallery. She wanted to be on hand bright and early when the police showed up to ask their questions about the mysterious murder that had taken place the evening prior. Poor Miss Margot Fortescue being found by her housekeeper/boyfriend/girlfriend/whoever, shot execution style in her back hall. By a professional. "Wake me when we are near," she ordered. "And stop speeding. I do not want the police to pull us over." As Streeter nodded his acceptance of the order, Vittoria closed her eyes again and smiled. Ricardo would not have approved of any of this tonight, most especially how she had dispatched his salesperson. Oh, the reasoning behind the assassination was sound, and something with which he would have agreed. But his sister, with that gun, murdering a woman in that brazen yet calculated manner? Except she hadn't only studied English during those years he had been away. The dark arts lessons she had taken had cost 2 to 3 times over their going rates. As a female, she had had to convince men to teach her how to shoot, how to fight, how to kill, and as Ricardo's sister, she had had to keep everything highly discreet. If he had found out, he might well have shot her himself. But thanks to time and practice, She had become very good at solving her own problems. If she could use a streeter, she much preferred to do so. If one such as he was not available, however, or if it was a special circumstance that required a personal touch, she did it herself. 29. As Jane became conscious, she jerked upright and grasped at her chest. There were tufts in the front of her parka, holes that bled white feathers, but as she took a deep breath, the suffocation was over. The pain was gone, too. She was only partially corporeal, however. Looking around, she recoiled. The snowy alley had been replaced by rolling green grass and vibrant blooming flowers and buildings that looked like they belonged in Caesar's Rome. Why was she in the sanctuary? This house. She got to her feet. Okay, so was she dead, or was this a cosmic restart kind of thing? Like an existential return to sender that provided, if she died, that she got rebooted back to where the scribe virgin had stayed? Turning in a circle, she surveyed the landscape. She was smack in the middle of the gorgeous field, halfway between what V had told her were the Chosen's dormitories and the reflecting pool. A feeling of panic flooded her circuits, but she got over that quick. Collecting herself, she figured she better bite the bullet and, hardy har har. Yeah, it was going to be a while before she used that expression again. At any rate, she probably needed to try out being fully present and see what happened. Unzipping the parka all the way, she took the thing off and stared down at herself. Using her will, she called upon her body to come forward fully, even as she braced herself for pain. Except there was none. She felt just fine as she came totally into her flesh, which meant one of two things. She had either died and this was the afterlife, or she really was immortal. As she remembered how the gunshots had happened, she worried about this house. She could recall so clearly how he had held her, his face wild with horror, her physical pain getting between them, cheating her out of things she wanted to say to him. And then it had all gone dark. She had to get back to him, back down to earth, so she could tell him she was all right. Thinking about how he had transported them here, she didn't have a clue exactly what he had done. She had just held on to him and let him do the work, that body of his, something at once familiar and exotic as the reality had spun around them. Whatever, she could do this. Closing her eyes, she held her parka against her chest and, on the theory that getting in or out of this realm was just the same as moving herself from one zip code in Caldy to another, she willed herself to up and out. When it didn't work right away, she cracked her neck, took a deep breath, and gave it another shot. After the third try, she cursed and realized it was not that easy. Was she stuck here until someone happened to come along? Shit. Deciding to be proactive, she started walking across the tranquil landscape. Surely, she'd run across Amalia, the directrix, or a chosen who had come up here to rejuvenate themselves, somebody, anybody. Except what she found instead were her own regrets. And man, did they start talking to her. What the hell was wrong with me? She said to the grass. Why did I waste all that time? It wasn't that treating her patients was unimportant. It was more that she had spent hours between cases fiddling around with paperwork and non-urgent things that she could have delegated. Why hadn't she headed home? She could have been with V. They could have been together. Or if he'd been on rotation, she could have been sleeping, binge-watching AHS or Stranger Things on Netflix. But no, she had been obsessive about being right here in case Simeona needed her. Like phones didn't work on the Brotherhood Mountain? Like someone couldn't have come and found her? Like maybe somebody else could have handled a low-level trauma. Her cell phone. She had her damn cell phone with her. Taking it out. She went to hit this house up. Damn it. Okay. She was so not surprised there was no reception for calls or texts. Like Verizon covered other worlds? Or the sanctuary was in network. Back to plan A, which was to walk around until she found someone. God. She just needed a way to tell this house she was okay. Sola prayed so hard for a sail to be healed in that cathedral that afterward, on the way home, she realized she'd made her forearms and elbows sore from pressing her palms together. And perhaps she had been wrong to ask what she had. She had been told, many times by many different men and women of God, never to pray for specific outcomes, but instead to ask for God's will. The trouble was, she had a problem with that. To reduce things down to an absurd metaphor, she kind of felt like that was going to an aunt who had always gotten you socks for Christmas and telling her, hey, do what you want. She just offered a little specificity, a small bit of direction is all. Abruptly, she winced behind the wheel and thought, oh wow, I did not just old maiden and our Lord. Really, I did not. So, Asael, what religion? Her grandmother asked from the back seat. During the awkward pause that followed, Sola looked out the window to the heavens and nodded in God's general direction. Clearly, her Vovo's question was payback for that wisecrack. And I love socks, she thought. Socks are good. They keep your feet warm, they come in different colors. I am very grateful for all the socks I have in my life. Socks that you have chosen to give me. Marisol. Sola? As the other two both said her name, she jerked to attention. I'm sorry, what? Socks? Asael asked. You just spoke of socks. Do you need socks? Her grandmother cut in. I get you some more. Everybody, they need the socks. At least this got her Vovo distracted off the religion track. Sorry, I was just mumbling to myself. And I'm good on foot coverage, thanks. I get you more, her grandmother said. Asael, answer question. Sola closed her eyes, then refocused on the road. She wanted to tell him he didn't have to reply at all. But, I am agnostic, Mrs. Carvalho, although the mass was certainly moving. You will go again with us, but next time to our church. You will meet Father Molinero. Sola shook her head and looked into the rear view. We cannot go back there, Vovo. Not an option. I told you that already. Her grandmother's eyes lowered, and as sadness came over her aging face, Sola wished that the woman would come back swinging, as was her usual style. Defiance was life. Defeat was death. We can keep going to the cathedral, though, Sola said as they got to the end of the bridge and she took that first exit to go down the Hudson's shoreline. Right? Asael was all over it. No hesitation. Absolutely. Her grandmother recovered quickly. Then next time you meet Bishop Donley, he will bless you. A request, if it is not too much? Asael turned to look into the back seat. May we please attend the midnight masses? You will find I am a night owl. I like that better too. Sola nodded. That works for me. Fewer people. I no care when we go as long as we do. Sola glanced in the rearview mirror again. Her grandmother was sitting back with satisfaction. That smile on her face, the kind of thing that she would have hidden if she had known anyone was seeing it. Taking a hand from the wheel, Sola reached across the seat. When she clasped Asael's palm, he glanced over. I love you, she mouthed. Asael lifted his free hand and pressed his fingertips to his lips. Then he extended his arm and put them to her mouth. I love you too, he said out loud. As Sola blushed, she could have sworn she heard her grandmother laugh softly. But maybe she imagined it. Then again, her Vovo had always wanted a good Catholic boy for a grandson-in-law, and if Asael kept this no more drug dealing, going to church thing up, she might just get what she had prayed for. Abruptly, Sola lost her levity. Yeah, that might happen if Asael lived long enough. But what were the chances of that, she thought sadly. 30. Up in the sanctuary, Jane had no idea how much time had passed, was passing, whatever. It could have been 10 minutes or 1,000 years, and she had the sense she would feel the same. In this respect, minutes in this sacred place seemed to be like its horizon, having no beginning and no ending. No matter how far she walked, she never seemed to be able to get to the forest ring that encompassed the landscape. Every time she thought she was finally going to go into it, everything double-backed on itself and spit her out at the opposite side with the trees to her back. It was enough to make her crazy. Well, that and the fact that there was no one around. And the other irritating thing? She had been wandering for how long, and yet her feet weren't tired. She wasn't thirsty or hungry, and she didn't have to pee. Yes, okay, fine. She realized it was insane to bitch about the fact that she wasn't uncomfortable or having to squat in one of the scribe virgin's flower beds like a camper in the woods, for God's sakes. But it seemed further confirmation that she didn't exist, and that made her feel lost and alone more than her lack of company. To that point, she kept herself fully corporeal, kind of like she was middle-fingering the whole I'm not really alive thing. Oh, God! She prayed Vishouse wasn't doing anything to hurt himself. To keep from losing her mind with worry, she set a route out for herself, her need to make order of her situation and her surroundings asserting itself even though it was hardly necessary. What, like somebody from the afterlife was going to show up here with a clipboard and be all, "Wait, you missed the baths, and your speed of ambulation past the temple of the sequestered scribes was 0.2 mph slower on your third lap." When had she gotten to be so tightly wound? Discipline, always her friend, had morphed into a brittle hold attaching itself indiscriminately to everything, and its invasion had clearly been incremental, the sort of thing she hadn't noticed as it had taken over, until what should have been a virtue had strangled her. She'd always had a healthy confidence in herself and her skills, and she'd earned that self-esteem, damn it. But now that she thought about the focus she'd been bringing to her work, she saw, thanks to this involuntary, but kind of critical time of reflection, that she'd equated her obsessive-compulsive efforts with her patient's salvation. Hell, with the security and safety for all the brothers and fighters in the war. As if she were the only thing that stood between them and death. Rage had been right to challenge her on how long it had been since she'd attended a first or a last meal, and now she knew why she hadn't been going to them. That long dining room table with all of its males and females, families and children, were no longer friends to enjoy. They were disasters waiting to happen. She didn't see Z smiling with his family. Instead, she pictured him getting shot in the gut on the field and bleeding out, with her going there to treat him and having to open him up. But what if, instead of finding both of the bleeder switch in that case, she fucked up, missed the secondary nick in the inferior vena cava, and he died right there? Well then, he wasn't at that table anymore, was he? And Bella and Nala? Their lives were over. Because Jane hadn't done her job well enough. Nala literally had no father for the rest of her nights and days, and Bella was broken-hearted forever. Family ruined. Or hey, how about when Beth went into labor? Placenta previa. Came to the clinic on a stretcher, and instead of Jane getting LW out and doing that emergency hysterectomy successfully, she botched the removal of the uterus so the patient bled to death. In that case, Wrath's life is over, he fucks off the throne, and the entire species loses its leader. The Brotherhood is never the same, and courtesy of the trauma, they go out the next evening and several of them are killed in the field because they're suffering and in mourning. There were too many examples to count. Layla with her babies. Peyton, the trainee, shot in the head. Ecker. Rage. Every one of them had ended up in her care in the last year. Or had it been 2 years? The problem was, she wasn't working on arm's-length patients, ones who had no relationship whatsoever to her own family. Fucking up under normal clinical circumstances was horrible enough hell. She knew doctors who made honest mistakes on the job and never, ever got over it. But to have that happen to someone you loved, saw every night, laughed and cried with, lived your life with? There was a reason people did not treat their nearest and dearest. And yet for her it was the very definition of her job. No wonder she was going nuts. She stopped, looked around and decided maybe all that was just a moot point now. Did she even have a future? Or was she going to be stuck in this dimension forever? And what about this house? He was going to blame himself. Somehow, he would find a way to feel responsible for her choice to shield Fury, and that was going to lead to disaster. As Jane's heart began to pound with all the things she didn't know and couldn't control, she focused on what was in front of her, so she didn't lose her damn mind. It was a while before the temple's contours and dimensions properly registered. The white marble structure was the smallest on the campus that she had seen, taller than it was wide with unusually no open windows. Actually, it looked like a vault or a tomb. Without a sound, the one side of the panels that served as a door opened outward. "Hello?" she said. "Amalia?" As she went over and mounted the steps, she was so ready for some help, some answer, some relief, and in the back of her mind, she recognized that this was what her patients had to feel like as she came to them. "Hello." She pulled the heavy panel wider and peered in. Oh my God! It was Ali Baba's cave, she thought with wonder as she entered the 30 by 30 square. Everywhere she looked there were gemstone sand, not in a Jared Jewelers or a Shane Company kind of way, the sparklers one-offs with plenty of space around them. No, this was the Guniest. This was some straight-up one-eyed Willie right here, with dozens of bins filled with what certainly appeared to be gem-quality sapphires, rubies, emeralds, diamonds. There were also amethysts, opals, citrines, and aquamarine spirals as well. And all of them were the size of thumbnails or larger. The wealth represented was incalculable, and so incomprehensible. She just went from bin to bin, staring down at the largesse with marvel. She didn't dare touch any of it, although she wondered how the stones would feel, sliding cool and smooth through her hot hands. And there were other things in the vault, too, although it was a while before she paid them any attention. In a series of marble and glass display cases and shelves, there was a strange assortment of non sequiturs, from revolvers that looked as if they were from the Revolutionary War period to fossils towers that a meteorite. There was also a bowl that was encrusted with gems. A scepter. Jane stopped in front of one of the last cases she came to and frowned. Whatever object had been there was gone now, although the glass wasn't broken. But you could definitely tell there had been something in there because the outline of a large square had been singed into the red velvet underneath, like it had been radioactive, or claimed by an evil hand. Down on Earth, on the shores of the Hudson, a sail slipped free of his bed and pulled a robe on in utter silence. Marisol was naked in his sheets, her body tucked in tight, her now blonde hair on his pillow. She would only be able to stay another hour or so before he had to wake her and send her down to the basement in order that her grandmother would find her in the morning where she should be. But he didn't want her to leave. He preferred her right where she was. As he stood over her and watched her breathe, he began to feel like something out of Mr. Stoker's universe, the vampire hovering, soulless and hungry, above the fragile human life he intended to suck dry. That was what she was going to think of him if she ever found out what he really was. Indeed, he despised lying to her, which was ironic considering he had quite comfortably uttered falsehoods to both fools and family his entire life, but he feared her reaction to the truth even more. Troubled by much, he forced himself away and went down the stairs to the first floor, shutting the doors behind himself. There was another reason for that, apart from wanting to keep things quiet. As he faced off at his office, ripples of unease tingled through his torso, and it was a while before he entered and crossed the distance to his desk. Sitting down in his padded chair, he placed his hands on the blotter. If he were to turn on the peakwitch, he did nothing could access his accounts, check his portfolios, look at the rising level of his fortune, and perhaps feel a concomitant buoyancy. Or perhaps not. His wealth didn't seem as important to him as it had been. Bracing himself, he swiveled the chair with his feet and opened the top drawer on the left. Inside was a dark brown glass vial about the size of a lifesaver's roll. He'd had smaller ones at first. Then larger ones had become needed. Toward the end, it nearly had been necessary to pack a suitcase. A sales hand shook as he reached out and picked the vial up. It was empty of cocaine, nothing but a fine residue inside. Not a surprise. During that last week or so, he'd been hitting the coke so hard he'd put a hole in his septum. Rolling the circular container back and forth on his palm, he marveled at how an inanimate object with almost no intrinsic value could strip him down to his bones like a grenade going off at the end of his wrist. He waited to see if the urge came upon him. When it did not, he had a moment of euphoric freedom, a soaring sense of victory that he had bested his foe, vanquished the demon, and yes, his beautiful damsel was, in fact, upstairs in his quarters. But then a cautionary sense bettered that delusion. It was easy to resist the temptation when he was at peace and relaxed. The trick was going to be when he was not. He put the vial back in the drawer and closed it up. He wasn't sure why he was keeping the thing and didn't want to look too closely at that. Was it as a grim reminder of all that he had put himself through to keep things on track? Or as a placeholder for when he fell back into his addiction? Assail could not bear the answer because he did not trust himself. And it was upon that realization that he turned on his computer, the blue glow coming up on the monitor like illumination from a fire. His passwords came back to him with ease, which was a relief, and thanks to the bull market, he supposed he was pleased at where things were. Whilst going insane, he had made money. Sitting back, he tried to ascertain if he was tired. There was soreness in his muscles, which had grown unaccustomed to movement. He was vaguely hungry, but disinclined to the effort required for a remedy. He was also a little cold. The silence in the house washed over him, and for some reason, all the quiet seemed oppressive, robbing him of the happy relief he had been feeling ever since he had had the restraints removed from his wrists and ankles. Ever since he had come back to inhabit his body. Was this all there was to life now? He wondered, sitting passively in front of his computer, watching numbers change due to forces he had no participation in nor control over. He did not want to return to the chaos and mania of his addiction or his illegal business. But with no other options for how to spend his time, he felt an existential version of color blindness, the world lacking a certain vividness and depth. Of course, as a bonded male, he would live for his female, it was true. But there had to be more than him becoming another piece of furniture in this sleek room. Marisol would not find much to respect about her Helrin in that case. Asael opened the drawer again. Next to the vial was an untraceable cell phone, and as he went to turn it on, he thought, but of course the battery had gone dead. Maybe it was a sign, he thought. After all, if he was out of the business, why would he need to access the phone he had used for it? An unsettling sense of void caused him to proceed. The charger was plugged into the outlet under the desk, and as he got the cord and gave the phone some juice, he cradled the Samsung flip phone in his hands. It was a while until the thing woke up, and whilst he waited, he considered putting the cell back in the drawer or maybe throwing it away. In the end, however, he opened its lid and found there were 4 voicemails. Putting in the password, the oldest message came up first, and it was one he had long saved. "I received your message. I am prepared to see you for coffee. Be well, my friend. Eduardo Benlois," responding to the directive to meet in a code previously agreed upon. And when Asael and his cousins had intercepted the man at the appointed location. The assumption on Eduardo's side had been that it was for the delivery of $1 million in cash, and as the man was greedy and liked to hide things from his older brother, he had been more than happy to come unaccompanied and without any in his organization knowing. Except no money had changed hands. Instead, Eduardo had been overtaken against his will and placed, with little more consideration than one would use on a parcel post, in the back of Asael's Range Rover, a lever to be pulled at the right time. Asael had kept the message as a reminder that he had done Marisol right. It had been a sad tie to her and their relationship. The second message was a hang-up from 2 weeks ago, a misdial. The third as well. The fourth, however, had been left earlier in the current day, some 12 hours before. And it was a female voice with only the hint of an accent. "Good afternoon, sir. I am calling from the Benlois Gallery in reference to your purchase dated December 20th. Our records show that there has been a delay in fulfillment, and we would like the opportunity to discuss this matter at your convenience. If you have already been in contact with us, please disregard this phone call. Thank you." Asael frowned and replayed the message. Twice. Yes, she did indeed have an accent, and was covering it up very well. Her RS and the lilt were not quite right. She was South American. And to what purchase was she referring? No number had been provided on the message, but that was unnecessary. It was in the phone's call log. Asael? At the sound of Marisol's voice, he looked up. She'd come down the stairs and was heading in the direction of the kitchen. He put the phone back in the drawer and shut things as far as he could with the charger still plugged in. Then he got to his feet. "In here, my love." Her footsteps were quick but soft on the turnaround, and as she came up to the open doorway, she hesitated. "Why are you in the dark?" "I was just checking my accounts." He indicated the monitor. "I am pleased to report that I can afford to pay for gas and electricity for at least the next year. Maybe the year after." "Oh good." Marisol coughed a little. "Ah. I was worried when I woke up and you were gone." As he held his arms out, she came forward. She had put the shirt he had worn to church on, and her bare legs were beautiful. "You mustn't worry about me." He pulled her in close and kissed her sternum, right over her heart. "I am well indeed. Do you want to come back to bed?" Yes." His hands traveled down to her hips, and before he knew it, he was under the hem of his shirt, her bare skin warm and smooth. "Should we go back upstairs?" she said huskily. "I want you here." He eased her back against the desk and then urged her to sit upon it, pushing his keyboard and an ashtray out of the way. When his monitor almost went off the far side, he didn't care. Willing the door to the office shut, the light from the hall was cut off and darkness took ownership of the room except for that pool of blue light. Shit, he thought. The door. He shouldn't have closed it with his mind. However, at least Marisol, in her state of increasing arousal, didn't seem to notice. "You're going to have to be quiet," he drawled as he rested both sets of fingertips on her thighs. "You mustn't disturb anyone." "How do you know you're not the one who'll be gasping?" she countered. "Because this is not going to be about me." With that, he jerked out the second drawers on both sides of the desk and spread her legs, putting her feet on the ledges he had made for her. Then he sank down onto his knees. She started to pant before he even began stroking up the inside of her thighs. "Remember," he said as he brushed his lips on one of her knees, "you wouldn't want to wake anyone up." Sweeping his hands toward her core, he did not touch her. Yet, he unfastened the lowest button of his shirt, and then the one on top of that, and then the next. He wanted to go all the way, but in the unlikely event someone knocked, or worse, an unheard of walked in, he needed to spare her modesty. The shirt tails were terribly accommodating as he parted them and moved them out of the way, the twin swaths content to stay back on either side of her hips. And there she was, bare and wide to him. He purred as kissed his way from her knee to the edge of what was becoming so very aroused for him. Looking up, he smiled. She had braced her hands on the blotter and was leaning her body back, but keeping her head forward so she could watch him. Assail extended his tongue and was done with any preamble. He licked up the center of her, flicking the top of her sex. Then he sealed her with a kiss. The groan she tried to stifle made him smile, but then he had work to do. Sucking her in, then licking at her, he took his time, enjoying the feel and taste of her, the warmth and the rush, and greedy for even more. He spread her knees farther apart, his hands locking on, squeezing. The lapping sounds were loud in the silence of the room, and so was her breathing. And both got their volume turned up as he started flicking at her. His tongue a darting, dancing tease that had her hips jerking back and forth as she rode his face. When she came, her palms squeaked on the blotter and she went into an arch that banged the monitor into the wall. He gave her no time for recovery, though. Such a cruel taskmaster he was.